You sound
Or
fine, yeah.
Sounds Canadian.
real masculine.
But
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
of
Okay.
course.
Okay. Cool.
All
Just
right,
typing.
guys, we got to keep entertaining now that we're done with Sproticus's camera.
You gotta
sponsor.
keep dancing. Keep them dancing.
Oh, we're waiting for Doobie, and I guess.
Yeah, we're in for
Yeah, I
duty.
guess we're waiting for a couple people. Yeah, I went to emo night at a bar for New Year's Eve, and they had a DJ first, just playing like emo songs, and then they had a cover band, and the cover band was so good, you guys.
Cover band.
What were
for
they covering?
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
They were covering a bunch of different stuff. They covered like one Amy Lee song, whatever Amy Lee was in, I can't remember. One like, oh, did they play Bowling? I think they played one Bowling for Soup song. They played like Fall Out Boy and just
Amazing.
pretty standard early 2000s stuff. You know,
That's amazing.
I was
Our reception was until about 1 a.m. because they were making it a New Year's thing. So there was a lot of dancing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No better way to bring in the new year.
Yeah. It was amazing. This wedding cost anywhere. The estimate was between 40,000 and 75,000.
And that's American, so that's like millions in
Yes.
Canadian.
Yeah, that's right.
Many monies.
It
All
was.
monies.
I've just never seen anything like it.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
So 3 days? Was it like a destination wedding?
No,
so to
it was
speak?
it was here where I live, which is where my friend lives too. We went to college together, and let's see, on Thursday it was the bachelor party, which we had to organize and handle and stuff like that as groomsmen. And then on Friday it was golfing all day at a local resort, at the resort where everything was being hosted at, except for the church, which was at our college that we used to go to because it was a Catholic college. And so after the golf game at 18 holes, then it was rehearsal, and then the dinner after the rehearsal. And then on Friday, it was brunch with the groom and the traditional protecting the groom from other suitors sort of thing. And then,
Well, yeah.
well, no, it's a thing that you pretend to do, but obviously
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
traditional.
That's
Everything,
cute.
there was a lot of traditional shit at this wedding. And then there was the wedding, which was also an anticipatory mass, which means because it happens after sundown on Saturday, it counts as a Sunday mass. So I didn't have to go to mass on Sunday, which is a bonus.
Kill
And
two
then-
birds with one stone.
Yeah,
Super efficient.
yeah. And then after that was the very elaborate reception that just went on for hours and hours and hours because it was New Year's.
Cool.
Okay, but yeah. So, but the ceremony,
Open bar, tons of food. Like there was a ramen bar. There was a
Wow.
like
That's good.
sliced like ham and beef bar. Like there was everything was there. You left full and drunk
Ooh.
for sure.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Except that all the kneeling, too much kneeling.
Oh yeah, you gotta like stand up and then kneel and
The mass was it was done by like
I've
local
been to-
Hungarian monks that also like founded our university. So there's a lot of extra stuff in it.
yeah.
yeah, it's sorry. Like I hate long weddings. I hate.
Well, I hate long ceremonies.
yeah,
Yeah,
The
yeah.
reception I can deal, but ceremonies, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I get the ceremony. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the ceremony. Like I remember one of the last weddings I went to. It was just like a lot. Like it was like a church service in and of itself. And so the pastor did different verses and had a whole the whole thing, right? And then at the end of that, and it lasts for hours. And at the end of that, they finally got married. Like, one, I don't even know these people, so I don't care. And then two, like, why is this happening? Why aren't we in and out? Why am I not eating now? I don't know. This is dumb. Sorry.
Nobody notices if you don't go to the ceremony. You could just show up for the reception and then just talk about how beautiful it was, and everyone will just assume you were there.
No one will know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
could've-
I couldn't do
I
that
could've-
because I was a groomsman. I had specific like duties, but
Or just
would've
find a
done that.
lookalike. I'm sure you
Yeah.
can. You get Wick to go
Yeah.
in your place. Perfect.
Shave my beard and like stick it on someone else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I altar served at a Catholic wedding one time. Like obviously when I was a child. I remember it was really long, but I got paid. So like that was the only
Oh.
bonus.
Yeah.
Was that you get paid for Catholic weddings as an altar server. So
Yeah, I
shout out.
talked to
Cool.
Prime about this earlier. No, it's the other way around with us. Like we had to. It was $300 for the tuxedo that we had to get. I'm sure it's the same for the bridesmaids. Like they're paying for their
Yeah.
dresses. So yeah, so it's the opposite. I have to pay to be part of this wedding.
Yeah, the
I was
trip.
in a
No, go.
yeah. I was in a wedding one time where it was one of my best friends since childhood, and she wanted everyone to have matching bridesmaid dresses and matching cowgirl boots.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And so I had to buy a pair of teal cowgirl boots with like a design on the side and stuff. I just gave it to somebody after the wedding because I was never gonna wear teal cowgirl boots, dude. Like,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. I wouldn't. Yeah.
yeah.
That's that. I was actually part of a wedding last time. That was the last wedding I went to. Was the one I was part of. And no more. That was the first time I'd been a part of a wedding in adulthood, I think. If I had been part of it, it was because I was like a child, and my mother forced it on me. But now I did an adulthood, and then I had to pay for that shit. The fuck? I thought you paid for that. Oh, not me. And then all the rehearsals and the whatnot. And why? This is too much.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's why
did it.
I asked Iko if it was like a destination because like I hate that of like this imposed like expense.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose so. We went to a
Record it
college.
and let me see the DVD. I don't know. I don't need to.
Yeah.
go.
DVD,
Highlight reel.
Blu-ray.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
So I went to a college where people came from all over. So, and I'd say half his friends are went to that college. So it is a destination wedding for a lot of the attendees. Like a lot of people did fly in for it, but it just wasn't for me or for the groom or the bride.
Yeah.
But it was for some of the people in the wedding. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's that.
Mm.
All right, let's get started. Everyone's here, and it's like before 8:30, so that's amazing. But everyone.
Miracle of holidays.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's.
I
home.
actually wasn't so sure if we would have this on years. So we've never missed a single revelry ever. Since we started, so it's like 2+ years of this. So every week we have this, and you can chalk that up to this never falling on a major holiday, but it's fallen next to one. So I wasn't sure if people would be available since it was January 2nd. So I'm very happy to have you all around.
Today is New Year's observed, so it is. A lot of places were closed today.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
So strange.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of guests. I'm very excited to have them all. So we'll introduce them, starting with our friend Lactoy. Lactoy's back with us. How are you, friend?
Doing good. How are you doing, Brian?
All right. How was your New Year's celebration? You were telling me it was getting pretty wild there.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, and now I am sick. So, yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry to hear that.
cold, dry. Not COVID though, but it still sucks regardless. But the actual New Year's Eve was just fantastic. So, looking forward to this panel. For those of you who don't know me, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and YouTube.
Okay, thanks so much, and hope you feel better soon. Johnny, Scarlett, they're back. Johnny is back with us. How are you, friend?
I am doing good, friend. I'm glad to see so many bright smiling faces over here tonight.
And Doobie.
Oh yes, and a frog.
How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
What's-
Tell us about yourself.
Okay, well, if you've never seen me before, my name is Johnny, and I run an educational variety channel here on Twitch. Today, and probably for the rest of the week, we'll be talking about aesthetics as a form of perhaps unsensible philosophy. We're going over the Baumgarten corruption. If anything like philosophy and politics and art sounds cool to you, go ahead and follow Prime and follow all these cool people.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Corey Campbell is back with us again. It's only been a week, but I missed you already, Corey. How are you?
I echo the exact same sentiments. I'm doing very well. I think this is a great way to start off the new year. Can't think of a better place to be than with these familiar and fine faces and Doobie. Always a pleasure to be here and grateful. And yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell.
Thank you. Okay. Next we have our friend Aiko. Aiko, how are you? We haven't been on the river for a little bit.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Doing well, doing well. I'm trying to figure out OBS, so I might have some questions for you. I think I might be streaming at some point soon, and like to the point where I'm actually like playing around with it, trying to figure out what works, like figuring out if I need more than one camera, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. To be continued in 4 months, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
By 2024, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right. Next, Amanda, who we haven't seen in quite a while. Amanda,
Hello.
like, how are you?
I'm good. I've been really busy, so it's so nice to be here. It's so nice to be back. So many familiar faces, so many new faces. Nice to see everybody. I hope you guys all had a good holiday season, good time, good December, good vibes all around. I'm your friend. If you're new and you don't know who I am, I'm a friend to many, internet creep to some. My name is Amanda. I'm in marketing. You can find me on Twitter, just hanging out, stalking the internet, observing people. You know how it is, but it's nice to see everyone. Hello.
Okay. So, who considers you to be an internet creep?
Well, like that's definitely how I got my jobs.
Oh,
I'm good at research. I'm good at Googling
Ah.
things.
Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Hey, I was just was considered
And-
maybe an ex-boyfriend who just decided that for you, but I don't know.
I'm just hanging out. I'm having a good time. It's nice to see you guys.
All right. Next we have Rez, who was only here like once before. But I've been sending him invites because I definitely want him back. How are you, Rez?
I'm good, man. Getting through it. It's a cold, chilly day. It's been raining all day, and vibes are, right at a good level. I've got like a little bit of ambient, kind of that lo-fi hip hop shit going on in the background of this. We're gonna let that continue to drag us as we go forward, as I always do, and be that methodical, plodding plow that I like to be. I have no idea where I'm going with this intro, so the sooner that you interrupt me and say something like more interesting than what I'm saying, then we're gonna do great. I'm working on it though, but I'm gonna keep going ahead. This is the thing I like doing this. Then we can go ahead and devolve into this. Had a weird New Year's. I'm obsessed with this weird Japanese game that I've been playing, and I can't stop fucking playing it. It is all I think about, because you make choices and then you go into the past and then you have to change your choices in the past and then it remembers the future. I am literally losing my mind, and
Is
I
this
just found out
Chrono
I'm a
Trigger?
I just found out
Is
I'm a
this
robot
Chrono
today.
Okay.
It's Zero Escape, Valor's Last Reward, and I have been absolutely obsessed with it. I played it for 18 hours on New Year's Day, so I don't know what to do with my life. I am losing my mind, and I hope to lose it with all of you, as well as over at twitch.tv/Reservoir. We're insane. Let's go.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Next, we have our friend Sprouticus. It's been a few weeks, but the love is still there. All right. Sprouticus, buddy. How are you?
I think it might be muted, maybe.
It's all falling apart. It's all falling. He's been out for the game for a while, and so he's getting himself reacquainted.
I am muted.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
professional streamer. Okay. So no, it's been a minute, but I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to come back and debate some topics. No, I'm just excited. I got some new in-ears for Christmas, so now you guys actually get to see my ears instead of my Bose headphones. Looks a little weird to me, but it'll be all right. No, looking forward to it and looking forward to discussion.
no. Your ears are good. Like some people's ears like really stick out, and I can't but help but notice it. But
Oh,
like
my
there's-
ears definitely stick out, but
No,
I
no,
figure
it's
it's
not
better
bad.
than
You're
my
making me
Bose headphones.
self-conscious.
It's not.
Nothing
It's not
wrong
that
with
bad.
this.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, you're good. Thanks so much. Finally, if they're here, we have our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie around?
Yeah, I'm here. And
Well,
so Doobie, yeah.
yeah. Doobie, how was your New Year's?
Um, it was dark, cold, very loud, and I'm also sick. So, um,
Okay.
yeah, Lactoid and I got it. I told him I told him to stop kissing me. He wouldn't do it, and now we're all fucked.
Okay.
You said you
All
wouldn't say
right.
anything. God damn it.
Ooh,
Yeah, I lied.
spicy.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm sorry that your New Year's wasn't everything you wanted. You live in LA, so like it was cold and dark.
Yeah, it was raining. But I went to the party in downtown, and I mean, it was interesting, I guess. Very loud, like I said, very colorful, lots of people.
Mm.
But yeah, also cold and wet. So
Yeah, it was moments inclement weather. It's not worth it anymore for me. I'm done. I'll stay in. I'll wrap it up. You know.
Hey, on
Um,
that note, Corey might be proud of the groom at my wedding because at the he's very like conscious of COVID and everything. So he had at his reception and also at the bachelor party, he had built Corsi Rosenthal boxes and put them in every room of the apartment. And also, he happens to have an apartment that has like 6 windows in every room, and they were all open with the Corsi Rosenthal boxes in the room. Like, it was the safest bachelor party I could imagine.
I
Damn.
commend the
Yeah.
effort. Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll get started now. Guys, if you're just joining us, this sounds interesting. This looks interesting. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button and make sure you hit us up on social media. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. And yeah, here we go. Topic 1, which I don't have in front of me. A NBC opinion piece argues for increased taxes on alcohol. The purpose of this tax increase would be to reduce consumption, therefore, the social dangers associated with it. It argues, for instance, that women would be a great beneficiary because alcohol fuels domestic violence. How do you feel about crafting public policy to curb the excesses of the average person? If other hard drugs became legal, should we put similar taxes in place? And if you don't agree with taxation, do you have any policy solutions to deal with dangers raised by the article? Yeah. So I thought this was pretty interesting. Like bringing back, I mean, this is like the whole reason we had, what's it called in the
Prohibition?
20s. Prohibition. Thank you. Oh God. No. But yeah, this is the whole argument was because of these excesses, right? And that didn't end up working out for us. But this is a bit of, more of a middle ground. And the article talks about how taxes haven't grown much. Like we do have alcohol taxes, but they just remain flat. So yeah, what do you guys think about this? We'll start with our friend Lactoid.
All right. So there's 2 principles I want to put forward, which is the first one, my bodily autonomy dictates that I be allowed to put what I want into my own body. I don't care what any of you think. And the second principle is stealing a portion of my money in the form of, quote, taxation is morally wrong and thus unjustified. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I want to take a look at the pragmatics of taxation. The old saying is that a fine is a tax for doing something bad, and a tax is a fine for doing something good. Both are aimed at discouraging behavior and are indistinguishable in terms of effect. Income tax disincentivizes labor, sales tax disincentivizes consumption, gas taxes disincentivize driving, etc., etc. For these reasons, income taxes are clearly the most evil of all due to the base level immorality compounded with bad economic effects. Sin taxes, on the other hand, like taxes on drugs, porn, or alcohol, discourage behavior that we should all agree are indeed quite bad. We don't want people doing the things that lead to violent crime, unemployment, infidelity, promiscuity, and broken families, but we also don't want to grow the government and steal money. That all being said, I would therefore compromise and be in support of a higher alcohol tax only if it came with a proportional lowering of other taxes, primarily income taxes. Let's all come together, left and right, and encourage work and discourage drinking. Unfortunately, this is not what tends to happen, and usually any increase in taxes merely acts more like if you give a mouse a cookie with government expansion and power. This makes generally any support of alcohol taxes difficult, but you could get me to compromise, but you have to offer something. Lastly, and this is something we should all agree on, we should do a better job at forcing individual irresponsible criminals to pay for their crimes. Violent crimes, including those fueled by alcohol, should be punished more greatly.
I offer you nothing but my scorn, sir. Okay. Next we got Johnny Scarlett.
I'm going to echo you, dude, and I'm going to say that while I do believe in increased alcohol taxes, I do also think that more support bipartisanly could come from a promised proportional decrease in other taxes. I appreciate that idea. Now, the main problem that I had with this is that I like it when politicians do their jobs, and apparently the taxes on alcohol haven't been renegotiated in any significant way since 1991. And so some update is available there for them to do their jobs. And I would like that. And that's pretty much it.
Sorry, I thought you were done. But Corey.
So I'll agree with Lactoid in terms of like bodily autonomy, but at the same time, like I'm pretty sure Lactoid's on the same page. Like nobody should be criminalized for what they consume, but at the same time, totally, tax alcohol for sure, tax super yachts like for sure, tax billionaires for sure.
Lactoid's on the same page, yeah.
I know. As a fellow, and as Lactoid knows, as a fellow Canadian, like we as Canadians with public healthcare, we pay a heavy price for, let's say, alcohol consumption, and I disagree with Lactoid in terms of like we should disincentivize driving. I think there are obvious and clear reasons to do that, in that there should be like a greater infrastructure for public transportation. So like, yeah, disincentivizing driving is not inherently a bad thing when going about it in the right way. And I'll just end with that for now.
Okay, interesting. I want to touch on a few of these things you've said just then. Let's go to Aiko.
Okay, I guess I'll start by saying that the first thing I thought of when I saw this topic was all of the different movements to legalize pot, especially in the early days. The argument that was coming from that community was, hey, tax us, like make it legal and tax us so that we can be a resource for the community. Tax us a lot, and we're willing to pay it. And that's what happened. I mean, you're starting to have, especially like Colorado, which is one of the first states, if not the first state, to legalize. Like a lot, they've amended their taxation several times. More and more of that money is like going into the schools and into good places. I think you have an opportunity here to have tax money go into like specifically to refund rehabilitation for people who've become addicted to alcohol. So you can take that money and you can use it to become something that solves for itself. One argument I'm not hearing is that people will stop drinking if this happens, and therefore that was the argument against cigarettes, taxing cigarettes out of existence, was that eventually you would lose all of that money. But of course, that would be a good thing because you don't have the costs that would offset all the money that you're bringing in. So I think this is a little bit of nudge theory, where you're not banning something outright like we did in the 20s, but we're trying to manipulate behavior a little bit. And either we'll have a lot of money for rehab or we'll have reduced consumption. But either way, it's a win.
Thanks so much. Amanda.
Yeah, I hate to just help continue on the echo train, but shout out to taxes on this case. I, especially as a Canadian, am a huge fan of the impact that taxation has on some of these kind of social ills. It's very common in this country to have taxation on alcohol. So this seems very normal. And I think it is really good because when you're looking at, what is the revenue stream that you get from taxation, it provides a lot of opportunities to put funding into some of the social services that help protect against some of these ills. So in the case of alcohol, it helps with like programs to offset alcoholism and other dangers that like happen as a result of excessive drinking. So I think that not only does it help sort of curb actual human behavior, but it takes that revenue stream and puts it into something productive. I won't say, just to play devil's advocate, I think maybe we'll keep some income taxation streams just to mess with you guys. But overall, shout out to taxes and drinking, and especially in the case of other things like pot, like it's proven to be very, very successful. So no no hate towards taxes and drinking. Keep it on there.
I'm glad we're all getting along here.
Yeah, so nice. Everyone's so nice.
Reservoir.
Yeah, I oppose higher taxes on alcohol because I know that after watching higher taxes be levied upon cigarettes over the last several decades, and that money itself that those taxes are levied upon state by state, not much of it has gone to actually helping people with problems there. I think that, yeah, we should probably legalize drugs. And I think that realistically, the best thing we could do is to put that money, that, whatever the sin tax is, to go ahead and pay for whatever ill that drug causes to our society, right? So let's say a heroin user, we make heroin legal, you just buy heroin, right? Which I think we should do. That money that we tax them should also be there so that way we make sure that they don't die, that they can get off of heroin when they need it. And that's how we should compose these taxes. However, I realize living in the great state of Pennsylvania and watching how cigarette taxes have gone up dramatically, it hasn't been used to go ahead and fund ways for people to get off of smoking. It has instead been used to fund other projects within the state. So, in this narrow line, though I do like the idea of this, I don't think that there is a place in America where this has occurred. And I would like to argue that American thing. I don't want to talk to like functional countries with functional governments like Canada for this because they know how taxes work. Here, we just use it to buy more tanks and bombs.
Spartacus, please.
I think you might be muted again.
Oh no.
Pro
Guess
streamer. All right. I am against the taxation, the extra taxation of alcohol. I don't think it's going to affect the general population in the way people believe. Alcoholics already go to extreme lengths to get their alcohol to the point to where they're going broke because they're buying alcohol. This isn't going to fix the problem with alcoholics. As a matter of fact, it's just going to make them go broke easier. I don't see any relevance as to how this would essentially help that. I've seen a lot. Although I have seen a lot of alcohol causes this and alcohol causes that and alcohol causes this. And so like the taxation is not going to fix it. So the taxation is just going to make it easier for them to go broke, and it's going to cause a more of a class division when you're talking about people who have alcohol problems. They're going to go towards the lower class because they are spending more money. So I don't see how this would be effective in any way, shape, or form. And in order to apply a taxation to the entirety of the country, I would need to see some sort of effectiveness and know where this money is going. There's neither of that, and so with that being said, I'm against this. And I think that it's only proper that when we're talking about this, I open a beer at the end of this. So
Thanks so much. And finally, Doobie.
Okay. So I'm a little bit sick, so I apologize if I sound a little nasally or more nasally than usual. But I think that first and foremost, we got to like kind of really drill down to like what we're actually talking about, right? It's not just about taxes or about sin, quote unquote. I think that the government has a responsibility to protect the health and well-being of its citizens. I think that they have definitely used tax policy in the past, and I think they should continue using tax policy to discourage certain behaviors that have negative consequences on the public, like excessive alcohol consumption, use of tobacco, etc. I think that through this, the government can reduce the burden of those behaviors on society. I think that one like really useful thing that governments do, right, when they increase the price of like a sin good like alcohol or weed or cigarettes, is it makes the public aware of like the negative externalities that are associated with the thing that they're buying. So if you buy a pack of like a beer, like a 6-pack, yeah, it's not just the cost of that beer, right? That's being imposed on society or imposed upon you as an individual. There are lots of negative consequences from alcohol use that you're not going to feel as the individual, right? Just the fact that alcohol is available for you to buy, it's available for other people to buy, and some of those people are going to get into drunk driving accidents, It's going to cause them health problems. It's going to lead to domestic violence, lead to them not showing up at work, lead to them not showing up at school, lead to them developing all sorts of fucked up diseases. And all of that is felt not by you as the individual who can drink alcohol responsibly. It's felt by the society that is providing the alcohol or allowing this alcohol to be provided to the public. So I think that when you're looking at this problem, you need to look much further than yourself. You can say, hey, I can pop open a beer right now and not do any of this stupid shit. But you're not most people, right? There are lots of people out there who are going to do those dumb things. And that cost is going to be felt by the country that you're in. And I think you have a responsibility to that country just as it has a responsibility to you. So, yeah, I think that we absolutely should raise the taxes on cigarettes, alcohol. I don't think that drugs should be legal, but if we're going to make them legal, they should be taxed up the fucking ass. I think that these things should be luxuries for the wealthy. And if the wealthy want to make the stupid decision to get high and get drunk all the time, then hey, let them pay for it. Let them fund our shit.
Okay, open to the panel.
So no,
well,
I'm
Go ahead, Spartacus.
I'm gonna stop right there because the entire idea that I agree with you that the government has the responsibility for the welfare of its citizens, but the alcohol tax is not going to be how it's done. The alcohol tax is just going to cause further class warfare, and it's going to bring about the entire idea of classism. And that's also why I'm for the NFA being repealed, is because of classism. We're pushing this idea of classism to where there will be what is actual class warfare. Right now we are seeing classist divides. We are seeing all these types of things, and this is going to further it. What you do if you want to cause drunk driving to go down, if you want to cause drunk violence to go down, is we make the penalties for these things worse. And that also could include, when I say worse, it could include maybe not a jail sentence, but maybe institutionalized, right? So you get institutionalized and they try and help you out with your issue. So we either move away from the justice system that we currently have and move towards a more of a reparative justice system, or we make the sentences worse and longer to further discourage people from doing these actions.
So
You're not
basically, are you
discouraging
saying
people. You're not
sorry.
discouraging people when you enact bigger, when you increase the funding for people to get away from alcohol. You're not necessarily discouraging them. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that
When you make
first of all, when you say that this is not something that's going to affect people's behavior, in the article that we were provided, it provided a link to a study that said that this is not a commodity that is exempt from people not buying it when it's less readily available. So do you have anything to say about that statistic? Because that was one of your claims.
So go ahead. This is not a commodity that's exempt from people buying it when it's less available.
People not buying it when it's less available.
If it's more
That's my
expensive,
entire point.
if it's more expensive, people are going to be buying it less. That's the argument.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's the argument.
and they'll just be making it more.
All right,
Right?
there's
It
a study
doesn't
for
like
that. I
again,
just
if
dropped
we
it.
look at the history of prohibition, you would just get a block of leftover grapes and shit, put it in a water still, and that was what you would do. That's how people made alcohol, right? They're still gonna have access to it. So and
Wait,
that's
if
the
the
thing.
suggestion is that if you were to make alcohol far more expensive, a small minority of people might make illegal alcohol in their bathtubs, sure. Okay, that might happen. And some of those people might go blind and die from that. But I
Yeah.
feel like you're still overall, the result is going to be far fewer people drinking alcohol.
I mean, I think it causes a higher damage to society when that happens.
the
That's what we
responsible-
saw during prohibition.
The responsible people are going to stop drinking alcohol. Yes, the responsible people who are responsible with their money are going to stop drinking alcohol. This isn't going to stop the alcoholics that are already going broke buying their alcohol. This isn't going to stop them
Okay.
from doing anything.
But it will, though.
Then they're,
So
and-
you're-
wait one second. These are the people getting the DUIs. These are the people that are becoming domestically violent. These are the people that are having the issues, not the responsible drinkers. The responsible drinkers take the biggest hit with a tax hike like this. The responsible drinkers that are law abiding are taking the biggest hit because not only were they not the ones causing the problem, but now they're the ones that are most hurt by this because now they're forced to stop using a commodity that they enjoyed and were responsible with, whereas the person who's irresponsible with it is also coincidentally irresponsible with money and going to go broke continuing to buy the booze.
Okay, but
I think
Brad, how do
they're-
you expect that those irresponsible people are now going to respond to increases in penalties for drunk driving? I mean, if this is a group of irresponsible people who won't change their behavior, even when the stakes, even when the stakes are immediate, because we're talking about like paying that quarter now or whatever, how are you going to expect them to respond to incentives that are hypothetical and in the future, which is what these DUI penalties are for? Does anyone get behind their wheel, for instance, and say, "Oh, if it's 6 months in jail, I can handle it, but if it's 2 years in jail, I can't"? So
You're right,
I'm
it
not
would be
going to do
There are
it.
slower.
some people.
I don't disagree. It would be slower, but it would be more effective in the long run.
Let's
But
go to
how?
Corey.
Like, wouldn't they
Oh,
just be
Corey and
punished
Juby
after the
afterwards.
fact?
Go ahead.
Okay, good.
No, you can answer that question.
Yeah, go
Okay, yeah, I just want to say, wouldn't that just if this is just about punishment after the fact, as opposed to prevention, which is what this is about? Like, I don't understand how the irresponsible crowd are going to respond to these after the fact punishments that really can't change their behavior because it's already happened.
Well, I mean, it can change their behavior because something I brought up was going more towards a reparative justice system to where they would be institutionalized and would work on the issues that were causing them to do that in the first place. And so it would be repairing what they came in there with. And of course, that would be much preferred versus taxing and causing the responsible person to have to either cease or try to minimize their alcohol use or a commodity that they enjoy to try and to get the other people to not spend their money on it, even though they would still. Like
But these
the
reparative programs
idea, the idea that they're just going to stop is insane.
These reparative programs cost money, though, right? They have to be funded by taxes. Something has to
Yeah.
be taxed.
Yes.
So
Okay, so
why wouldn't it be the
no,
very thing that you're repairing?
We've seen this, but we've seen this over and over again. Something doesn't have to be taxed. The United States has found multiple ways to steal taxes from other pots of gold and to use it towards this. So I'm sure they can find a pot of gold that has enough gold in it to move towards a reparative justice
There's
system.
enough
when it
rainbows in
comes
the
to
U.S.
alcohol.
that eventually the pot of gold.
There's a lot of
Let's go to-
Let's get this
assumptions.
generic.
go to-
you know,
let's
the
go
money
to
The
will-
United
Corey.
States does this all the time.
Corey, Doobie, and Lectwood.
Yeah. Well, so there's a couple things that I want to address. Well, yeah, I think the point about potentially increasing penalties or the type of system that you're describing, Spartacus, I don't know. I think it's pretty mixed in terms of how much that would disincentivize drinking. But I take your point of there should be more programs, as to what Amanda alluded to earlier, in terms of funding programs so that people can hopefully get off of these substances. And I think the context changes. I guess this is sort of the difference between Canada and the U.S. When talking about responsible drinking in the U.S., I think the window for responsible drinking in Canada is much smaller, given the fact that we have a publicly funded healthcare system. So it's I think that needs to be taken into account. But also I want to address something that Lactoid brought up, if I remember correctly, in their opening statement, where I think so. You brought up syntaxes or this being a syntax. And if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but it seemed like you were sort of questioning the effectiveness of syntaxes.
No, I was saying that there's likely some effectiveness there.
Okay.
I actually just wholly disagree that first of all, that it's our responsibility to be taking care of people who have a drinking problem. You can
I know it's ridiculous. Taking
Right,
care of
I
people.
know it's crazy, right? And by the way, this guy kind of the callback to that one time when I said universal healthcare is kind of the key to tyranny because it allows you to dictate nearly every aspect of somebody's life under the guise of public health. But all I was saying is that I think it is effective whenever you make something more expensive to discourage it, which is why in the spirit of compromise, I was perhaps willing to accept this if you come with me and we lower income taxes together. So so people work more and then drink less. What about that?
I can totally imagine a system where alcohol is so heavily taxed that you don't need income tax anymore. I can imagine that system totally.
The Protestant.
Well, I mean,
birth
like
myth.
if we take a look at it though, the people who are using this irresponsibly, and we can even look to other things. The drug users that are using drugs irresponsibly are selling everything, foregoing food. They are doing whatever they have to, whether it involves burglary, whether it involves whatever they have to do to get this money to get their drugs. And so the idea that you make it more expensive is only going to cause them to have to try and do more to try and get this drugs, because that's how addictions work. Your mind says, "I need this," right? And so, like, if you're looking at someone who is like an alcoholic and they're like, "Listen, I need this alcohol," you're talking about multiple things where, like, you're talking about like the person going, okay, yeah, it's more expensive. So my brain's no longer going to say, I need this. No, their brain's still going to say they need this, whether or not it's more expensive or not. The only thing you're adjusting is how much money this person needs to be able to get the product that he wants.
Okay, so I
Like
don't think
it's an addiction issue,
yeah.
not a price issue.
So I don't think anyone, I don't think anybody who's advocating for an increase in alcohol taxes is for a system where it's like, yeah, people are now committing crimes, or like they're going through alcohol withdrawal, which is a potentially like deadly outcome. Where like, yeah, if you're going through severe alcohol withdrawal and you don't have access to alcohol, I don't think like I advocate for increased tax on alcohol, but I also don't want your outcome of like someone going through withdrawal and like suffering through addiction. Like I don't think these are mutually exclusive, or rather, like I think you could have both an increase on taxes on alcohol and also treat the problem of people going through withdrawal.
Yeah.
So then why,
Some
if we're
sort
treating
of
the problem,
gradual increase, some sort of gradual increase wherein you're not affecting the lives of the people that you were talking about, the lower income people who maybe just want to enjoy alcohol and they're responsible. A very gradual increase wherein they wouldn't be affected, but also it would keep some people from drinking quite so much, and something good coming out of those taxes wherein you can also help those people out. Like, I just don't see the contradiction here, frankly.
Let's go
Well,
to
just to
Doobie,
clarify-
and then Lactoid. Yeah, Kaneko.
So I think it's interesting earlier that you mentioned this, like being like this being like classism or whatever, right? If we were to like increase the price of alcohol, but I feel like that's already happening in a way. I think that, but the classes that we're dealing with aren't just like poor people who are definitely more at risk of alcohol abuse and like negative consequences associated with it, due to like stress, lack of access to healthcare, socioeconomic disadvantages that they might have, but also the high crime in their communities, right? And a lot of these poor communities where we know that like I think it's up to like 27% of property crime and like almost 40% of violent crime in the United States is like associated with alcohol use, right? So I feel like the people in these neighborhoods are already the most vulnerable to this kind of thing. And if we know that raising the price of this is going to lead to less use in these communities that are the most vulnerable to its negative consequences, it seems like you're in favor of continuing the class warfare by not pulling it out of these communities. And it's true to say, hey, maybe they want to drink this, right? And hey, if I were broke and just struggling to get by, I might want a $2 beer, right, to make me forget about the world for a while. Sure, I can absolutely believe that. But that doesn't mean it's a healthy thing to do, and it's not something that we should be encouraging as a society.
okay, but
Go
the
ahead,
idea.
Lactoid,
ahead,
and then
Lactoid.
Aiko.
It's in pretty much the point I'm going to make is almost in direct response to Doobie, because you're going to have some level of just like, obviously when something's more expensive, you're going to have less people doing it, but there's also going to be some large group of people that are still going to be doing it, and it's going to represent a higher financial burden on them to do it. And so like, I guess maybe you could even work it out to like some kind of math problem. But I mean, would you at least agree, Doobie, that the people who are drinkers, or people who like to drink, or the people who just go to the store every week and buy like one bottle of liquor or something, like that, this is going to have a pretty regressive effect, which is that when you increase taxes on this, most of the tax base here is going to be poor people, people without a lot of money, people who are already struggling to afford other things. I mean, wouldn't this also be more money out of their pocket? And isn't that a harm in of itself that we have to factor in here?
Well, yeah, it'll make it more difficult for them to choose to purchase this product. Sure,
But they're gonna.
right? But if this product, yeah, I don't buy that. They're just going to. They're not going to pull money out of their ass and just buy it for like out of nowhere.
They
Now, if
might
they're an
cut it off
alcoholic-
somewhere else, right?
If they're already an alcoholic, right, then hey, they're going to be able to purchase less of it. They're going to be able to purchase less of the thing that's killing them, right? So that also seems like a good thing to me. I think that like we keep talking about like responsible alcohol users, right? I think responsible alcohol users are responsible until they're not, until they make the decision while drunk to get in the car, or they make the decision while drunk to walk down that dark alley or whatever the fuck. I think that I think that we just we know what the problem is, right? Which is alcohol use is contributing to a lot of crimes in our country: domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, physical assault. All these things are massively linked to alcohol use. So if that's the issue, we know that these communities are most vulnerable to that issue. Well, then why not just pull it away from those communities, right? And if there are some people there who are going to save up the money for a month to buy like a 6-pack, sure, go for it. They're still having less access to it than they did before.
But Doobie, if they're
Let's-
saving,
let's-
they're saving
let's-
up though.
let's
They're
talk
not
about-
spending that on like other shit. Like let's think about like the responsible poor drinker, the archetype or whatever. You have somebody who doesn't make a lot of money, and every week they buy 2 bottles of wine because they like a glass of wine with their dinner. There's some studies that indicate that's actually kind of good for you. We can, I know that the evidence is kind of like split on that one, but
Yeah, it's crazy.
Not really, but
right, so right, so you have somebody who just wants to have that, right, and they don't drunk drive, they don't go crazy, they're not a violent criminal. I mean, aren't you imparting some level of group responsibility on this person who's not involved in like the dangerous behavior
Yeah.
that we're concerned about, and
bad.
you're specifically making their life harder?
Sure. Like I said earlier, it's true that there are some people who aren't involved in those things and never will be involved in those things who will be affected by this in a negative way. Sure, they're going to have less access to alcohol because other people in their communities are doing bad things with that alcohol. Okay, but like I said, I think that you have as much responsibility to your community as your community has to you, right? So that's if you need to bite the bullet and say, hey, that this is a massive problem in my community, so we're going to make it less accessible to people, and that makes it harder for me to get it, and I'm not one of those people doing bad things with it. Well, then you just need to bite the bullet and live with it because the community is more important than you are.
Well, I mean, like let's also talk about this. I'm not saying it's all sex workers, but there is a link between sex workers, drugs, and alcohol, right? And the addictions of those. And so when you talk about this, I'm just bringing this up as an example. But when you talk about this, right, is that you're gonna see like these sex workers out longer during the night, putting themselves in more dangerous positions, trying to get more money to try and feed the addiction they already have. Right, because now they're forced to put themselves in more dangerous positions for a longer period of time than they were prior, right? And that's not what's being taken into account. Raising a tax doesn't just remove it from the community. Raising a tax just raises the cost that it takes to buy this product. And if it just raises the cost, then they're going to find a way to pay for that cost. If they have an addiction, they're going to find a way to pay for that cost.
So I keep
Michael?
hearing this claim, and I
yeah,
don't
and
see any.
you linked something that directly counters that.
Absolutely. So, like, this is a study.
What I linked.
Actually, I posted a more exhaustive like version of that same study, like one that had been through more peer review, that was finally published. That's in the Streamlabs chat, StreamYard chat, and it shows so a 25-cent added tax on alcohol purchases per drink. It results in a 9.2% reduction in consumption and an 11.4% reduction in heavy drinking. So there is an impact. But to address Sprout's other point, yes, I think he's right that there needs to be programs for these people. But if we're talking about the tax, we can't just talk about one side of the tax, which is the fact that it reduces, especially reduces heavy drinking, but also the fact that that money can be funneled into programs that directly address the things that Sprout's talking about. Like if you have those people who are turning more tricks because they need to have more alcohol or something like that, they need to have rehabilitation programs made available to them that are severely underfunded now. And I understand Sprout's point that we can just like move things around and pay for them magically at no cost. But it looks like my StreamYard went down.
I don't think it's just you. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think
Okay.
Yeah, that happened to me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen before, but definitely happened
Wow.
just now.
Okay, I'm coming back in.
Oh, my
Okay.
StreamYard's still up.
It's
Okay.
your point
Alright,
was
yeah,
just
we're
too
good now.
genius. All right, well,
That's
continue on.
why audio's over Discord, right, Prime?
So I think the alcohol
Yeah.
companies or corporations are like,
Yeah.
not liking this panel. So anyway, my point is that you need to look both at the effect of the tax itself and the effect of whatever is going to be downstream of the tax, the thing that's being paid for. And sometimes you have like big trade-offs when it comes to these sorts of things. But I think in this case, there's a lot of harmony because there's a lot of opportunity to use to tax the very product that's putting people in need of this rehabilitation, and then using that to fund those rehabilitative programs. And so as the need reduces, the tax revenue will reduce. And as the need increases, the tax revenue will increase. There's some good synergy there.
Let's go to Rez
I
and then
want-
Johnny.
Yeah, so I just went ahead and looked up some stuff on this. I think that this whole argument that we're going to use these taxes to go ahead and actually support people who are having problems with addictions is completely bound with no basis whatsoever. We look at federal. I looked up federal cigarette taxes. That stuff goes to CHIP. I think we should fund CHIP. I think kids should have health insurance, right? Because they don't have the ability to pay into the system, right? I think that's a good thing. But I think that there should I think we should fund that through other functions, right? And that we should be funding people getting off of cigarettes. There is no basis that this policy is actually going to go ahead and benefit people who suffer from alcoholism, right? I'm posing it based on that no matter what we do, and at least as America, I don't see us actually having the teeth to go ahead and say, hey, guess what? We're doing this to help alcoholics. That is a side benefit, if anything else. At the very best, it is just a blunt force that is applied as like a browbeat on the poor.
So can we?
So like if we were to.
Sorry, can we just fiat that? Can we just like as a group say, well, let's do the tax under the provision that it go to fund?
I mean, yeah, we can absolutely not live in reality. That's fine.
I don't even think that's. I don't even think it's relevant, right? So let's pretend that absolutely none of this money goes to fund these programs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why should we still not support the program?
Oh, I honestly think that the reason that we shouldn't is because, again, there's people that are living with this. We're basically putting a punishment on people. There's a lot of people that drink. I don't think that the entire crux of society is falling apart because alcohol is illegal, right? All right. If we make it illegal, people will get it regardless. And like you said, they'll go blind, which is going to put
bullshit.
a further burden on society.
Wait, hold on.
You're causing more harm with this by making it so that way it's harder for people to gain access to it, which will then
realistically,
result in them
like what percent of
doing
people do you
worse
think
things.
will resort to like brewing their own alcohol in their fucking bathtub, right? Because they can't get like a beer for $3 at the 7-Eleven.
I mean,
Like,
okay,
that
so if
seems
it's like
ridiculous.
$3, I guess this is like the question though, is when do we stop those taxes, right? Because I've seen, at least in my adult life, cigarettes have gone from, I bought them at $5 a pack when I was, 18 and everything like that, and now like I'm paying over 10 and I'm not living in a city or anything like that. The thing is, when we start to go ahead and cut back on people that are paying these taxes to begin with because they're no longer drinking, right? Those taxes that we're going to collect, they're just going to keep raising it because people are going to get comfortable on this. This is echoed throughout the federal government, their taxes.
Yeah, but
on
what's the issue with that? If the goal is to reduce the use of this thing, right? So like, what's the issue with it being like $30 a bottle for like a beer?
Well, then I think that we should just cut to the point and just go for prohibition then, right?
No.
Well, I would support that, but I don't.
I
think
mean,
most
you would
people
support that, but that's what I'm saying is that basically what you're advocating for is prohibition with more steps, right?
Right.
Anybody
Oh.
that's supporting this is supporting prohibition
Well, let's go
with
to-
more steps.
Johnny,
I
then-
wanted to ask.
speakeasies.
I wanted to ask Cal, are you I wanted to make sure that I'm reading this study right. So according to this, the people who paid the most, who had the most net tax increases were white male, aged 21 to 50 years and
Greater
made
than 50,000.
more than 50,000 per year. And so I think that the whole idea that the people who will be most impacted are the people who are poorer is a little bit discredited by this study. I think that, in fact, when I think of people who drink pretty heavily, I think of people who are in labor jobs, who go offshore, people who cannot do other types of drugs because of those types of jobs, and who supplement that with alcohol. And so I don't think that the people who will be the most impacted will be people who absolutely will not be able to afford alcohol after this tax increase.
Yeah,
Like
I
that.
agree with I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Wait,
I
no.
agree with that. I agree with that. But the people who I guess what you mean by most impacted, right? The people that pay the most, or the people that you're looking at how much they pay versus how much they make. And I don't think I don't think the study that referenced the 21 to 50-year-olds making above $50,000 a year. I don't think it referenced how much they paid versus how much they made in that ratio as the most impacted. I think if we
It's
looked at that,
net
we would see
increase.
that significantly change.
It said the net tax increase, the group with the biggest net tax increase was that group. So I would assume that would mean that they did adjust for it.
The net tax increase is just the tax increase whoever paid the most. So 21 to 50 with greater than or equal to $50,000 a year. Yeah, they might pay the most, but that does not mean that they're the highest affected group.
By the way,
Go ahead, Elector.
Yeah.
I wanted to say the first thing is I was interested because I'm looking at it. It does seem that the more money you make, the more you drink, just in terms of actual like the amount of liquor that you purchase. That's very interesting because that doesn't seem to be the case when it comes to other substance abuse. I think it is true though that unfortunately, or very clearly, I guess, that if you don't make a lot of money, those alcohol purchases make up a much larger share of your budget, right? So in terms of how much spending power you have, way more of that share is being spent on alcohol. So any kind of tax increase, even though you're raising money from primarily wealthy people, you have to remember that wealthy people have more money, obviously, like by definition. And so you're going to be disproportionately hurting poor people regardless. The second thing, I have a question for Rez, and I'm just interested in exploring this a little bit. Before you talked about, you described these alcohol taxes as a punishment, which, that's interesting. I think I would agree with that word, but is there how would you distinguish this form of taxation from, let's say, other forms of taxation? Is income tax a punishment? Would you agree?
What do you mean? Is income tax a punishment?
So
when you're saying that, like it's just on the money that you make, you get it taxed, and then you have the beneficiary provided, which are, roads, services, and everything like that, right?
What I'm saying is that you define alcohol taxation as a punishment, right? So the more alcohol you drink, the more you pay in taxes.
Yeah, because there's nothing that goes into you paying taxes on alcohol, right? That's going to benefit people who are suffering from alcohol, whereas income taxes are going to benefit me having roads I can drive on, having a military that nobody will fuck with us, right? So like there is actually a tangible benefit that comes from income tax that I can point to and say, yeah, okay, I get this, right? But when it comes to alcohol taxes, it's not going to benefit people that are struggling from alcohol, right? It's going to go to some other government program, and we've seen this happen over and over again when it comes to like cigarette taxes and levies against stuff like those sorts of things.
It still doesn't make sense to me though, because the roads are paid for primarily from wheel taxes and gas taxes. Income taxes primarily fund things like
schools,
Medicare and Medicaid.
I think public schools are pretty based, right? I think that it's a pretty good idea for us to have public schools.
Sure,
right?
but before we talked about alcohol taxes funding CHIPS, for example, would you not say CHIPS is worth funding?
I think CHIPS is absolutely worth funding, right? I'm talking about cigarettes there, right? When it comes to cigarette taxes on the federal level funds CHIPS, right?
So
I think that it's good, but I think that it would be better for us to get that funding just generally from society, because we all benefit from CHIPS, but people getting taxed on cigarettes, they're not getting a benefit from like that part of the sin. I think sin taxes need to be correspondent with the damage that sin causes society, right?
My question,
and I think smoking causes a damage.
Right. So, but like you don't seem to treat income taxes this way. So my question is, why is it punishment when we're using alcohol taxes or cigarette taxes to fund schools or CHIPS and stuff? But it's also not a punishment if we're taking someone's income percentage of their income and using that to fund, let's say, Medicaid, which they're never going to use.
Okay, so when you say the not fund Medicaid, which they're never going to use, so when we tax people, the government's already subsidizing a lot of medical care, even for people that don't have health insurance, right? That's a lot of how we prop up our hospitals to begin with. This is outside of Medicaid, this is outside of Medicare, right? That is a part of how our health system works, right? That's why we have such inefficiencies in American healthcare, right?
I'm only asking why. Why is one a punishment and one
Okay,
not a
yeah. So
punishment?
why is one a punishment? So the punishment with if you're paying in income taxes is redeem social value from what we all think is probably a good thing to have, right? Whereas if you're getting punished based on solely a sin, then no money goes to help those people who are therefore harmed by the sin. That harm that's caused by the sin is therefore enacted on the person who would be paying the
Right, but it can
taxes.
go towards things
Okay.
that you would also advocate are good general societal things that
I
income taxes
agree.
could
Yeah,
go to. Yeah.
100%. But like those are things that benefit the larger society. I think that if we're going to be having targeted sin taxes, those should be gone ahead to target the damage done by those sins, right? I think that's a
Why?
way that we
Why?
balance those. Why?
Yeah, like
Yeah, like
why
should that be?
why is it
Well, because
acceptable?
if the whole goal is for us to go ahead and have this thing have utility towards the reduction of drinking, right? For instance, okay, then we should be using those taxes to further that reduction, right?
Not necessarily if we can use it to
But
fund chips, right?
Well, okay, but like, I mean, that's the thing. I'm already saying that no, chips should be separate, and because it's beneficial to everyone, so we all pay into that, right? Like,
But that's a
kids being more
punishment, right?
educated.
Isn't it a punishment
It's
that
not a punishment because that's our agreed. I mean, I guess you could say it's a punishment,
Okay, it's a
but it's
punishment.
our agreed on. Like, it's like, man, that's like saying me going to the grocery store and buying a bag of chicken thighs is a punishment for living, right? If we want to say that life is suffering, I'm absolutely willing to read from the Mahabharata right now, but I don't think that's where we want to go with this. Okay, like the idea of like that's a suffering, right? We have a suffering that is all the shit that we pay for that we need, right? Which we say, hey, kids that are educated, less likely to commit crime. You know, they're like less likely to do drugs. They're less likely to do bad towards the whole society, right? So if we're going to be looking at sin taxes as a separate form of tax from income tax, which affects everybody, right? We should be looking at those sin taxes dealing with the sin itself.
So
Let's
Is
go
what
to
I'm
I
trying to
still don't
say.
understand the distinction because again, like
Mhm.
you're taxing consumption of a particular good, right? And with income
Yeah.
taxes, you're taxing a specific event, which is people working and making money.
Mhm.
Now, if
Yeah.
Your labor.
it's yeah, it seems
Yeah,
weird. It
that's the
seems weird
tax
to
of
me.
late.
It seems
Yeah,
weird to
go
me
ahead.
how it's almost counterintuitive that we're considering doing the thing that you probably shouldn't be doing, which is buying a bunch of booze. Like that's a punishment
Mhm.
if we tax you for that. But if you're doing what you should be doing, which is going to work every day, like and we take part of that, then that's not a punishment because that's like the price we pay to have the good stuff. When we could pay for that good stuff by taking money from the people doing the bad stuff. Why don't we just do that?
Well, because if we take the money to do it from the people doing the bad stuff, we're not understanding that the bad stuff that is in question, which is the sin, is through the function of addiction. Addiction, which is something that exists within our animalistic instinctual selves, right? So, because that's a thing, we've seen addiction incur within all species. Every species could get addicted to alcohol if given alcohol. Dogs prefer it, bears prefer it. It's a thing, right? We know that addiction has this underlying mechanism. And if we're going to have any compassion towards addicts, which is why I think a lot of these bills are made, well, one, because like we don't want drunk drivers, but also because of the compassion that we feel for our fellow man, which I think is a lot of what this argument is. Then we need to focus the money that we take from these into that same compassion if we're going
Let's
to do it.
I
let's go
agree
to
with
Aiko and then Doobie if he has something else to say.
I agree with the focusing part. I just don't see how the taxes themselves are bad. I mean, by that logic, if especially also with what Spraticus was saying, that if making it more expensive makes everything bad because they have to work harder to do it, well, then heck, we should be subsidizing alcohol, and to that matter, we should be subsidizing hard drugs too, so that it can be cheaper for everybody.
No,
right?
Why would no?
Yeah.
Why would so subsidizing is encouraging, right?
But if we don't subsidize it, then it'll be too expensive, and the hookers are going to be turning more tricks to get it. And if we make it half as expensive,
Are we done?
through subsidies?
Are we done?
Are
we
we'll
done?
never be
Okay.
done if we
He's
don't
not making a
subsidize
ridiculous.
it.
He's not making a ridiculous claim.
No,
It's
he's
just
not.
an extension of your argument.
So he is
But-
making a ridiculous claim.
But
So
listen, what I wanted to do, I was really responding to Resi though, is that if
You responded to Recipe, you invoked my name.
okay,
Yeah,
you
because
want to
we're
hear
trying to not
invoke
think
my
of you
name
giving
and then
hand
say, "Well, I
jobs,
was really
Spraticus.
responding to Resi, but I invoked your name."
Well, I did
So?
invoke your
This
name.
is
Go ahead.
Spraticus. This is
Go
your
ahead.
dog pile of the week. I'm sorry. Yeah, the whole idea of like targeting it, it's simply me saying syntaxes as we do them now. yeah, they should be there to treat sins because people are going to do
Yeah.
in this
Sure.
form sins. Okay. I don't want to like get a religious connotation because it's weird, but like sin as in something that causes harm to the individual that we can say causes like marked harm to the individual. So
Right.
if there's that harm that happens to the individual, then that individual is therefore going to harm society. There should be a proportionate amount of harm to society that is then levied against the people that then choose to do it while we legalize it.
So I just wanted to send this link because you brought up cigarettes and made that an analogy. I'm just dropping
Yeah.
it in chat now, and it shows the effectiveness that all of these taxes have had on cigarettes. So I agree
Yeah,
with you.
and
We
this-
should have
but-
focused on
okay.
rehabilitation for cigarette people as well.
Mhm.
We didn't. We failed to do that.
Yeah.
But the taxes in and of themselves still had a positive effect.
Yeah, I absolutely fucking agree with that. I will 100% agree with that, right? Because less people are smoking. So they raised the taxes further because they were happy with that little hog of tax that exists there in the first place. It's not going to helping people that have these addictions. They raise the taxes further and further because it's not going ahead and treating the cause. When you go ahead and tie cigarette taxes to chips, right? You're
Mhm.
not doing things to help people that are actually struggling with that. No, you're just putting a higher burden on it. And then you're not actually solving the problem. It eventually leads to prohibition because of like increased prices. So if you're going to make these arguments, I think you have to argue that it turns into prohibition eventually. At least through
but
like
we-
a manufactured form.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that this? I don't have a problem with that analogy, but wouldn't you say this gradual prohibition is way better than like an overnight prohibition like we did in the 20s, which failed?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like
This gradual
generally
one seems to
speaking,
be succeeding with
I
cigarettes.
just think that it's like I think it's a little disingenuous to pretend like it's not, and I think that when I said that it was prohibition, I'll give respect to Doobie that he at least completely was like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's where it goes, and that's where I agree with it.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, and I think that there's
can
a
see that too.
disingenuousness to not look at these taxes as leading to a function of prohibition to begin with.
Yeah,
what
I
would
just
be-
think that
what
the
would be wrong with
gradualness of it
prohibition?
makes it more
Like-
effective.
Now let's say
Keep Prodicus.
let's say it's so expensive at some point. It's like at $50 for like a beer, right?
Yeah.
So it's still available technically, but it's extremely expensive to the point where the average person's just not going to be able to afford it regularly.
hmm
What would be bad about that?
The funny thing is, I don't drink, so and like the most I do
Well,
is
we'll
smoke
use
marijuana,
cigarettes then,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, when it gets down to like that problem where it's like, yeah, what's so bad about that is again, just I mean, you could get into classist divides. I think overall, like, yeah, it's probably not good for us to have bad things, which is why I also advocate for taxing sodas, and we should start taxing sodas further and further and further until we
okay, so
can't
you
have
agree
soda.
with the
And then
eventual
eventually,
prohibition through
and then
taxation.
eventually we should be doing the same thing for red meat, right? Like we should do that too, right? We should remove all flavor
Sure.
and like personal
Okay, now
responsibility.
you're being a little
right?
bit silly, right?
I know, but
okay.
But
Okay, but just to be clear, so you agree
Mhm.
with prohibition, the eventual prohibition through taxation?
yes.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
thank
like,
you.
yeah, eventually, yeah, I think I honestly, the thing is with alcohol, I actually think this way more, mostly because I don't really, I think alcohol is actually
Why shouldn't we
probably
extend
one of
that
the worst
to?
things
Why shouldn't
ever.
we extend that to cigarettes and to marijuana use?
Marijuana use mostly because I don't think that there's like a lot of I think that you can prove like long-term issues from use in children, as well as like I get you're not going to see the same rates of like emphysema, lung cancer, and stuff like that with cigarettes. I actually could agree with cigarettes. Marijuana, I'm less likely to agree with though.
I
Is
can't
that
believe
just because you're a pothead?
No, actually, like I mean, generally speaking, no, it's just I don't think it
He
causes
never
the same
thinks it's a
amount of harm.
problem.
Let's go to Sprout
So-
and then Johnny.
I just don't think that it causes this amount of harm.
Nobody
like,
thinks their
variable.
addiction is harmful. That's the point.
I'm
So
not addicted
everyone-
to weed. I smoke weed maybe
You're
like
addicted.
2 days a month, if that. If I'm going to be real with you.
Bullshit.
Then that's down from when I was
to the
smoking.
train.
That's when I was. That's when from when I was smoking an ounce
I can
every
stop
5 days,
anytime.
to
I can
20.
stop anytime.
Sprout,
So everyone-
then Johnny, then Amanda.
So everyone seems to forget when they're attacking my point is that one of my solutions to this problem was institutionalizing people that have addictions and making sure those addictions actually get dealt with rather than raising a tax on something. And so that point has seemed to be forgotten, and I'm not quite sure
I
why.
mentioned that.
But
No.
yes, we should institutionalize people that have mental issues that they're not able to deal with by themselves if it is causing an issue in society. And so yes, I would argue that alcoholics would need to be institutionalized for a time for them to be able to recover from their alcoholism, and then released with an AA program or something along those lines when they commit a crime that has to do with like alcoholic tendencies, whether that be a DUI, whether that be like domestic violence that alcohol was a major factor in, or anything along those lines. I 100% believe that that getting them medical help and getting them the mental health help they need would be much more effective and much more beneficial to society, rather than a tax on the product.
They have those
Yeah,
You think we're
programs.
ever
that's
going to
putting
remove
a
the
Band-Aid on the
rehabilitation system for
problem.
jail or no?
That's putting a band-aid. The mental health.
That's putting a
Mental
Band-Aid
health
on
is
the
putting a band-aid on the problem.
They have those programs, by the way.
Because
to
we
be
already have exactly Lactoid. We already
We have those
these
problems?
programs.
When programs,
Programs.
babe,
So
when we
people who get
send someone,
DUIs.
one moment, please. Yes, when people go to jail for alcohol-related issues, oftentimes either in the plea deal or as part of their sentencing, it is beneficial to assign them AA programs, time in a halfway house, etc. And I'll defer to Amanda.
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Amanda, and
DUIs.
then after that, Corey.
Yeah.
But I've got. Can I push back a little bit because
Okay.
I can go out there and get a DUI tonight and they're not going to send me anything. I'm going to get
What do you
fined
mean?
essentially.
I'm
I'm
not.
gonna get held over for the night, just to relieve like the alcoholic tendency, and then it's essentially just gonna become a fine.
Sprout, it depends on like the level. So for example, the first time offense in my state is not even a crime, by the way, which is pretty crazy. It's just considered like a ticket. But
Slap on the wrist.
it's literally not a crime in Wisconsin. It's like,
Oopsies.
yeah, it's not even a fucking. But if you like fourth time, fifth time, yeah, in order to get like a plea deal, you're gonna have to attend.
And I would
like,
argue that's too late.
Sure. So you
I
can
would
say
argue that's entirely too
you can
late.
say like first time alcohol offense, they have to get like alcohol treatment. I mean that's a lot of people advocate for that. That's not a crazy position.
I don't think
That's what I'm advocating for.
I don't think there's anything wrong with like the idea of taking a tax revenue source and yeah, helping sort of continue to fund these programs. But I do think though I'm realizing perhaps I am going to push back on the idea that it will lead to eventual prohibition. I think that like alcohol does serve a very specific and important purpose within society, especially within adult culture. There's a lot of like business deals and other sort of like conversations that happen like in a sort of like a restaurant or a more relaxed setting that alcohol sometimes helps like engage people and make them a little bit more open to different kinds of business deals and conversations. The unfortunate thing is that sometimes those business deals can be quite nefarious and they can lead to other social ills. But that's exactly the reason why you should have some sort of revenue source to counteract that, whether it is to put funding into social programs or other treatment centers, as well as like enforcement and other sort of like policing efforts, not like huge policing efforts, like we can be clear about that, but
So
other programs that
let's
help
give
fund that.
leverage. Let's give leverage to people who can afford that alcohol to go ahead and do more nefarious things with people who can't at business deals and stuff.
I
Right?
think
Let's
that like
do that.
there's also just the general
Right?
like the obvious fact that like not everybody who drinks alcohol or consumes alcohol and on any sort of like
Mhm.
frequent purchase like is necessarily going to be an alcoholic, and that it's important to
Yeah.
address the fact that like people who do work in blue collar jobs who have access to alcohol or other sorts of like easy things like gambling and things like that
Mhm.
are going to have a little bit of a concern there. But that's why certain things can help curb that behavior by not putting in the planning and the efforts to promote this kind of behavior. That's good, because there's other things that like people in those positions can do to help like better their community and society, like that those
Mhm.
efforts can be put other places. So I think you can find like a middle ground. It's just that you have to be
Yeah.
very clear with how you put those revenue sources.
Oh, 100%. I do think you could find a middle ground. However, I'm also citing historical record that this has never happened, that we've seen these things these prohibitive taxes and whatnot be enacted upon individuals, and then it doesn't go to help those individuals. I'm saying that there's a problem. The problem with the prohibition argument here, right? And why I say it leads to prohibition is because those taxes then get raised because then the kids aren't getting their health insurance, for instance, right? And then we go ahead and justify, oh, well, let's raise the tax a little bit more. And then slowly we see the spiral out until it literally becomes prohibited. And then those kids aren't getting their, health insurance as well. So instead of going ahead and tying kids' health insurance to these cigarette taxes, for instance, maybe we tie that to just normal income taxes is what I'm trying to say. And that's what
Well,
I'm saying is that the
you help
system
these
as it
people.
stands doesn't work.
I think that when you make these things more expensive for these people to get, you are helping them. I think that I don't think you need to have this money
Yeah.
specifically going to a program. I think that just making it harder for them to get their hands on it is helping them in a way.
I think that that's true, but I also think that then if you don't just make them illegal, what ends up happening is it then can be used as a way to go ahead and browbeat people who can't afford these sins,
People
who
should be
remember these
browbeated.
sins. Huh?
Yeah, they should be browbeat. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I mean,
all
at the
right,
point
Instead
where a
of
beer is
instead of
$50,
punishing-
I think you would have people
Yeah.
making it in their bathtubs. Like we have enough people who know how to make alcohol now. If a beer is $50, people are going to be doing it in their neighborhood.
And then we're
Well,
going to be sending them to
So we
jail. So that
enforce
way we're going to
regulations
go
we
ahead
already
and
have around food safety, and you put those people in jail for making unsafe products.
Exactly.
Let-
And then when we
let-
put them in jail, we're not going to help them or anything like that, like we don't
Help
currently
them
do.
what? They're in there for
Like,
making fucking moonshine in
rehabilitate.
their
Like
bathtub.
like
Like, what
Sproutacus
do we
is
help
trying to
them with?
argue that we're going to like turn into retributive justice and restorative justice, which isn't going to happen. That's not how America works. I don't see that happening. I would love that, but it's not gonna happen.
It's what I'm advocating.
I know
for.
you're
to make
advocating
alcohol
for it. I
to
just think
poison
that
your
you're
community,
a dreamer.
the thing that you know is illegal, and you choose to do it anyway, then yeah, you should be in prison. Fuck you.
Let's go to Corey, Aiko, and Lactoid.
Well, yeah, just potentially a quick question because you might have already answered this, Sprouticus, where it's like to understand like your position or like the type of program that you want or implemented, where it's like it seems like based off of what you described, like you basically like after their first infraction, after like with someone who's like consumed alcohol and they like commit a crime, then you want them to be institutionalized, or like I basically wonder like how like basically where does the institutionalization actually come in your system?
Yeah, first sign of criminal activity underneath alcohol abuse.
Okay, so with that in mind, where it's like I'm not against that in principle, but I also think it's fair to say that that is like useful like after the fact. Like I'd prefer people not commit crimes, even those who consume alcohol.
I would too.
And so it's like, and I'm sure you're also like in favor of like prevention programs, right? Where you probably recognize that
in some ways, yeah.
Yeah, where prevention is probably better than like they committed a crime and now let's institutionalize them, right? I think that's a fair.
Right. So I mean, if we could get them therapists or whatever, and it could do it beforehand, sure. I don't see a way to recognize this and get it done beforehand in a feasible fashion. But sure, somehow if we could like pick out the people that we know are doing this and somehow send them to a therapist to get it dealt with before they commit a crime, then yes, that would be the opportune time to do it. I don't see a way in doing that, and which is actually enforceable.
Yeah, I take your point. It probably would be tricky. I think we have enough information to kind of like identify, high risk individuals. But regardless, I don't see how like what you're describing is like incompatible with, let's say, my position of like taxing alcohol. Like I'm in favor of all the things, but like we can potentially fund those things through an alcohol taxation, as I think what Aiko and also I think not to put words or positions.
Okay, like I've stated plenty of times before, alcohol taxation is going to allow the rich to become abusive with this and the poor not to. It is literally causing classist issues. It takes the middle class out of the question. It basically tells the middle class, or at least the lower middle class, hey, I don't care if you do this responsibly or not. I don't care. You can't do it anymore because you can't afford it. And so I'm against that. I think that I should have the ability to have a beer. I think that someone who's gonna be responsible should have the ability to have a beer. I don't think that taxation is the way forward, especially when the people that are going to suffer the largest consequences of this, because it's not going to be the people that are going broke. They're still going to go broke trying to get booze. The people that are going to suffer the largest consequences of this are the law-abiding, responsible drinkers that wouldn't be able to afford it anymore.
What if we tax? Sorry, I'm just gonna. What if we tax alcohol so much, and with the tax we just give like UBI to those who are a certain socioeconomic status?
Free beer for the
Back to
poor.
prohibition. Let's go.
Yeah.
Free
So,
beer used to
again-
win elections, by the way.
Have rich people fund poor people's alcoholism. What's the
Yeah.
problem?
Again, the idea of making this cheap or subsidized is going to further the issue. I am not in favor of furthering the issue. However, I'm also not in favor of increasing the price artificially to try and cause this issue to go away, because it's not going to do that. The people that are going broke are still going to go broke.
Let's go.
If it was
Yeah, there's a
free,
pretty good
let's
chance
go
that
to-
it wouldn't be artificial, because
Let's
we
go
would
to-
be working with current tax documents.
if we're taxing a product, it's an artificial price raise.
Let's go to Aiko and then Lagtard, whose head's about to explode here.
I'm sorry. I just don't buy this idea that that the equilibrium price is somehow does the least harm to people. That if the price goes down at all, that's going to harm people. If it goes up at all, that's going to harm people. It has to be exactly at the equilibrium price. I just don't see any evidence for that. And also this
Just
idea
keep
that
your
only
hands off
rich
it.
and only rich people can like be abusive with alcohol, that somehow hurts the poor more. Like, well, no, like boo-hoo, you're rich and you can kill your
Yeah.
liver, but the poor people can't. Like, okay,
So
like we'll just let they have access to.
So your
Hold on, hold on.
argumentation.
They have-
Your argumentation also excludes poor people that use this as a commodity, right? It removes those people, because you're talking about like, oh, the poor people can't abuse alcohol, boo-hoo. It also removes the poor people that are like, I want a beer when I watch football games. It removes those people as well. And so when you're talking
It
about this, you
doesn't,
really
though.
need to think.
That's
Okay,
why
you
I
don't
just-
think
They
so?
should
be a
Go
work
ahead.
sprout.
I just picked up a 6-pack of
Go ahead.
one of my favorite beers at a local 7-Eleven for $6.99. So if you added this, what that study says, the 25-cent tax, I might pay $9 for that 6-pack. We're not talking about, like, I know we've been talking on this panel about $50 a beer type stuff, but that's really not what we're talking about here. In order to raise the amount of money that you need to do the kind of targeted funding that Resi says never happens, but actually does happen if you construct the laws correctly, then you can do some of that nudge incentivization, get that 9% reduction or that 11.4% reduction that the study talked about, and then use the funding for the kinds of things that Sprout, you say you want to. And my only point is this: if we're going to talk about the slippery slope like we do, going back to tobacco, like number one, it worked. We all agree on that. But also, like, we're not getting the effect that Resi's talking about, which is people aren't growing tobacco in their backyards because the taxes have gotten incredibly high on tobacco. What's happening is tobacco consumption is at an all-time low. And I don't see like this sort of replacement effect of people immediately now going and making bathtub gin because we put a 25-cent tax.
Are you talking
on
about your
alcohol.
tweet? You talking about your tweet? The
Yes.
tweet you posted?
Yes,
Okay, the
yes,
tweet
the
you
reduction.
posted the tweet you posted specifically asked the people that last smoked a cigarette. This is not considered a cigarette. I would answer no on that question. I've not smoked a cigarette. I've actually not smoked a cigarette at all. I've smoked cigars, but I've never smoked a cigarette. I dipped. But you're excluding so many people that are still getting the nicotine, but it's causing that number to go much farther down than where it would be if you include things such as I want to say dip, but it's not really dip. It's like it's something that basically it's the same thing, but it's just nicotine. There's no tobacco. If you include vaping, if you include dipping, because I'm sure that didn't include dipping. He was just talking about cigarettes. If you include all the other ways you could possibly get nicotine, I'm sure that number would go farther up than where it is. I'm not going to say it hasn't gone down,
this is.
but
I
that
agree with
going down to
this.
16% is incorrect.
I agree with this. Like, I agree that people are going to other things that aren't taxed as much, away from the things that are taxed. So you're telling me that tax is driving people away. Like, for instance, if you're smoking a cigarette, it's not the nicotine that gives you cancer, right? It's the tar. It's all the other stuff that goes along with it.
Nicotinoids do have carcinogenic properties.
But
Sure,
is that
so
the main
tax-
thing?
Yeah,
Wait,
in
hold on.
terms of
But so
primary
does
damage.
Taxing
marijuana.
something-
Wait, hold on. So does marijuana. And you just told us that that's not to sell harmful cigarettes.
Well, that's HAR is what ICO is arguing for. Marijuana doesn't have nicotinoids in it.
Yeah.
It's,
But I'm just saying,
so
going away.
Hold on,
taxing
but
someone-
smoking marijuana can absolutely increase your risk of lung cancer.
Smoking cannabis, well, yeah, is definitely not healthy for the lungs. That is like for certain.
well, yeah.
Especially during
Okay.
COVID.
Taxing something is going to cause people to go to loopholes, such as
Yeah.
if I want such as this is kind of off topic, but I'll bring it in as an example. Such as if I want a SBR or a short barreled rifle, I have to pay the government $200 in a federal tax stamp per SBR, right? But if I want a AR pistol, on the other hand, which the difference between an SBR and an AR pistol being the stock, in now I don't have to pay the government $200. It's now an AR pistol and it's now completely legal. So when we're talking about this, yes, when something is taxed to an extreme, people are going to go to something that is much more cost effective than what is taxed to the extremes. Yes. And I would also argue that people are going to do that anyways, with or without the cigarette tax, because vaping is a much cheaper way to get nicotine than buying cigarettes.
Yeah, it is a lot cheaper, isn't it? Right, and the fact that it's cheaper is what makes people do it, as opposed to making
As in, like,
cigarettes
cheaper
more
with or
expensive
without the
makes them do
tax.
it less.
The tax
It's
works
cheaper
on the
with or
cigarettes,
without the
though.
tax.
Yeah, you just
It's
said
cheaper
that
with or without the. No, I'm saying it's cheaper with or without the tax. If you took the tax off cigarettes, vaping would still be a cheaper way to get nicotine than
unless you
cigarettes
taxed
themselves.
unless you taxed vaping. If we ever
Vaping already
pursue-
is taxed.
Or you made it illegal to sell those kind of vapes, which we're already doing in California.
Yeah,
Which is a good thing,
to the
actually.
extent that people thought that vaping was a safer alternative to cigarettes, then they tax cigarettes and not so much undertaxed vaping. If it turns out like there's more and more science coming in, like Trump almost banned vaping himself. If more and more of that research comes in and says that yes, it's equally dangerous to cigarettes, then the same taxes should apply there. Like the policy needs to catch up with the science for sure. Like, there's no doubt about
I gotta make room for my friend Lactoid. Johnny, I saw your face there. You look like you felt oppressed when they brought up vaping. What's going on?
Yes.
So, I don't know, Prime. Look, as a winner of a Dare medal, I find myself starting to be convinced from everybody's arguments here. That's unironic, by the way. I actually did win a medal from Dare.
Yeah.
You know, I keep hearing the arguments, and I'm not hearing anything that contradicts the idea that basically any form of taxation is a punishment, which I believe. I'm not hearing, Sprout saying, what about the poor guy who's watching football with a beer? And Doobie's response is, well, maybe the poor guy shouldn't be sitting at home watching football with a beer. Maybe he should be working because he's poor. I mean, that's a good argument, right? Like, why are these people like enjoying their life?
Drinking iced tea.
Yeah,
plain iced tea with no sugar.
Like, enjoyment is a luxury that should come after you're successful, not necessarily beforehand. Especially when you're partaking in a substance, which makes it less likely for you to be successful. And then also, I'm not convinced as to the prohibition argument, right? Because there's always going to be an equilibrium that you have to find when you factor in the black market. If you make taxes on alcohol high enough, then you're going to have illegal alcohol being smuggled in. Once the illegal alcohol becomes cheaper to acquire than the legal alcohol, you're not going to raise as much tax revenue because people are going to be buying that instead. You have to keep taxes at some sort of sweet spot where people find it cheaper to buy the legal stuff, but don't find it so expensive that they're going to the illegal stuff. So I don't know. I'm not. The more I listen, the more I realize this should be the only taxes. Actually, now that I think about it, there should only be alcohol.
Really, is your argument? I mean, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I'm going to ask:
It's
is
good
your
arguments.
Is your argument really get back to work? Like
instead of sit home and drink.
If you're poor, you should have no enjoyment in your life. You should just work until you become successful. Then maybe you can enjoy your life. Is that really your argument?
Sort of.
Straight to gulag.
Wait. Sort of though. Sort of, because like look at it, right? If you're sitting at home, you're poor. You're not doing what's necessary to not be poor anymore. And you're doing something counterintuitive, actually. Like you're spending all your money on porn or OnlyFans or booze or drugs. Like, why are you doing that instead of going to work every day and making your situation better? Instead, what we're doing is we're punishing you for working by taking a percentage of your income, and then we're saying, well, it's a punishment if we don't try to stop you from doing the shit that's actually hurting you. We want these people to be going to work. So this is what I'm saying. We simply redistribute what money we're stealing from them. We instead steal the money from them when they're doing bad stuff, and we don't take any money from them when they're buying groceries or diapers, or when they're going to work every day. That's some of the stuff that they can do scot-free because we want them to do that because it's good for them, right?
But the simple idea that you're gonna rip any and all enjoyment from them is going to cause a huge increase in mental health issues. If you thought mental health issues weren't bad enough in the United States,
There's other
tell poor
things
people to get back to work.
Alcohol
when
is
they're trying to enjoy
negatively-
their
I
life.
don't know what you're up to, but you don't need
Well, no, the
alcohol
thing
to have a
is,
good time.
lactose
Alcohol
No,
is
I'm not
negatively
saying you need
correlated.
alcohol, but he's saying that enjoyment should be something that should be left to when you're
Unless it's
successful.
good enjoyment.
So,
Unless it's good enjoyment. So hold on. So
Unless it's good
okay.
enjoyment?
Alcohol.
so now
Alcohol.
we're
Alcohol is
setting
correlated with
morals of this is
al-
good enjoyment,
alcohol.
this is bad enjoyment.
Alcohol.
Okay.
Yes, alcohol is correlated with mental health issues. The more you drink, the more mental health issues you tend to have.
Moderate alcohol use is correlated with mental health issues, is what you're telling me. 'Cause
Yes,
if so, I'd
yes.
like to see that study.
So any kind of alcohol consumption is not beneficial for your mental health. There's no study that indicates
Or
that ever.
beneficial for
But it's
anything,
not,
really.
but it's not correlated, right?
I've
It's
seen
not
some.
correlated.
I've seen some that there's one study I saw that red wine once a week is good for your heart. I
It
don't
cures
fucking know.
cancer, of course.
Something
So it's
like
not
that.
Let's go to Corey and then Rez. And I think maybe, do you want to say something as well?
Yeah, Lactoid. I want to try to cover a few things. So you make it sound like so easy to not be poor, where it's like it seems like if you're
They
poor,
weren't
it's just a matter. in your
Very
world.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. So as in like if someone's poor and they don't consume alcohol, that is like the path forward to not be poor.
Yes,
And like
a poor person does not benefit from any vices.
Okay, yeah. And so it's like, it seems like your overall argument is like if someone is poor, it's like presumably like, that is their own fault. They're just not working hard enough. Is that like more or less your mindset?
So, I mean, yes, but that's sort of irrelevant. Hold on, that's sort of relevant for my point, which is though, like, even if it's not their fault, like the vices put up, like alcohol and tobacco and this stuff, the fact that they engage in that is definitely not helping their position. In fact, it's actively hurting their position. And if they spent that time they spent the time working that they used to spend on like the shit that's hurting them, and they instead did that, helping themselves, like the percentage of people like mired in poverty would be much lower. Wouldn't you agree?
What if they did meth instead, so that way they could always be working?
Well,
What if they're doing meth, that way they could be at work 24/7?
Cool. Be
That's an
good.
interesting idea.
Protestant work ethic.
Subsidized meth.
There you go.
Yeah, like what about that? That sounds actually interesting.
Done.
Yeah, I think
I mean, if there's a study that shows meth is good for work ethic, I'll take a look at
They'll
it.
be turning too many
Subsidized.
tricks if they have to pay more for meth. So just
The problem is the
Germans.
dose, right? Because like if you just do too much meth, then like I don't know if you'll ever get the work done. So it's a
Let's
sweet spot.
let's
I
go
just
to
wanna-
Corey,
yeah, I just wanna finish
Rez,
off.
Doobie, and then I think Johnny had their hand up.
So I take your point that it's the alcohol thing is a separate issue, but like it's you still are like I want to like just make sure I understand your position correctly. You are of the opinion that like if someone who is poor, it's essentially like they have a path forward to not be poor. They're just not not doing it.
Right, wait, especially if they're poor and they're taking government subsidies and government resources and then they're spending their free cash flow instead of the things they would spend on what the government's paying them to
As
buy,
in, like, yeah.
they blow that on alcohol. Like,
As
that's
in like whatever.
fucked.
Yeah. So like it's like in your mind like it's your fault if you're poor, and then it's even more your fault if you're
Yeah.
poor and drinking things. Okay, so like
100%.
if that so if that's the case, that you make it sound so easy to not be poor. So I would like you to are you able to sort of given what I know of like your health and fitness goals, can you show me right now like your ripped shredded six pack and your defined shoulders, please?
I do not deny that I would be much better off if I engaged in no vices.
Post physique.
I'd be better. I'm not saying that.
No, you're missing my point entirely. Where it's like, so I have all
I'm
these
not
things.
ripped and shredded because of my
Why
vice.
do you not have all like those are your stated goals? Why have you not like it's so easy?
No,
right?
because I have a poor frame of mind.
It's so easy to be ripped and shredded, right?
No,
So why not do it?
because I have the brain of a poor, and instead of working out, I spend all of my time and money drinking and smoking and chasing women and gambling. All the shit that I shouldn't be doing is what I do instead of working out, and that's why
All
I'm
you're
not ripped.
saying to me is like you don't understand your own behavior, and thus,
I understand it perfectly.
and thus you cannot
I think
empathize
if we increase the
with
taxes,
someone
we'd
who is
actually help
poor.
black
Yeah,
folks.
I need
Yeah,
higher
yeah.
taxes.
So he's asking us to do it for him.
I need it more expensive for me to engage in this. Otherwise, I'm going to keep doing it, guys. Please. This is.
Put a 1 in the chat.
But
if
let's
you
just say
wanna
you
increase his
you are in
taxes.
the perfect position to empathize with someone who's in a lower socioeconomic status, but like that connection like is like you as in like the same argument. It's so easy to not be poor. I can just say I can push it in your face. It's so easy to be healthy and achieve your fitness goals. Like for you in your mind, being not poor is as easy as breathing. I could say the same thing to you in my perverted mind. I could get down to your level. It's so easy to be in shape, not engage in the vices that you engage in.
So I don't know. So easy, I guess easy is an interesting word here. If by easy, does it mean like casting aside your vices and being a better person? I mean, yeah, it's easy in the sense of like it's clear what you should be doing. It's clear that you should not be engaging in it, and it's clear that there's certain things
why
that we
are
can
you
do.
doing it, Lactoid?
No, because I'm weak. Obviously, anytime you don't do something you're supposed to do, it's because of your own personal weakness. And this is why I'm saying that like when poor people are spending their money on alcohol instead of working, like ultimately it is their fault for doing that. That's my only
How
point.
dare they?
Again, you don't understand.
And it's my
your
fault for
behavior.
that. I'm not. Yeah, it's my fault too. Look. This is the difference. I'm not blaming like society at large for me not being a jacked stud. Once I am a jacked stud, I will take all the credit. So it makes no sense that if I take all the credit, that I don't take the blame for not being a jacked stud. Right? You gotta take the good with the bad. That's how it works.
This is the thing about America. People often will think about policies as if they're going to be rich one day. So they want the policies that will benefit the future them. Yeah.
Absolutely, Rez, which is why I am confident in my future poorness because I'm a socialist. All right, so let's go to Rez and then DB.
Yeah, to Corey's point, being poor is just as easy. It's not as breathing. It's just as easy as not breathing. To Lactoid, so you shouldn't have enjoyment until you're successful, right? You said that.
Well, at least you shouldn't have you shouldn't be engaging in enjoyment that is negative to your success. That's for sure.
Okay, but you went ahead and basically said anything that isn't contributing to your success, which is working, is detriment to your success, right?
Right. Or if you or to the things that would help you in a bad situation. So like exercise is something I think poor people should do, even though it's not directly work. I mean, you're going to lower your health care costs. You're going to be more energetic. You're going to be able to work harder and make more money and to be better off overall. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, like having a furlough in our time, having some time to spend away, to relax, to enjoy something, often is correlated to better benefits on an individual level in your ability to output, which ultimately, I believe in your world, means that's going to make your worth more, right? If you output more, you are worth more, right?
I don't know. I haven't read up on furloughs. I'll look at those specifically. I know
like
that
furlough, as in like you're taking a relax.
Well,
okay?
I know that
retirement.
Retirement is specific.
Retirement. I don't even
is
mean
associated.
That. I mean,
I'm just saying, like retirement is seen as like the ultimate taking time off, just taking a breather, relaxing. But every single study done shows like retirement's shit for you. Like it's bad to retire from a health perspective. I haven't seen the evidence on
60 and out, my man.
Yeah,
30 Logan. I support Logan's run if we could.
I don't believe retirement. I'm 30. Just remove retirement.
I'm 33, man. I'm willing to do Logan's run at 30, right? And then honestly, I'm right with that. But this is I think that there is this issue where it's okay, so what is success then? Success, in my opinion, is enjoyment of at least some function of your day-to-day life. Right? Like you've already said that retirement sucks. Like you're old, you're decrepit, you're not going to be able to do anything because you've broken your body on the, capitalist pay pig for how long, right? So realistically, I think that it's actually probably better to just enjoy even these small things than hoping for that long-term whatever, realistically.
I mean, you perhaps if you're talking about this in the sense of it's difficult to separate this when we live in a society again where if the non-successful people are disproportionately using up government resources, they're disproportionately soaking up resources from society around them, especially and also if they commit alcohol-related crimes. I mean, that's what the article was about. And so when you have people in this position who are disproportionately affected by these bad outcomes and committing these bad outcomes, this is not a demographic that has achieved the level of independence necessary to be making these bad decisions, to be making decisions where it truly only affects themselves. Because you've got a hyper if Elon Musk starts drinking booze tomorrow, right, and drinks a fifth every day, at the end of the day, he's not going to be getting help from the government because he has enough resources to take care of himself. But if you're in that position where you're not able to do that, then it does become my problem. Now it does become my problem when you're using up everything that I'm working for, and you're using that up because you have an issue and you're refusing to pay for your issue, and instead forcing me to pay for your issue. It just doesn't seem fair.
I guess I was more, or I wasn't actually even arguing towards that, more towards like the idea that you seem to be anti-relaxation. And
For poor
I
people.
kind of want to do like for poor people. So poor
Yeah.
people work them to the bone.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
That's
cool.
their way,
Alright.
that's their only way to
That's
poverty.
no, like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
literally. I just wanted
I think
that
I established
because
that.
I need every time I see you. I think we get to this point, and like I'm like, yep, I like you. I like you a lot.
Let's go to DB then Corey.
I think you might be muted, maybe.
Yeah, you're talking. DB,
Yeah.
can't hear you.
Yeah, I do it myself. So I'm wondering like what's wrong with that though, right? So like if you're poor, right? And by poor, I don't mean just that you don't have like, enough money to buy a bunch of clothes every month. I mean like you're actually fucking poor, right? You're, like your electricity's in danger of being shut off every month, so you can barely pay the bill, like that kind of poor. Like what's the issue of being told like, hey, you probably shouldn't be sitting on your ass relaxing if you have daylight hours left, and you can be using that time to either learning a new skill, picking up another shift, doing a thing that's gonna make your life easier, right? Long term, not just in the short term, not just getting a few dollars in your pocket, but learning a thing, a marketable skill, that's gonna get you a better job either where you're at or somewhere else, so you're not in that situation anymore. Like I don't understand, like why are you shaming Lactoid for saying that poor people should be looking for the ways to better their lives?
No, I'm not shaming. I'm definitely not shaming
Because
him. But
You should shame them.
so
You should shame
yeah,
Lactoid.
there's a
Fuck
little bit
that.
of shame here because there's literally benefits to relaxation, right? If somebody's literally constantly fighting for every moment of their life, that is not a functional human being, right? They
Yeah.
literally
yeah,
just
this is why we don't
become
want them to be poor anymore.
roboticized freaks and everything like that, right? And like you're basically just saying that yes, we need to make a new serfdom, which I don't agree with, but I
That's
just wanted
ridiculous.
Lactoid to
Once
do
they're
that.
wealthy,
Well,
they can
no,
relax.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think Lactoid is saying, "Hey, you just grind your face against the wall every day, and there's nothing ever gets any better." He's saying, "Hey, shit's bad right now. Find ways to make it better in the future, and then work toward those ways to get it better in the future." Like what you're
Yeah, so,
suggesting
like-
is that you're literally just grinding your nose against a millstone every day. He's not suggesting that. He's saying, "Hey, look for ways up out of the fucking hole that you're in, and then once you get out of the hole, then you can relax. Then you have time to chill out and watch the football again."
Yeah, but what if you don't have the capacities to do those sorts of things? Like you don't have those capacities. You're just like the best
What
you
if
can
you're
do is
disabled
like
and retarded
like
and
you're
ugly and
yeah
nobody
you're like
wants
a
to-
like a 90 IQ working in a factory, for
no,
instance.
no,
Sure.
like
How do you get by?
I
You just
actually
don't.
okay.
Me?
I had
Yeah, exactly.
I had time off
Asceticism.
work. I had time off work because I was dealing with some pretty severe effects of PTSD. Okay, and I didn't sit around and drink all day. I didn't necessarily do a lot during the day when I took time off work. But it was because I was physically and mentally healing my body. I wasn't like, and I was pretty destitute during that time because I was going off savings, and it was a whole thing, dude. But I wasn't going out and getting drunk. I wasn't staying in and getting drunk. Like when you're in that type of situation and you're in survival mode, I think that looking at luxuries as luxuries is a good thing, and focusing in on healing yourself or healing your situation if you're not in a position of like severe health issues. Healing your situation ought to be the most important thing. Like that's just my perspective from someone who's directly gone through this and not become a destitute alcoholic. Like
Okay,
So,
this just
hold on,
so honestly, this
we'll go to-
line
hold
of
on,
thinking.
hold on. I want to say something, and then we gotta go to Corey and then Spartacus. Okay. But like, I hate this. Like, so this is coming from a person who doesn't drink at all and doesn't do any sort of drugs. But
except for Twitch.
oh yeah, right. But like this idea that that you can work your way out of poverty. There are people who are just going to be poor, right? Because they have structural barriers in place that make it unbelievably difficult for them, right? Some people can overcome those, right? And then we make a Hollywood movie about that and get Will Smith to play them, right? Some people can do that, or most people will just like stay in their place in life because we have been systematically taking out all these structures that help people get out of their original socioeconomic status. Like there is so much that you have to do to and to overcome to be able to make it. Right, like you can't, we literally can't expect most people to do that. Right, you are above average if you do, and most people aren't above average definitionally. So to then tell them, well, then you have to like work your whole life. You don't get any time to enjoy yourself, peasant, right? You have to work your whole life, work until you die to try anything you can to get out of that station. And if you do take a moment to relax, right, whether it be through alcohol or through other ways of those other luxuries, well, then there's something wrong with you, right? There's a moral failing, yeah, I guess a moral philosophical failing with you. I disagree with that completely. Let people relax, right? I would encourage them to actually try, right? To do all the things you're saying, to raise their status, to try to gain new skills. Absolutely. But they deserve moments of relaxation. They don't, like, or else, like,
No, they
as
don't.
Cut their hands
Not-
off.
Not
That's
when,
what
not,
we
not
used
when
to
they're
do.
taking.
They don't deserve
not when-
anything.
Bring it
Yeah,
back.
not when they're taking my money. They don't deserve like relaxation.
You're
This
Corey,
this argument
idea
sounds
that,
like
Yeah, well, I'm going to expand on that prime, where it's like, yeah, all those structural issues, and to also like address, Doobie's argument and like Lactoid's argument, like what you're saying in terms of like work hard, like that fails to take into account like just what we know about human psychology, in addition to all those structural errors that Prime outlined, where it's like, okay, Lactoid, you definitely not my words, but your words were more or less like explicitly, I have the mind of a poor, right?
When it comes
So
to some things,
right,
yeah.
okay, yeah. So have you tried just like not having that mind?
A mind of a
So-
rich man.
No,
Yeah.
so what we're talking about here is like the policy prescription
No, no,
of
but
alcohol.
Have you
of
tried?
alcohol.
Have you tried that though?
Not really,
Like,
because
why
I have
not?
the financial security enough to. I don't really care as much as I should if I was actually destitute and living off somebody else's money. Because if I was living off somebody else's money, I would find some kind of moral problem with that, and I would make steps to improve myself because I'd be doing something actively wrong, like every
So
day of
it's
my
like-
existence.
it's like-
But
so,
currently,
like-
I don't do that because I make my own money, and so I'm not hurting anybody else. So there's a lot more in my head, like moral room to do irresponsible and not like working out every day like I should, or working like as hard like every weekend as I should. Like obviously, everybody should be improving themselves. All I'm saying is that if you are at the bottom and like
Improve yourself.
your existence is one of like, again, like a parasite almost, like living off of the community around you, like why don't we have this expectation of, yeah, don't blow your money on booze, instead go to the gym, instead do something productive with your life, read a book.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that Lactoid
I want
hates
to
veterans as much
I just
as
want
me.
to address that point. So it seems like you made the argument that as a result of your good material conditions, like I can't take care of myself. Is what you're saying?
There's not a moral compulsion. I don't have a moral compulsion to in the same way. that,
So
like,
it's
poor
almost like
people
you
do.
in addition to like you having, you describe yourself as having the mind of poor. It's almost like the argument, well, you'd be in a better position if you were like actually had less material conditions.
Probably, yeah. It encourages the grind set, right? Because you have to grind.
So then how come I'm very fortunate. So how come I can do it and you can't?
Maybe you're stronger than me mentally in certain regards. I don't know. So
I would say
none of this addresses.
here is
the
the disconnect. You don't
pointing out.
understand your own behavior. It's like
So no.
as a result of my own good material conditions, it's like
Yeah,
I
so
can't
Corey,
work to better myself. I have good material conditions because I'm lucky
Corey,
and I can do it.
Here's the difference, right? So like, Prime said something before about like deserve to relax. Like, me and how I live my life is entirely irrelevant to the broader point of, I don't think that I have a right to relax. I don't deserve relaxation. That's not, especially when it's on the backs of somebody else's labor, right? And so what I'm saying is that if I existed in a world where my existence was relying on draining the resources of everybody else around me, that was how I lived every day, and I continued to do that. Like, that would be bad on me. That'd be
So
wrong on
without
me,
the
and it would
welfare
make sense.
state-
It would make sense
So
to
you're saying-
raise my
without-
booze
without the
taxes
welfare
to
state-
discourage
without
me
the
from
welfare
drinking.
state- Without the welfare state, that didn't exist at all, like in your dreams, like in your wet dreams. If that didn't exist at all, would they then deserve to relax, right? Like if they could find the time between, starvation periods, would they be able to deserve to relax then?
Deserve isn't like deserve isn't a word in my repertoire. Deserve doesn't matter. Like I know it doesn't matter. Like if there's no welfare, then you don't have any taxes, and if you don't have any taxes, then we're not even talking about an alcohol tax to begin with, right? And I'm fine with that, right? Fine. If people want to like do shitty stuff, as long as it's not affecting me, personally, ultimately, I'm okay with that. The reason why I do care and why I think Doobie's convinced me why we need more alcohol taxes here is because, like, when people engage in this behavior of drinking alcohol, they're taking my money. Like, they're taking my money, right? And fuck
We
that
got to
shit.
keep it pushing because we have only a limited time left. So let's go to Spartacus and then Johnny.
Honestly, so Lactoid, one question before I say what I was going to say is that if someone else is paying for your gym membership, then would you be shredded if I paid for
No.
your gym membership?
I could pay for my own gym memberships. Proud.
No, if I paid for your gym membership voluntarily, and you had the option of a free membership paid for by me, or you could pay for your own membership, and you chose the free membership paid for by me, would you be shredded right now?
Probably not, because I already get my gym.
Probably
paid for,
not.
so.
Okay, so
Through my work,
this whole argument sounds like if you don't get like paid bereavement time from your work, then no one cares that your grandma died. Show up to work. Like that's what this whole argument sounds like to me, and it sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
And then you won't be poor.
I'm just saying,
Problem
don't
solved.
drink. Like, look, if you have to do things that are like critical for, like, again, like your mental well-being or something, like bereaving your dead grandmother, or going to the gym, or like spending time outside, going
Relaxing,
for walks,
which is
So,
important to your well-being.
drinking alcohol is not correlated with any increase in well-being. It's in fact the exact opposite.
That's not how addiction works, by the way. You don't just make a choice. Like, addiction robs you of free will. That's one of the effects that it has. So yeah, you could say that maybe, I mean, I realize that you're coming over to our side when you're making these arguments, Lactoid, but I do think
good
it's a little bit harsh to say that somebody who's in the throes of addiction should just be making better choices. Like,
Well, they make
that's-
the initial choice to get the alcohol in the first place, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. At the beginning of the cycle, like, a tax like this might persuade somebody who's like 17, like trying to get alcohol or whatever, might make it a little bit more difficult if they've got to pay that guy in the parking lot, more than what they were, than what they have to pay now in order to get it. So at the beginning of the cycle, yeah, it could help. Although we don't make the good choices as kids either.
Let's go to
Which is why
Johnny.
should we take alcohol away from
Yeah. I just don't have any problem with the argument that if you are in fact in the throes of what I call survival mode, that you shouldn't drink. I find that to be a really interesting way that this argumentation went, though. I expected us more so to talk about in general policing morality from a government perspective. So it's interesting that we ended up here. But yeah, when you're in an addiction or an eating disorder or a severe mental health issue, and it is preventing, which I would say is probably, even if they're not diagnosed, I would say probably is the majority of the people who are destitute to a point of not being able to afford anything till their next paycheck type of shit. I do find myself agreeing with the idea that this is a luxury and this is something that ought to be looked at as a privilege, not just in the fact that you have to be an adult and a responsible person to enjoy it, but also in the fact that if you have other problems in your life, this might make your problems worse. So maybe fix those first.
Corey, and if we have time, Doobie.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick, just to address a couple of things. Where it's like, well, I think it's like I made it clear that I'm for taxation of alcohol. I'm just trying to like push back on a specific point that like Lactoid is like putting forth in terms of like So you mentioned also earlier in like I think you said like you're of the mindset that you have no right to relax. Is that like a fair thing?
Yeah, I have no right to relax, for sure.
Okay. Yeah. So, and well, I guess I can't disagree. I would say, yeah, you have no enshrined legal rights to relax. But I would say when it comes to like mindset, I would say you do have the right to relax. And I would say maybe the fact that you don't view that you, let's say, don't have a right to relax is maybe why you struggle to like work hard in other domains.
Hey, look, yeah, there's always places I can improve, right? But there's also places that I've done okay. But there's trade-offs to be made, sure, whatever. Ultimately, I am responsible for my failings. And this is the difference, right? I am asserting this, and it seems like some of the panel is saying, no, Like like these poor people who are spending all their money on alcohol, they need some relaxation time. We got to give them some booze. When it's like, again, like if taking money from them is a punishment in the form of taxation, like why aren't we punishing the thing that they shouldn't be doing, and we are punishing the thing that they should be doing? That's the ultimate question. We like, why are we taxing their gym membership? Why are we taxing them going to work? Why are we taxing the things that we want them to do? And then people have an issue all of a sudden when it comes to taxing things they shouldn't be doing. Their cigarette smoking habits, their alcohol consumption, their whatever, drug use, marijuana, whatever they're doing. Like the stuff they should not be doing, that if they spent the time doing that, doing other things that are more productive, they'd be better off in life. Like, again, shouldn't we
I
be
could say
nudging
the
them?
same to you.
Yeah, and I would pay the higher taxes, I guess, on the shit that I shouldn't be doing, because I would prefer to be doing things that I should always be doing. And look, if I had perfect self-control, I'd wake up every morning and I would hit the gym, okay? And then I would go to work, and then I would get home and I'd go to the gym again. And then I would write a book, and then I would read 4 books, and then I would be brilliant, like...
Sounds like you have it figured out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go to Doobie.
Yeah, Lactoid is correct. I think the Lactoids actually should be praised for having the bravery to speak so bluntly about his failings. Right. So I think that
I don't
in that
disagree
sense,
there in terms of the transparency and all. Yeah.
he's actually asking you for help, Corey. Right. He's saying, "Hey, I don't have the impulse control.
I've offered my help.
stop
I've
doing these bad things.
Lactoid should be- I've
Please
offered
stop."
my help
But
explicitly.
you're not there. You're not there in his house, like taking control of what's in his refrigerator. Okay.
Well, no,
You know what?
well,
When
Lactoid, Corey, I don't have the
Lactoid is that intimate.
impulse
Yeah,
control
but I'm working on
to
it.
stop doing these bad things. Corey, I needed to help me do this. If you can't do it directly, I needed to help support the government forcing me to do these things. Right. And
When
that's actually pretty brave.
When Lactoid purchases advice, I expect a $5 tax made in check form to the Sproticus. And I'll accept a $5 tax on every Vice that you purchase from now on to help encourage you to become the shredded Lactoid that you so want to be.
Doobie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anything else?
I think that like this idea that there's some kind of right to relax that poor people enjoy or should enjoy is like it seems I know that in this is actually the way that most poor people operate, right? So they do come home at the end of the day and they're tired as fuck from work and they're depressed about the situation. They're stressed out because there's not enough food. So they want a beer or they want to watch TV and just veg out and forget about life. But that's actually a bad thing. I think this is a mindset issue. And what you guys are doing is excusing the fucked up mindset that's keeping them poor. I think that you should tackle the mindset. Hey, say this thing that you're doing is bad, right? You don't have to be poor forever. It's true that most of you will be poor forever, but that's because most of you are just degenerates, right? Realistically, you don't have the spine, you don't have the impulse control. You're gonna fuck up, right? And if you're gonna fuck up, then you're gonna fuck up. And not all of you need to fuck up. So if you don't want to fuck up, stop doing the dumb shit. Make better decisions, and your life will be better.
Isn't that like directly Lactoid?
I mean, to clarify,
No, wait, sorry, we got
as
it.
long as you're not eating up the
we-
taxes that we're paying for everything else, you're successful in this paradigm. So
Okay,
like that's
we're
literally
moving
it,
on.
right, Lactoid?
I'm a net
Moving
positive
on.
personally, so.
So
We're
like
moving
I'm just
on.
gonna say,
Guys,
okay.
hey, stop it, knock it off.
I just want to say that Lactoid
Hey, when I say,
okay?
hey, guys.
Raz was going to say he agrees with me, so.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
was just glad. I was
All
just
right,
glad
well
to
then
have
I
some
definitely have
support.
to interrupt him then. Okay, so let's go to so let's move on. But Echo, why is your hand up? Echo.
Oh, but I thought you were looking to move on, so I had something to move
Yeah,
on.
moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So I just wanted to go.
So I mean, we're moving on to the next topic.
Oh, next topic. No, never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So, guys, if you've been enjoying this content so far, then hit that follow button. If you're new to the channel, if you stumbled on here, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications on so you know I'm going live. It is all the time. !social and chat for our social media. We got Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube. If you missed anything here, like, comment, and subscribe. Love to have you. Okay. And also, guys, if you're liking this content, support this content, keep this content up and running. It cannot survive without you. Consider subbing to the channel. Just $5. It goes a long way to allow me to do this. And use your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming. That means it's $0. If you already have that, use that 1 free sub per month here, or give bits or give subs. It does all add up. So shout out to anyone who does support. Okay, let's go on to topic. Lowe's, the home improvement and hardware retailer, recently assisted with an act of racial discrimination. Lowe's employs delivery personnel to take large items to the home of their customers and install them. A customer demanded that a black delivery worker not come to her house. The item was already in transit, but Lowe's had the driver come back as he happened to be black. The item was then delivered by white drivers. Should Lowe's have acquiesced to this request? Should Lowe's be held liable for racial discrimination? And what limits, if any, should be placed on customers' demands if it comes to bigotry? So yeah, and shout out to our friend Aiko, who forwarded this story to me. So this was an interesting story. Like right off the bat, as soon as I saw it, I was like, we're definitely going to use this for the delivery. So we've talked about this before. We talked about this sort of thing before, and we've had bad people on this channel who have said that businesses should have the right to racially discriminate. But I wanted to come at from a different angle here, where a business that I'm guessing Lowe's doesn't have that within their policy. As far as I understand, they don't. Racial discrimination. Should they assist a customer with that? That's a bit different, right? Should they alter their policy? Should they be accommodating in all senses? And if they should for something like this, then what's the limits? So let's go to Lactoid, one of those bad people, and then move on to others.
Yeah. So on principle, forcing people to interact with people that they do not consent to is immoral. All physical and social relations in a just and moral world would be consensual. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, insofar as it forces private individuals and industries to interact with people they do not wish to, is wrong. It's morally wrong. It's also inconsistent. We've gone down the comical inconsistency of applying forced service to the sex work industry. Right now, we're seeing things come up when it comes to baking cakes or having wedding websites. And now we're going to follow this slippery slope into forcing people to allow people they don't want into their own homes. The promise was originally that the Civil Rights Act would only apply to places of public accommodation and would not mandate requirements on consumers. We see here that this philosophy was a ruse the whole time. The left wants to force people into your home that you don't want to be there. If you're a woman who doesn't feel comfortable with a bunch of men in your home, too bad. If you're a black man who doesn't want a bunch of white people in your home, too bad. You may think this is good in terms of outcomes, but unfortunately it is a forced, non-consensual interaction and it is therefore wrong. Thus, Lowe's should not be held responsible, and there should be no legal limits on consumer bigotry, nor should there be limits based on service provider bigotry, other than the natural limits coming from the free market. Just an aside, I personally would allow any good person of any race into my home, just to be clear, all right? But I should not be forced to if I didn't want to allow that.
Lactoid. To be clear, so you're not black, so you should understand that black people love white people. We love them long, we love them often. Okay, all right. So that's not a problem. It's not a thing. All right. When white people come around our houses, it's always a joyous occasion.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. We always have the best takes. We always make the best food. You want us around. I understand.
As long as there are no white hoods involved. All right, it's Johnny Scarlett. Thank you. Your turn.
This company is interacting as an entity with this woman. This woman has consented to interact with Lowe's as a company. And Lowe's as a company has hired a bunch of people to be their employees, all based on what we assume to be equal merit under the Lowe's umbrella. And so if this woman refuses to interact with a Lowe's employee based on their race especially, I believe that Lowe's should have carted her shit back to Lowe's and not taken it to her house. Now, if she wanted to come pick it up, that'd be one thing. But if it were me personally running that store, I probably would have canceled her order altogether. When companies interact, especially in a face-to-face basis, the ability to interact with a company or with another person based on their race is something individually based on races is something that I think, as a Western society, find to be unacceptable. And so when a company is interacting as an entity with other individuals, perhaps it should also consider conforming to those societal standards.
Thank you very much, Corey.
I mean, I'm more or less just like echoing basically all of what Johnny Scarlett just who so eloquently went through that. Where it's like, yeah, I just don't think Lowe's should have interacted with this person, and it seems like they have the right to do that. And pretty much the alternative that Johnny Scarlett brought up, like, I don't see why that's a problem either. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, Aiko.
I just like to take this opportunity to attack Sporadicus. No, too soon for that. No. Actually, I guess I'm just gonna riff a little bit off of what Lactoid said, because he talked about how nobody should be forced, and that was the last argument we had on another panel. I think in the introduction, it sounded like Prime's not really going there. He's not really invoking the 14th Amendment or the Civil Rights Act or any of that. It's really just a matter of how should the company respond. Nobody's being forced to do anything if the company says, if Lowe's says to that customer, no, ma'am, we are not going to send out a white person to deliver your stuff. If you don't want to accept delivery from the driver that we sent, then we'll just have it come back to the store and we won't do business with you. That's freedom of association, right? That's not force. And I think I think that the issue is a little bit easier to resolve the way that it is, because Lowe's is a very large company. They have a lot of customers. They have every incentive to be embarrassed by what happened and sort of change that policy and do the right thing. And after the fact, it's very obvious that the store did the wrong thing, and this is a very bad PR move for them. But I think it's a little bit tougher question to ask and I think we can get into this later in the panel, is what if it's not a big, massive corporation that can, lose a large sale like that? What if it's a small, like, family business and they really, really need that transaction? At that point, the choices become a little more complicated.
Thank you. Yeah, and we will get into that. Amanda, please.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I kind of fall in the middle of what everybody is saying, because on the one hand, absolutely, from just sort of a broad ethical imperative level, you shouldn't, if a customer is potentially being outwardly racist towards any of your staff, you should minimize the likelihood of there being a problem around that. But I do understand that, like, the Lowe's is Lowe's is screwed either way. They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Because on the one hand, if it is a question of sales and money, it's not. They'll be liable either way, because if they were to put, like, an employee, a black employee, or any employee of color into a position where they might be at harm or at risk because customers are not happy with who they are, that is still going to be, like, the family coming after you and saying, like, why would you put this person in danger from an employee standpoint and just, like, a labor standpoint? So th- I understand why they might be a little bit cautious, and my guess as well, just from the overall business standpoint, they're looking at the community at large, and looking at, like, who are the people who are purchasing from Lowe's the most often. I would say, unfortunately, it's not a lot of, like, strong liberal people who are going to be advocating for these things, because this is a building supply company, and a lot of the people who are in that industry don't necessarily, like, vote Democrat. So not saying that other people have other opinions, but I just think that Lowe's is messed up either way. They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. They should be advocating for their employees, but as well, yeah, like, when you have different sizes of business, people are going to be making these kind of pragmatic decisions in a variety of ways, and it does not mean that it benefits people it should benefit.
Okay. Rez.
I think that if we're going to consider businesses not sending employees into hazardous situations because of their racial makeup and whatnot, then they need to understand that they are sending an employee into a dangerous situation, period. This implies that there is danger on the level of the customer, and that should not be a customer that you resolve to have. However, I think that we can go back to the syntax argument. We can force Lowe's and Home Depot to only hire black individuals, and we can at least solve anti black racism. Right, because at that point, these people are going to be levied a tax by having to pay higher prices for these mom and pop stores, thus reducing their ability to have racism. That was a
Well,
joke, by the way. Sorry.
no, it was great, and I loved it. Sprouticus, try to be as funny.
I don't know if I could be as funny, but I think that Lowe's definitely saved this employee from a bad interaction. I think that if he was sit there considering the person that requested this, if he was sit there, there could have been an altercation or something that could have put their employee at risk. So I don't necessarily blame Lowe's for retracting their employee and sending out a different employee at the time. What I think would have been a better advantageous move from Lowe's is to decline service. And then I also think that Lowe's should have put them basically on a we're not going to do service with you again, so please find someone else to go to. I think that would have been the advantageous move from Lowe's, and so that's the blame that I will put on Lowe's. But I'm not going to put Lowe's in a spot of blame for retracting the employee that was going to install the whatever was going to be installed and send someone else out, because that could have been putting him into a very bad situation.
Okay, Davey.
Yeah, I think the PR is bad, obviously, but I think it's reasonable for even for that customer, right? Say, hey, I don't like the blacks, so I don't want one in my house, right? Around my kids or whatever. And because I don't like the blacks, but I need this thing. If I'm going to do business with you, you need to not send a black person. And I think if that's your position, like racists are people too. So I think it's reasonable for them to request that. And if the company wants to accommodate it, I think it's fine.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I just want to
Yeah.
quickly clarify as well. So the prompt does ask, should Lowe's be held liable for racial discrimination, right? So I kind of took that to be, is there a legal element to this?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
I think a question about the liability on Lowe's comes down to who made the decision to begin with, though, right? Was it some middle manager that just got a call from a woman just screaming at him, "Oh my God, you're going to send a black to my house. I'm losing my mind," right? And like this is something they dealt with for like 2 to 3 hours or something like that. And then they're just like, fine, whatever, lady, I'll just do it, for whatever reason. Like, where does the liability stand between that manager, like their relationship with Lowe's as a representative of Lowe's, or even just somebody that would be necessarily a shift lead in that position, which does
Yeah.
not, I think, have the same culpability of somebody that's actually like a manager of a store. I think there's a difference between where that comes from.
Or
I also
maybe it
think
might
I
come
also think it'd be
from.
different though. I also think it'd be different though if the employee was from what I know about Lowe's delivery people is they're not paid per delivery. And so if they were paid per delivery, I would argue that this employee still needs to be paid for his time as if he did deliver it and he's as if he did install it. But from what I know, they're paid on an hourly basis, and their shift would have still continued whether or not they were installing at this person's property or not, because they have certain shifts from this hour to that hour. And so I don't think that he lost any pay during this. Basically the entire I don't think Lowe's should suffer any legal repercussions. But I do think they should suffer the PR repercussions of essentially if they're going to come out and say they're still going to do business with this person, they should suffer that PR repercussion. And moving forward with that, right? So if like if they continue like just offering the service, right? Oh, if you want a whitey, we're gonna send you a whitey. Then if that's the service they're gonna offer, they should suffer the PR repercussions of that.
Sprouticus, that was exactly what I was going to bring up. Was the contract thing, and I'll ask Lactoid, our resident legal expert, if that were the case, right? If this, or maybe from another company that uses contract work, and then a client specifically requested a white person, right? And for something they would have this employee would have otherwise taken care of, right? Otherwise gotten a chance to work on. Would they then be liable for racial discrimination, in your opinion?
So
If they were gonna take,
I can't see
I
why.
thought it was directed towards me.
No, Lactoid. Our
No,
legal
Lactoid.
expert.
Okay, my bad.
So
Sorry.
I
No
can't
problem.
I can't see. I mean, unless like there's a new interpretation, I don't think so, because it leads to some interesting areas. One of which I wanted to like ask Sprout on, which is let's say I run a call center where part of your pay is commissions, and you don't make a sale because the person you call is racist. Does the business then owe you for the commission of that sale? Obviously not, right? Like, you didn't make the sale, the company didn't bring in the money, so it'd be ridiculous to force the company to comp you for the sale they didn't make. In the same way of, like, again, let's say you're a store where, you know, you obviously have to hire, you can't racially discriminate based on hiring, but like if you have a store at an area and like people come in and they insist on only like going to like the white checkout counter or whatever, you know, that doesn't mean you can't have like a commissions-based system if you did.
Isn't
Well,
racial
no, there's
discrimination based largely? I just have a clarifying question really quick. Isn't racial discrimination, aren't those cases based largely on circumstantial evidence? And so if a customer was to put in a official request for no people of color to be on the team that came to their house, then that would be a paper trail, correct?
I mean, that would definitely
But
be
why?
something.
But why should they even be like penalized for that? So there are plenty of people, I'm sure, who when they are having things installed in the house, they prefer if a woman did it. Like, so if I'm like a young woman, I don't want a bunch of guys coming to my house and installing shit. I feel really uncomfortable with that. Why shouldn't I be able to request a woman?
Exactly.
So okay,
See-
so we're gonna go down several different paths with this. And I guess I'll try to address as much as I can here. But with Lactoid, to your point, if you don't make a sale, you're a salesman at that point in time. And this is talking about something completely different. We're talking about being given an installation and then being retracted, and someone else is sent out to do that installation.
The customer is
So the
giving
company,
installation,
the company in this case, if it was underneath contract work, then the contract would have already been given. And if they decide to negate their part of that contract, they're still required to pay you for the work that you would have had to do, whether or not you showed up and did the work or not. If the company pulled you back because they're negating that side of the contract.
Yeah, it depends on
Now,
the
moving-
contract. It depends on the contract. So if the contract says you only get paid once the job is complete and you had a hand in doing it, you'd have a much harder time arguing to get paid than if the contract said, like, we're going to pay you this much money for like being given this contract to go do the work, because he was given, I guess, potentially given the contract
But
to go do the installation.
It matters who fails to hold up their end of the contract. If the company fails to hold up their end of the contract, as in they give you the contract but then rip it away for no cause, because there would be no legal cause to rip away this contract, then
the
yes, the
employer
company
to,
would still
yeah.
be found. The employer would still be found liable to pay the employee.
Potentially, right? But again, it depends on the terms of
right.
the contract, and it especially depends on the terms of the contract of the consumer with Lowe's as well.
And potentially
all
towards what
important.
Doobie was saying is, if you're a woman and you don't want like a bunch of men coming over to your house to install something, and you want a woman to come over and install it for you, I think that would be okay. I think that if you're willing to make like that part of the process at the very beginning, and that you're like at the very beginning you're willing to say that, and then you're willing to wait a longer amount of time until this person becomes available, such as like
Okay,
I
but,
go
like,
to a
what if you
bar.
don't need
Wait,
to do that? Like,
wait
what
one
if they
second.
just have
Such
women
as
available?
what?
Like, so I
Go
don't know
ahead.
why you're adding this out if you're willing to wait more time. Like, what if they, like, I don't know, like, what if, so are you saying that if they had
Because it's
said at the
probably going to
start,
take
hey,
longer if you're asking for someone specifically.
when I'm buying this thing and when it's installed, I don't want a black guy to come. If they said that from the start, that'd be more okay.
No, I would argue that there's more leniency given to men versus women, such as a woman may not want a bunch of men coming in. There
That's
could
also
be a lot.
discrimination.
What if I
It's
don't? What
absolutely
if I don't?
Are we gonna?
It is actually absolutely sexual discrimination. Let's
Yeah.
It
be
is
honest,
sexual
it
discrimination,
Absolutely
yes.
is, and we shouldn't allow for it. Now, if those delivery workers, those men come to our house, they absolutely should be respectful of her, right, and not harass
It's
her.
still
I've heard that
illegal to assault
happening.
people or do anything bad with
No,
it.
it's about
Yeah, yeah.
It's about the feeling of
it's
safety.
so hold on. So like for I've heard stories from women, and like delivery men can be assholes, but they shouldn't do that. And if they are, then they should be fired because they're unacceptable for the job. But what if they ask, okay, well, I only want straight ones. I only want heterosexual individuals. So I need you to ensure that this, if it's a man, this person's penis has only interacted with women, right? Or people I consider to be women, and then or none at all, right?
Well, if you're able to show,
they got to be cis, right? So
What's
I
wrong with
need
this?
to make
if
sure
you're able
that
to show,
they,
I think if the company could
their gender
accommodate that, it'd be
imagine
perfectly okay.
if
for me.
so-
You're saying it would be a slippery slope.
I was gonna get to this closer to the end, but like if you're in, this is the part where I'd be okay with it, is if you're able to show that like you've had like such as rape or something like that. If you have like sincere PTSD and you're able to like
Lowe's that you've
and-
been raped.
such
Yeah,
as
don't
if
lie.
you
You
send
can't
in a
even
police
prove it in the court.
yeah.
if you send in a police report, you can say, hey, like I have a sincere thing that I'm gonna need women to come over. Otherwise I'm not gonna be able to be
I'm
there.
buying this cabinet.
right?
By the way, I've been raped. Here's my police.
Okay,
report. Like, that
but
seems
if
like
you
so
have
fucking-
PTSD, that's going to be an actual thing. You're making a joke
Why does
out
it
of
need
it.
to be
But if you have
PTSD?
no, stop. If you have PTSD, it's going to be an actual thing. So you're making a joke out of it. I understand it. But if you have
making a
PTSD
joke,
because
you're
you
saying that
just
you need to have
holy
PTSD.
shit, can
What
you
if you're
stop
just not as
interrupting and
comfortable
let me
with
get past the first
Bro.
fucking sentence? Thank you, Doobie. All right. So if you have PTSD, that's going to be an actual thing. If you've just recently been put through a violent rape by men, and it's just one of those things you end up with PTSD to where it's like, okay, so now I'm uncomfortable in a lot of different situations, right? Then that's going to be a sincere cause of, okay, so this is cause for a special request, and
That's
that
not
is
how
one of the conditions I
PTSD
would.
recovery works. The entire point of dialectical behavioral therapy is to address the things that you are afraid of. Do you know
Yes.
anything about PTSD?
Hold on.
I have PTSD,
So
and what I'm
wait.
suggesting is if you just recently got PTSD, it's not good to throw you back into a fucking situation. You're gonna be uncomfortable as fucking.
This is
Yeah.
wild,
Holy
so
shit!
We're gonna go to Rez. We're gonna go to Corey. We're gonna go to Lactoid, right? But I just gotta say something really quickly, right? Like, the violent rape thing is kind of messed up because people are sexually assaulted all the time, and it's not necessarily violent. It's not necessarily someone who jumped out of bushes.
Sorry if
and
I
did that to
mixed
you.
words.
No, that's fine. But like, I gotta get it out there. And it's like to say that your trauma is only valuable if it's been acknowledged by an institution, right? An institution, the police, which oftentimes re-traumatizes people. So like, no, I wouldn't create that system. All right, so we're gonna Rez, Corey, and Lactoid.
I was actually going to move to a different angle on this, mostly because I wanted to ask, what happens when they ask for a white dude, and then you send out a Jewish person, and then they find out that they're Jewish? You've put the employee in danger, right? Because you don't agree on the definition of whiteness. And I think that's actually why I think that, yeah, that Lowe's should not have an interaction with this customer. I think that's a better reason than a lot of what I've heard.
And so, Spartacus, so I take your point that in, let's say, certain circumstances, case by case basis, I can even using your specific example of someone not wanting have their PTSD, triggered, or I'm definitely not for re-traumatizing other people in any circumstance, unless it's appropriately medically necessary. But I don't see how that fits in this. Like, to me, I feel like you can probably get some sort of medical accommodation that can actually be submitted, that can Lowe's can actually use that, and that's a sensible kind of decision making process of
Right.
this person has a medical diagnosis, and this experience can be re-traumatizing for them. I think it's a little bit different where I don't think anybody's providing medical documentation that they're racist and
No,
they need
I'm
to
not
be
suggesting
accommodated
at all. I'm not suggesting at all. My suggestion was simply going to be I would be okay with it underneath that scenario. And so that was where I was eventually going to end up at, is underneath that scenario, I think it'd be 100% good for Lowe's to be able to do something like that. But outside of that scenario, should you do something that's racist or sexist along those lines and say no, I only want white men because I only want white men. I don't like black people. Then no, I 100% disagree that Lowe's should continue to do business with that customer. But if it is something involving re-traumatization of PTSD or anything along those lines, where you would have an actual medical backing to request something like that, then yes, I would completely understand Lowe's accommodating to that request and doing further business with that customer.
Yeah,
only
because
only if the order is high, though. Let's be honest here.
because sorry, go ahead.
True.
only if it's over like $1,000 you're gonna get those kind of like actual requests filled. Like just to be quite frank about it. Like no one gives a shit that like you spent $20 at Lowe's and like you hate black people. Like no one cares. But like
Right.
if you're gonna be like spending $10,000 at Lowe's, they're gonna accommodate to your racist ass because it's $10,000.
Corey, you can finish up and
Yeah, just
like
some quick thing. Like, yeah, I don't think there's a huge like gulf in terms of because like the scenario that you outlined that you seem on board with, like just like they have basically like a medical exemption or a medical excuse for this type of demand, as opposed to like at least based off the information that was like in the tweet is like this person called up saying like, hey, no black people to deliver. I think that's a different scenario. Whereas like I'm all for what you're outlining that, except I don't think it's analogous to like this case.
Yeah, I've actually been in that situation. When I was a kid, I was a delivery person for an electronics store. We delivered big screen TVs, which at the time they were big and heavier than than what we have today. And I showed up at this person's house, and I was given very specific instructions that she had this medical condition where she got very, very anxious around other people, and so I had to be very careful about like saying that I arrived beforehand, like calling her on the phone. She was even very nervous on the phone. We opened the door and like tried to keep our distance the whole time. And she wasn't requesting a female delivery person, but I can see a scenario just like hers where she might have for that very reason. And I mean, there are accommodations that get made. People ask for women doctors all the time over male doctors for obvious reasons.
Especially
And
gynecologists.
those accommodations get made all the time. So I do think there's room for that sort of thing. I think the motivation, the reason for the request matters.
I think it's interesting because, to be quite honest, like I did have this one of these kind of moments become an issue when I worked at Starbucks because Starbucks policy was at the time that everybody could come in. It was super pre 2020. Everybody could come in. It was super accommodating. It didn't matter where you were from, what your race, creed, ethnicity, political views. Like as long as you were paying in cash, like that is like all that mattered from like a business standpoint. But the problem that it created was that there was like this revolving door, and certain people definitely started to have an idea, like the conversation of like, do we let in racists? And I think like at the end of the day, you'll never know if somebody is fully racist or what sort of like absolute insidious ideas they have unless they start acting on it. And so had an interaction and we had an experience with like there's a lot of people who are homeless who come into Starbucks quite often. Like Starbucks has a very like long-standing homeless population like relationship and policy overall. So we had some homeless person come in who seemed to be not causing any problem until he started to say some broad pejorative and like prejudice statements. And at first weren't as far as the policy goes, we weren't allowed to kick him out because of him saying just like a broad piece of prejudice. But he started to get very specific and say very specific like racial stuff towards black people. Like, and there was one right standing next to me. I was a supervisor at the time, and I remember that it wasn't until he started to make it very clear that he hated the staff in this store at that moment that he was going to potentially cause violence towards those people. From a business standpoint, that is when they were supposed to sort of step in and make a decision. I kicked the motherfucker out as soon as he started getting very, very, very specific. But like I wasn't allowed to, from a business standpoint, as a supervisor, step in until that point because the overall business policy was everybody was allowed. So like I imagine that like Lowe's probably has some sort of broad similar policy. They're going on a case by case basis and looking at what the odds are. Yeah, it's going to be a PR nightmare, but it's going to be a PR nightmare regardless. Like you're going to piss off somebody in this road.
Well, I don't think
Was
the PR
coming
nightmare
from
to
like
the old racist
Mm.
white lady. Just to be clear, I don't think that was going to be. I
She's
don't think I've been in
good.
this story. But let's go to Lactoid, and then if Johnny, I'm not sure if you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I in response to the idea that this is something that could be medically handled by the business, not medically handled by the business, but you know what I'm saying. I
Given
think
an
that
exception?
I came at this thinking like, well, people are gonna use medical documentation as a way to cover up their racism. Like that's really where I was coming from, I think. And I think that sometimes I mean, straight up, I've seen it happen, but I know that's anecdotal evidence. You know, sometimes people are nefarious in their dealings, and and if there is a real medical exception, like, yeah, I think that it could be beneficial to send out certain people, but this was obviously not a medical exception, and this was obviously not someone using mental illness as a guise.
I don't think
Not
I don't
good.
I don't think there's any argumentation that this is an example of a medical exception. I was using the medical exception in response to Doobie giving me the alternative of I only want females coming over, and so it was a direct response to that, not necessarily completely analogous to this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not completely analogous to this. It was more so of a response. So I do apologize if I did not make that clear enough.
Yeah, no
L-
worries.
let's go to Lactoid. He's been waiting quite a bit.
I'm just confused like as to, so if we're just talking about like, do we want Lowe's to be able to do this, right? Or sorry, do we think Lowe's should have done this? I mean, that's like one thing, but the other question is, should Lowe's even be allowed to do this? I just want to make sure we're all on board, at least on whether or not Lowe's should have been allowed to do this, right? I mean, do all of us agree that, you know, if this isn't necessarily about like a medical exception, this is simply about like, where does somebody feel safe? If somebody wants to have like a request a woman gynecologist, Aiko brought up doctors. I don't see a problem with that in terms of maybe somebody feels more comfortable having that scenario. Let's say you have somebody who maybe they don't have PTSD, maybe they are not like a victim of any kind of crime, but let's say they just feel uncomfortable around men because, you know, they know that like men have higher rates of violence or something along these lines, and they makes them uncomfortable being around them, right? So if they're like, look, I don't want to be around, I don't want you to send a man over in my house. It's my house. I feel like uncomfortable having a man there. I don't think it's unreasonable to allow that. And if you have, let's say you have somebody who maybe again like had an altercation with a black person or something, and now they kind of harbor these internal racist beliefs, and they just don't feel safe around black people. Are we saying, well, they're, you know, well, no, you're a bad person. You have to feel unsafe. We have to like have this black delivery man go in your house. I mean, there comes a point here where it's like, we're talking about people's homes here, right? This is like their sanctuary. This is their sanctuary. This is like their place in which they can dictate who arrives and who doesn't arrive, who they feel
But
comfortable with.
you said your question is, should Lowe's have been allowed to do this? Should Lowe's have been allowed to deliver it to her home? Is that what you're
Yeah. So
saying?
like, I just want to make sure we're all in agreement that like Lowe's shouldn't receive any kind of legal penalty for this, right?
No,
No,
Lowe's, if anything, it would be, like we said, individual to that middle manager or something like that, probably.
That's not how
But this
responsibility
they
is,
works,
absolutely
though.
should
Yeah.
receive some racial discrimination. They
See?
should receive a legal
But
penalty.
you know
I
what?
know
That
you
dude
thought that,
said-
Brian, which is why
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
know,
That dude
that's why
at
I'm
the end of
asking.
the video, the dude at the end of the video said, "I'm gonna go to work just like I did yesterday," and I found that to be a little bit like, oh shit, but also like he's just handling it, and I found that has nothing to do with our argumentation, but I found that to be heartening in a way. Like
Awesome,
he
yeah.
was, yeah.
Let's go to Doobie. Lactoid. We can explore this more later on, but Doobie, and then I think Corey.
Yeah, I was actually going to make the point that Lactoid made. I don't understand why it'd be okay if there's like a medical, like diagnosis, right? But not okay in other cases. Like, what if you're just like you're a black person, you've grown up in the systemically racist United States, living under white supremacy your entire life, so you just don't feel comfortable with a white guy in your house, so you'd prefer a not white guy. Like, I think if the company can make those accommodations, they should absolutely do it. And I don't think the company should be like shit on for making those accommodations for people. They're in business to make money, to sell products. That's all they're trying to do. And given that here there's no victim in this scenario, like you just said, oh well, he said he's gonna go to work, you know, the next day, like he's been doing it every day. He wasn't hurt. There's a person out there that doesn't like him because of his skin color. Boo hoo. Move the fuck on. Like, it's not a big deal.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, well, to address that point, and also pretty much overlapping with Lactoid's overall point, which is in line with Doobie's, where like I think it's something different in terms of like, you know, a medical accommodation if someone has a mental health issue or diagnosed mental illness. Like if you don't see that as separate, I mean, if you are all making the argument that you know we want to put racism as mental illness, we can have that conversation. I'm not necessarily against that, but I do think it's different in terms of like, you know, the racial discrimination that you hold in your brain, that cognitive process, versus like, you know, a mental health issue or mental illness that, you know, is medically recognized.
Not when it comes to
Yeah.
feeling
Well,
safe, right? Like if I,
Yeah, what we're
you're-
talking about is like people feeling safe, not necessarily like a mental diagnosis.
Like, like, let me ask you this, Corey. Do you think that, like, if I own my house, if I own, this is like my private property where no one else is like allowed in without my permission, do I have some like entitlement to feel safe in there?
Depending on the context, and like basically I see the asking for delivery, sort of like inviting people into, like, at least in my mind, it's sort of implied. I understand maybe there might be some nuance, but to me that's like an implicit invitation to have people in your home. I could be wrong, generally speaking. And so, like, how like if you are introducing, if you are unsafe in the presence of people and you're inviting people to your home, then I think there's something going on there.
No,
That's
she only
interesting.
invited
wait,
she only invited the
Lactoid.
people that would make her feel safe to her home. She said the people
Lactoid,
that
you
don't make
do
her
have
feel
the right
safe
to
aren't
feel.
allowed.
You do have the right to feel safe in your home, and if you don't want to take the risk of like someone coming into your home, that makes you feel unsafe, then have a friend come over that has a truck, or go rent a truck and install it yourself.
Absolutely.
So like but Lowe's, I think Lowe's should not have done business with this woman, but at the same time, at the exact same level, I don't think Lowe's should be legally reprimanded for what they did. I think that their actions prevented, disregarding the fact that they still did business with this woman. I think their actions may have saved the employee that was going to go drop off the fridge from an altercation that could have turned at any point in time when he got there. And so I think that even though it probably wasn't their reasoning for doing it, I do believe that they might have saved an altercation from happening. It
Yeah,
was surely
yeah.
probably not the reason for doing it, though.
I reject that, and I reject most things that have just been said, even from Corey, which is incredible. But okay, so if you're a racist and you know they have these policies, then you can specifically elect to have only black people come deliver your stuff so that you can assault them, right? You can assault and murder them. Well, yeah, I know it's crazy, right, Lactoid? Yeah, exactly that. If you wanted to, like, if the point is that, like, what Spaskus was saying, that the point is that, oh, you saved them from some altercation. Well, it could go the other way around, right? Like, well, if they're going to accommodate me and deliver me victims, right, for the price of a love seat, then yeah, I guess I'll do that. Sure, why not? Whatever. No, like, it's the larger principle that we're dealing with here. And I think the point made on the gynecology, I think, is an interesting one. And so I'm willing to like rethink in terms of sex. Like maybe have to like retool my thought process there. But or maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't. But in terms of race, yeah, look, they racially discriminated. Especially if this guy had lost out on money, he was or lost out on opportunity, because even if you aren't, if it doesn't affect your base pay, like in another context, right? Not Lowe's, a delivery guy, you just do the thing,
Right.
you don't get to move up. But like within the context of some sort of corporate job, it's the work that you do, and showing that you can do quality work that moves you up. And so if the company is constantly accommodating people who are racist and then doesn't give the opportunity, well, then you don't get to move up. You don't get
No,
to.
I agree.
So I
Prime.
mean, this is not just to you, but this to other people as well. That like this, we shouldn't allow for this. This shouldn't be a thing, because there is a slippery slope. Then you can discriminate. You're back to discriminating on anything. And again, the Lactoid is fine with that. But we don't make these accommodations to bigots. And yes, again, Lowe should be held accountable.
I agree.
So
I
is your
agree with
position
you.
that
I agree with you on that one, Prime.
hospitals that
Wait.
accommodate women who
Wait.
would prefer like a female doctor, they should be sued because
But no,
they're accommodating those women?
he just said he had to think
He
more
said
about that.
sex okay.
I'm
I
asking you to think
agree.
about it right
So
now.
I agree. I agree with you on that, Prime. I
race,
think
no,
that
that's
Lowe's. I think Lowe's should not have done business, and I think that for this particular circumstance, I don't think there should be legal repercussions. But should it continue, like, because I feel like this is a one-off, right? But should it continue and become an actual thing that has shown to continue versus a one-off, then I certainly do think race that legal repercussions should come in. But if this is just a one-off, like this is the first time we've done this as a store, and it was something we've never really experienced before, and this is just the way we decided to handle it this time, and we'll put a policy out there in future. I think that they did a fine job of that. But I certainly think in the future they should just decline to do business and say that basically our services of installation are are retracted, and we'll give you the money back for installation fees. Please come pick up the fridge yourself if that's how you feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, so
But
Prime, and I'm curious because you mentioned, hey, they might use this to target like black drivers or something, right? But like, I'm wondering if you would extend that to services that highlighted black businesses, like Uber Eats or DoorDash or Amazon, right? Where if you went on there and you were gonna order a meal, it had a black-owned section where they were specifically highlighting these businesses on the basis of the race of their owners, right? And the other businesses lost out, I'm sure, on opportunity because they weren't highlighted in that way, right? So I'm wondering if you would also apply it to them and would say, hey, those businesses should sue DoorDash for highlighting the black-owned businesses.
mm, absolutely not. So it's an interesting question though. So I'm going to try to thread this, but I might have to amend this later on because I that's really interesting where you're coming from. And in terms of that, I think when you are highlighting businesses that are by individuals who continuously, or have barriers in place that makes it difficult for them to to succeed, then doing things to highlight them, I think that's fine. That we want to, if it had been the case, if it was the case that we're in a society that didn't have racism, that didn't have any of that, then you'd have a point, right?
Okay, so
That
Hispanic
hiring,
people should sue
yeah.
should sue them for highlighting the black-owned businesses, but not the Hispanic-owned businesses. Given that Hispanics suffer a lot of the same
Sure.
discrimination problems. Okay,
If they don't have like, if they do this, for instance, just like they highlight these things on Black History Month, right, and then on our Latin Appreciation Month, whenever that is, then and they don't do that, well then maybe they should. I don't know. Yeah.
Interesting.
What if you're only on there for that month and you're a Hispanic driver and now you lost out of business because they highlighted the black drivers and not you?
No, they're not highlighting
They're
black
not.
drivers. They're highlighting black owned businesses.
That's
They're
right.
not highlighting the drivers.
Sure, the black-owned businesses. What if they're not highlighting the Mexican-owned businesses? Let's say like that loss in revenue,
I,
whatever, caused you to go bankrupt. Can you sue?
that seems no, huh? That seems like you're stretching that point. You're stretching that point
It's
to say that
Prime.
I was only there for a month, and then Uber Eats is solely responsible for the health and the success of my
Okay,
business,
yeah.
right? And for that month, right? If not for that, I would have made it, Judge. Believe me, right? I was apparently on the last legs of my business,
Yeah.
and now because they didn't specifically highlight a Latin businesses, that's why I'm bankrupt. Bullshit.
So
Come on.
you call that a stretch?
Yeah,
one of
call that a
the
stretch.
arguments you put forward was that, well, what if somebody like exclusively asks for black delivery people so then they can kill them? That was one of the arguments. Maybe
Yeah, it
that,
was a yeah. It
you
was
don't
a
think that's
fucking
a stretch? You don't think that's a stretch?
But that was for Sprouticus. Like that's I was responding to that to say, oh well, then we have to allow for these things. Oh, well, I don't think sure you were saying
What's
have
the
to,
risk
but
of that
it
compared to
would
a
make
business
sense
going
to allow.
bankrupt?
It would make sense to allow for this discrimination for the safety of black people, right? Don't worry, we're gonna keep you safe. And so that you don't get work, right? Like,
Sure.
move this to that corporate job, right? Whatever that corporate job is. And they say, well, we're going to keep you safe from the big bag racists, right? And so guess what? You don't get to work. You don't get to work on these projects. You don't get to do any of those things, but we're doing this for your safety. No, thank you. You can keep your paternalism to yourself. I can handle it. Like moving through the world being black, right, is moving through the world dealing with racists all the goddamn time, right? Like Lowe's isn't protecting me from this. So fuck that.
but
Yeah.
Lowe's not in the business to protect you from like bad experiences with employees, really. I'm sorry, with their customers, right? If you're an employee there, what they're in the business to do is sell their products and then sell their installation services. So I don't really see an issue with them maximizing their ability to do that by accommodating to customer specific needs, i.e., having a black person there, a white person, or a man versus a woman, etc.
Sure. Okay, I'll take it to the extreme. So, hey, I want this couch, but like, I can only accept delivery if it also comes with some CP, right? Like, the fuck? No, we don't accommodate
Again,
everything. That, yeah,
we're
that's
saying
what we do this
everything.
thing.
Can
We're
I-
saying, hey, if they can accommodate this, there's no harm done by them accommodating it. There's obviously harm done by accommodating it if they want like
There-
child porn to be attached.
But there
to it.
is damage. Like I've already explained the damage. Now, again, I'm not just listening to the Lowe's example. I'm moving it to other things, right? Like a corporate job. But in that scenario, there is damage, right? You not being able to do work, right? Within like an advertising job, an advertising company. So the client doesn't want black people to work on it at all, right? Well, then in that case, even though you're not being paid per job, then you don't get to show your stuff. Like you don't get to advance. If you're not actually doing work, then you're not moving up the corporate ladder. It's
Yeah,
just not
this would
happening.
make sense
There
if
is
this were like
harm.
a tiny like mom and pop business, but this is like Lowe's, right? They have tons of installation jobs, I'm sure. So
And-
that employer just gets shifted off to another installation job, where they'll show the stuff there. So unless you
but
can
hold on,
demonstrate that specific job was going to be the one that was going to like boost this employee toward like a promotion, like I don't think there's any damage being
Oh,
demonstrated there.
then of course they can never prove racial
Yeah,
discrimination.
but when we look
can,
at
can
these
I represent
things,
a racist, by the way, Prime?
I'm sure you can. You have
I'm
the,
asking. Should I? Should
you have the heritage. For
We
that.
all saw like Atlanta or whatever. Like I want a Jewish lawyer. Like if the firm hooked him up with a Jewish lawyer, should they get sued for not giving him a black lawyer or a white lawyer?
I remember. I vaguely remember this. Could you repeat that? Like, if a person
Yeah.
asks for a Jewish
One of the characters was like, "I want a Jewish lawyer. That's the lawyer that I want. Like in order to
Yeah,
represent me
yeah.
legally, I want a Jewish lawyer." If the firm,
Yeah.
let's say he walks in the firm and says, "I want a Jewish lawyer," and they're like, can they give him a Jewish lawyer without being sued?
I would say that the decision would have to not at all be involved with like their request, right? So if there's a Jewish lawyer available, and like there's like all the other lawyers are not available, right? Or this is the one who is best able to deal with that section of the law, right? That type of lawyer. If it's a personal injury lawyer and that's your personal injury guy, then yeah, provide him with a Jewish lawyer. But what you're providing him with is a personal injury lawyer who happens to be Jewish, rather than yeah.
No. I'm saying you have two lawyers.
So-
One's Jewish, one's not Jewish, and the person walks in and says, "I want the Jewish one," and they're like,
Yeah,
okay.
in that case, in that case, I'm saying that the decision can't be predicated on the customer's bigotry, right? Like if they had not walked in, so if they had walked in and not made that statement, and you were going to provide them with that lawyer any which way, well then whatever, right? Like it just
Okay.
happened to line up.
But every firm they refuse like the Jewish lawyer, or they insist on a particular race of lawyer, and if legally no one can accommodate that, do they just not get a lawyer?
Yeah, I guess not. Fuck them. Yeah, no, you don't get a lawyer. Aiko and then Rez.
yeah, I would say that your right to a lawyer, like you have a right to a lawyer, you don't have a right to a specific lawyer, especially if it's
Yes, you
based
do.
on not if it's based on discriminating against a protected class. You can't do.
Oh
you can't-
boy.
But hold on.
Wait, so
I mean,
so
we
can
all
I
know
force,
that in the real
can I
world,
force,
you probably
1 second. Can I force a lawyer? A legal question here. Can I force a lawyer to? Can I force a lawyer to represent me because I think he's the best lawyer for me, even if the lawyer declines my business?
No, you can't force a lawyer to represent you, but you can fire a lawyer.
So then
for
you don't have the
being
right to a
racist.
Yeah.
specific lawyer.
No,
Exactly,
so
that's what I was
no.
gonna say.
So even when it comes to the public defender, you can fire a lawyer for whatever reason, and the state will give you a new lawyer, and you can
Yes,
basically
but
do
you
this
don't
until
have
you
the
get the lawyer
right
that you
to
want.
a specific lawyer. I can't say that's my lawyer and fuck him if he says
No,
he's not.
you just have the right to say no to any lawyer until you get one you like. I guess that's not saying exactly the same, but
Yes,
it's essentially
exactly.
the same.
So it's not exactly
Right,
you
right.
can't
And
say
so
that,
what
right,
this
say
lady should have
no.
done, is just say no to every fucking like delivery driver until she got the two white ones, right? Because that would have been different.
It certainly would have been. It would have
Same
been
fucking thing.
made it more complicated to figure out what the problem was.
If she's
Would
charged,
it-
she's
would it
time for
really?
Then yeah.
Yeah.
She should be charged each
Yeah.
time for it. Oh yeah, so the delivery is being made, and then for some reason you're sending it back. Okay, well if you're going to pay for each time, then yeah, actually that works for me too. That actually is fair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Aiko. It's Aiko's turn, and then I think Rez wanted to say something. So Aiko, please.
So with your interaction with Doobie, I just wanted to say that, yeah, you're right. Like it's not this one particular instance isn't necessarily the end of the world. The problem is that it's a wedge. It creates a precedent. And if you start to get these policies where these kinds of requests can get made over and over again, and then Lowe's like has a reputation of being the place that will accommodate you on the basis of race, then you do have an impact. Then you would, if those kinds of requests started to increase. This is a matter of principle now. It's not what you think is going to materially happen. It's where you think this leads philosophically, because once you start to make that more permissible, that can impact culture, and that can impact the way that these things are perceived. And so the law is the way that it is. Like, I understand that Lactoid, you know what the law is, and you just disagree with it the way that it's set up. But the reason that it's set up that way is because if you start to allow these kinds of bits of discrimination against protected classes, you start to move culture in a certain direction. Just like I would argue that the Civil Rights Amendment and Civil Rights bills and the 14th Amendment, I think they changed American culture and helped make us less racist over time. So I think that if you allow things at the beginning point, at the point of the wedge, right, at the edge of the axe, if you allow that, then everything behind it could potentially fill in those spaces.
I want to respond to this because I want to respond to this real quick, because ultimately this is what this whole discussion is about, right? I think you put it almost perfectly, which is there is an attempt of cultural and social engineering on your part, and then there is a question of like, it obviously infringes upon individual rights, and my line is like more on the side of individual rights than yours is, but you still have a line, right? If your goal is to just like, if your goal is just to push cultural change, well, you can't be racist when you choose who to marry anymore. Well, I mean, I don't think anybody here, I mean, maybe Prime, I don't know. I don't think anybody here would be like, well, that's like, that'd be ridiculous. We can't allow that. But like, you are okay when it comes to like a personal work relationship, when sometimes you spend more time with your like partner or your employee than you do with your own spouse, right? But that's people are just more comfortable having it be that way. But everybody does have a line. It's not, when you say like the edge of the axe going in, right? Like, that's not the right way to phrase it, right? Like, sure, when you allow individual rights, people may choose to like engage in culture that you find distasteful. I understand that, but to even you have a line for individual rights that you are unwilling to cross, hopefully.
Well, I'm not trying to persuade you with that particular line. It's really other people. The reason I'm not trying to persuade you is because you're comfortable with everything that's behind the edges. You're comfortable with the whole axe.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't deny the slippery slope. You just don't mind the slippery slope.
Right, because it's individual
but
rights.
what I'm saying, right. It's just that what I'm saying, what I'm explaining for other people who do have a problem with that. This is the logic as to why these things can't be allowed at the front end, at the edge of the axe, because of everything that it leads to. Yeah. And then like, in a way, you kind of represent everything that I'm talking about. The world that you're describing that you're okay with is the world that I don't want.
So and to expound on that, as I think like, bouncing off of what Aiko just brought up, and like what you brought up, Lacta, in terms of like your line. So like, to understand your line, like really, I maybe distill it down as in like, this is furniture delivery. Like, are you, is it permissible for you like to extend this to like food delivery, where like as part of the special instructions for like Uber Eats is like no particular driver of a particular, skin color?
Yeah, if somebody wants to do that, again, like they can put in the request. The business can be like, fuck you, I'm not going to serve you. But the business should be allowed to do that for any reason anyway. And the customer should be allowed to say, fuck you, I'm going to go somewhere else. And they should be able to be allowed to do that for any reason anyway. Which is why like, if people want to say, well, I'm not going to shop at Lowe's anymore, I don't give a fuck. That's fine.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily for like, I guess, compelling the person.
Because compelled labor is what?
Well, I'm not going to mention your word. I know what your word is in your mind.
What is it when you force somebody to do work that they don't want to do? What is that called?
There are many terms.
There's one specific term, though.
Demanding that a Jewish lawyer work for you and getting that lawyer, right, would be slavery. I'm glad we've established that. Thank you. Let's go to Doobie.
So I'm very curious as to like, so Prime kind of waffled on this question, right? But I'm expecting that you won't. So why isn't it also discrimination when I say, hey, I prefer a female doctor to give me a physical because I don't want to do cupping my balls? Like, why isn't that also discrimination against a man?
Well, it is discrimination. It's just that not all forms of discrimination are against protected classes or for illegitimate reasons in the law, right? So I mean,
sex is a protected class.
It's a
Depends on
partially
the
protected
scrutiny.
class.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The three levels of scrutiny.
It's intermediate scrutiny, right? So you can discriminate on the basis of sex in certain situations. I mean, the concept behind it ultimately is that you're punching up, not down. But that's the lens through which a lot of this is looked at, and has been since the 1960s. So yes, you can discriminate in the if you're in the office and you're a woman and you only want another woman doctor, you can do that because you have legitimate reasons for it. But there had to be justifications in order for that policy to be made. Like, these aren't random decisions that are being made. And so if you have like a medical reason for something, or if you have like a request that's considered legitimate in law and isn't violating a protected class, or is it violating a protected class in a way that protected class is set up, then discrimination is okay.
Is it? Yeah, like, I mean, also the one that I'm just thinking as an example, couldn't this be a good like a not a positive, but an understandable example of discrimination if you have an immigrant family? Like, this is not necessarily a categorization of race, but just a case of ethnicity and newcomers to a country. It might be ideal, and they might go out and request that, say if it's like an Indian family and they just came to the United States or Canada and they're new to the country, they only really speak like Punjabi or something like from India. They might make a request that says, I would like an Indian doctor, somebody who speaks Punjab, because like my mother who is doing this appointment doesn't speak a lick of like English, and she wants to feel comfortable in the environment so she can answer those questions honestly. Like, that would be an example of making that kind of a discrimination, but it's a positive because you're trying to help a first comer to this country try to just become adjusted and settled into the community.
But why wouldn't you extend that to this racist woman who just wants to feel comfortable in our home? She's not out there hurting anybody. She's saying, hey, I need this thing done. Right? I need this thing installed. I don't feel comfortable with this kind of person in my home, so please send someone else.
So
I might have
why
like
aren't you?
I might have like kind of the asshole response, because at the end of the day, like, money is money, and I'm literally wearing an Adidas jersey. Like, there's tons of companies that have done very nefarious things, and somehow they come out of the clear at some point. I really don't like that about society, but it seems to be the case that if you have companies that can exist as people, they can kind of skirt around this kind of bullshit. Like, that's how it's always been. Like, Google how Adidas is done in the past 100 years. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Like,
no, yeah, fuck that. Then she doesn't need to be accommodated, right? She can buy the fridge if she wants, and she can send a truck for it. She can pay, and she can hire whatever driver she wants, right? She can make sure they are purely Aryan. She can get lactoid, right? The pure civilians to come do it for her. Like,
We're
if
bringing
that's what she
about
wants, it's fine.
prohibition of
But if this
racism
is a
in
service that
delivery
they offer,
practices.
right? They
In
offer
his full
delivery
Klansman
services, like,
outfit,
why would you say that she can't use that because
Those services have
she's not
terms
gonna
and
feel comfortable?
conditions. Those services
and why can't?
have
But hold on, but those you could just add into the terms and conditions that, hey, if you need to be accommodated, but either through the sex or race of your driver, right, we're gonna accommodate that. What's the issue with that?
because that's racial discrimination. I don't know why I have to keep saying it, DB. Like, I can keep
Well, okay, but again,
repeating this over and
this
over
this
again.
thing that it's
Because
racial
that's
discrimination, as if that
Mhm.
makes it like bad inherently. It's not. Like, if
It is
all she's
bad.
asking is to feel comfortable in her home, to have access to a service that everybody else has
And-
access to, like, what's the issue with that?
Racial discrimination
and-
is illegal inherently.
And I
it's
want
not.
her to feel comfortable, which is why she should
Really?
hire a driver, right? Hire her fucking a nephew Cletus to come and do it for her. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't.
That was
like,
a little bit
she's-
racist what you just said.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Right. She cannot hire me as her Twitch streamer. That's fine too.
Wait, Prom. I'm
Still-
gonna give you the hypo that's always given when it comes to like the other side of the coin in the civil rights discussion. What if Lowe's is the only service that in that entire town that offers that trucking service, and they are the only ones who can provide that system? So she doesn't get the option to hire Cletus or a different truck driver. She has to go with Lowe's.
Sure. If you're doing harm, like, that's not the same as with a black individual. Like, like being discriminated against. If you're doing harm and this is harm for your racial discrimination, then no, you don't get accommodated. Who cares? I don't give a shit. That's your
Okay,
problem.
wait,
what if she
hold on.
what if she would have we know, like, if you, let's say we have a crystal ball, she will have an anxiety attack if the black guy gets in her house and she'll die.
Wait, hold on, Lactoid. Let's
Die-
extend your
definitely
Yeah,
analogy.
a heart attack will she
Wait,
die.
one second.
Would you kill her? Would you kill the old
We're doing the world
lady?
a favor.
It needs.
Knew it.
It needs. Wait, something Doobie said needs to be pushed back against. Doobie said that racial discrimination is not illegal. So I'll point Doobie. I'm gonna point to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in hiring, promotion, discharge, pay, fringe benefits, job training, classification, referral, and other aspects of employment on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. So I think now we've discovered that racial discrimination is illegal in the United States.
Unless, hold on, you said it's inherently illegal. So, but if you're hiring
Yes,
for a
it is
specific
inherently
role,
illegal.
if you're hiring for a specific role, a specific character, and that character has a certain skin color, it's totally okay to discriminate in your hiring practices.
Unless it's an elf, then yeah.
I thought we were speaking about Lowe's.
You said it's inherently illegal to discriminate racially. I said no, it's
And
not.
Lowe's,
I'm explaining
at
to you why
Lowe's.
it's not inherently
Okay,
illegal.
fine.
Unless you don't know what that fucking word means.
If we want to talk about like actors, that's a different story.
Oh yeah, so in other places where you'd hire a person, it's okay to racially discriminate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. For actors,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a different
illegal with
story.
exceptions.
Inside of a corporate, you're using an exception to try and basis the rule, which I've heard you argue against that for people before Doobie is using exceptions as a try to
Do you know what
basis for the
inherent
rule.
means? Do you know when you say that something is inherently a thing? Do you
Oh
know- do
my
you know what that means?
gosh.
Hey, if you just say, like, if you want to say that you were clumsy with words, that's okay.
Are we
Right, I'm just
talking about
explaining that
Lowe's or
it's
not? We're
always-
talking about
it's not
Lowe's.
always
We're
illegal
talking. I'm
to
sorry.
racially
We're talking about
discriminate.
Hollywood or Lowe's, Doobie. We're talking about Hollywood or Lowe's. Which one are we
That
talking
wasn't what you said, right? You said racial discrimination is inherently illegal. I said no, it's not. Right, so you weren't just
about? I
talking
think
about
you've made.
that
I think I've made my
specifically.
point.
You made.
I
you
think
made
I've made my point.
Yeah, I think you made your point.
I think I've made my
I-
point because we weren't talking about Hollywood.
Let's go to Aiko and then Rez.
I just want to extend Lactoid's analogy. So, Lactoid, let's say in this analogy, Lowe's is the only game in town and they only have black drivers. Then what do you do?
So yeah, then I guess she has no option, and she dies. It's unfortunate. But again, this is like I'll say that. But here's the thing: like I would say the same thing. Even
Would
if,
she
like,
die
you know,
without this delivery?
So like, but even if you have like
Was it an
never
iron
get
lung
her
that they were
doors.
delivering?
even if you have like a small town.
What
or
if she was raped by a black guy?
So-
and just PTSD, and if she's in the house, they have him in the house, she might have a panic attack and die.
Right.
If she dies, she dies.
The difference
Guys.
here, the difference here is that like what I'm saying is that people should be free to like consensually like contract to make these decisions. If somebody lives in an area where nobody is willing to like engage with her contractually, or she is for whatever reason unable to engage with anybody else contractually, that's different. Because I'm not saying that people don't have a right to do that. I'm just saying we also like don't have this obligation to ship in like a white truck driver from the other side of the country or some shit like Prime wants to do with hookers, ship them in from different areas of the fucking world. It's fucking ridiculous, right? We obviously don't have like a requirement to do that, but at the same time, like we have this, like the solution is right there. Like she can just request the white truck driver, but Prime would have her be killed, like by the heart attack. Like Prime wants her to die. Ultimately, that's old ladies
don't
dying.
want
My point of Canadian hookers is much more nuanced than that. He doesn't understand it, okay? But just put that out there.
I'll have to hear it
Let's go to
sometime.
Rez.
Doobie, I have a question
Yes.
for what you're saying. So, racial discrimination, if the Lowe's has already hired the people, right? They shouldn't be racially discriminating against them after they hire them. Like that is part of the law, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I don't think Lowe's would be racially discriminating against them. By
Okay.
like not sending them on this specific job because
Yeah,
they're
like-
trying to accommodate the customer.
And racial discrimination is like, lack of access to higher levels of management, pay, etc. That's how we usually define this, right? And I think that usually whenever you have an interaction with a customer of any sort, the customer is therefore going to rate it. So by Lowe's making the choice to service this person with a white individual, that is not necessarily, it's not going to be to the detriment of the individual that the customer has refused, but it would be theoretically to the detriment of the white person that they then sent out in the first place. Right. So that would constitute some level of discrimination in the way that they would pursue advancement for different people in these positions.
I
that
don't
be
think that
fair?
makes any sense. No.
Okay.
Because
all right.
again, this would make sense if there were no other like delivery jobs available that day. but this is a pretty large company, pretty
Yeah.
active company. Assuming there was another job for them to go on that day.
Okay, so but
What
like
if there
I'm just
wasn't a job for them to go on that day? What if
Yeah.
what if that day the white people took off because I don't know, it's White Man Appreciation Day. And
That's every day,
they were
really.
only stocked
Thursday
with
is awesome.
they only had black people on the staff on that day.
Then he wouldn't get the delivery anyway because she wouldn't have let them into her house. So either way, he's not getting the money or the delivery.
By the
I mean,
way,
they're
hope-
getting the
I hope
money.
he got paid that day.
Well, in this case, they
No,
get paid, they get
I
paid the
guess
money,
they
but
would
we're
need to go
assuming,
home.
though. Right? We're
Yeah,
assuming.
I guess you need to tell them what you tell the gynecologists who get rejected because they're males. Say, hey, yeah, sorry, this one's not for you. Wait for the next customer.
Or the hookers, or the massage therapists, or the barbers, or anybody who doesn't get the job because somebody else has preconceived notions about them. It's just how it works.
Hey, well, like I said earlier, like I think that Indian example, it's accurate.
Pretty good.
There's tons
Yeah.
of there's tons of people who make that claim like at certain points. It's not fair, but like I think the context really matters. This happened in a rural area of Lowe's. Like are rural areas typically nice to people who look different from them? Like at least where I'm from, no. That's not the case. It
Yeah,
doesn't
also-
mean that it justifies
no.
it, but it happens.
I want to push back against your Indian example a bit, right?
Okay.
So the problem there that you pointed out is that this family or this individual who's seeing a doctor doesn't understand English, and so she needs some sort of accommodation. Okay,
Mhm.
that's good. And at least here in the States, I don't know about Socialist Canada, but here in the States, where we have freedom, we also have interpreters. Right, I used to work at a hospital, and they would have anyone who could be an interpreter, no matter what department you worked at. You could do so, right, when requested. But that when I was filling out the form to say like what languages I spoke, it didn't ask me for my race, right? Like if like I spoke, it was a Punjabi, then I could go, if requested, to and be as an interpreter. No, you don't actually get to choose the race of the doctor. You get to have the accommodation for your language, and that's it.
Absolutely, I totally agree. What do you do if like the person who came from your country is a little bit racist, like the Indian person that there are people unfortunately who come to this country who don't have those like inherent strong like values towards this that a lot of people who were born in North America do. Like this is common for people who are here to feel this way because we've seen
Grandma's gonna
the
have a fucking
history.
heart attack. That's the answer. Like I don't give
Yeah.
a shit. Like grandma's gonna have a heart attack. I don't have to tell you. Like we don't accommodate for these things. Like if
we kill you.
Like, I mean, if there is an Indian doctor who's around,
I've seen it accommodated in like Southern Ontario for sure. Like depending on the communities and sort of what the demographics are of the community, it's just easier to accommodate
It is true though
racist
that
old grannies than
it is true though
fails
that
again,
even if you
but,
don't
like-
allow that, you're still gonna get like they're just gonna learn like not to say that that's the reason, but they're gonna say I want that guy as my doctor, and that's
well,
gonna be it.
we can't read people's
People hide their
minds.
racism. That's new.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's totally
people do,
random
right?
about
Yeah.
what this guy
people
happens to be.
people do this. I mean, people do the same thing for high school sports. You're not allowed to switch high schools because of athletics. So you decide to say that you like their education program better, right? And so then you're basically swerving around the rule that says no. I just like this academic program better. When you're really switching there to be a part. Sorry. They like the academic program better when you're really switching there to be a part of the athletic program.
I want to ask you some, Prime. What do you think about careers in which being able to like relate to somebody culturally is actually like sort of critical for the career? So in my mind, thinking like therapists, for example. If you're a black guy, should you be able to go into like an area and say, I want a black therapist, nobody else? And if you're a white guy, can you walk in and say, I want a white therapist, nobody else?
I would say no. I would say that you can try therapists and they don't work for you. That's fine. But like
just go through the what the natural selection until you finally
Well,
come to one.
look,
Sure.
I mean, if talking about a therapist, like even the idea that necessarily a black therapist will be the one to help you, right? Like there, like no, it's actual competency, it's cultural competency, and a black therapist, one who's grown up in a upper middle class may not be able to help you. I'm sorry, a middle class or working class black individual. Like if you're discriminating based on race, yeah, you actually might not get the thing that you're looking for. So it's like if I was gonna look for a therapist, I would look for that cultural competency. And guess what? My skin color does not necessarily correlate with that.
Well, it
So
doesn't. It doesn't
good thing I'm not a
necessarily.
racist.
It doesn't necessarily. But like being able to say that I grew up in this area, having this experience, and being able to relate to somebody. Like let's say,
Oh,
let's
it's different.
let's say the
From
foundation.
Chicago, if they
No,
grew up in Chicago and I grew up in Chicago, okay,
No,
maybe
specifically,
yeah,
they grew up as a black man in Chicago. Okay, so let's say that like the reason why you're going to therapy is some kind of like internalized anxiety about racial oppression. Do you really want me, someone like with my skin tone, sitting across and telling you, "Oh yeah, I know what it's like growing up as a black man in America"? Like,
well, you've proven yourself to be incompetent, right? Like, so,
Sure.
like, if you were having that conversation, of course you wouldn't say that. Why would you say that? Like,
I didn't say that, but I can't say.
That's what you.
Right, but what I can't say is I can't say I know what you feel. I know what it's like to grow up in this kind of environment. Don't you agree that I can never say that?
It might
Yeah,
be
you
tone
can't
deaf.
say that, but I'm saying that it's unnecessary. The point is the cultural competency that you can get good service from any particular therapist, from any particular background, if they have the proper cultural competency.
Is it really reasonable to expect every therapist to like be culturally competent, or like?
No, of course not. I wouldn't say that that's
Well,
the case at all.
I mean,
Right? I'm saying that
you
it's
would
not
hire a
reasonable
different
to
therapist for
assume that a person who is of a certain skin color, right, that person is necessarily culturally competent. I'm agreeing with you there, and I'm saying that skin color doesn't give you that cultural competence.
What
being
if?
good at your
What
job.
if? Well,
you hire,
here's something.
you hire
Wait.
different therapists for different reasons, right? Like
Well,
there's a
hold on.
lot of people. There's wait 1 second. There's a lot of people that like shy, like when they're talking about marriage therapists. There's a lot of people that shy, like a lot of men that tend to shy away from female marriage therapists because of the tendency that they believe that female marriage therapists are going to side more with the wife, and same opposite to where a lot of females are tendency to have a female marriage therapist because they believe that the male marriage therapist is going to side more with the man. So like there's just tendencies, and you hire a different therapist for different reasons, and it may not work for you, and you may decide, oh, let's go get a different therapist because they're going to do a better job.
What if I'm going to therapy for racism? What if I need to go to therapy because like I'm deeply racist and I have to like and I need
That's
to like
exposure therapy.
Yeah,
That's
and
part
well,
of
no,
it. Exposure
and to the point where like I get immediately violent upon seeing a black man. Like I just can't help myself.
That's a-
At that
that's
point,
still a
at that
crime.
point, at that point, can I have a white
Still a
therapist or
crime.
no?
The right to refuse unsafe work.
We haven't legalized assault. Well, I can't speak for the United States, but we, at least generally speaking, Canada has not legalized assault.
If you got a gun, then you're defending yourself. You were afraid, and so you can shoot the black man, right? Like, right? Am I not correct? And that lactoid, right? Castle Doctrine. Okay. So
Well,
So
this could be having a black therapist could be exposure therapy. So you get maybe you get a black therapist like for 5 minutes out of every hour, but then
And-
you get 10
and
minutes
we-
after that.
No,
And
what
we- and
happens
we-
is
and
this
we-
guy doesn't
and
go to
we
therapy.
Tie them
That's
up
what
like
happens.
Hannibal Lecter, okay? All right. If that's the
Right.
case, if you can't keep yourself from
Sure, no, but-
from
but-
exploding in violence, then yes, we restrain you
So-
like Hannibal Lecter, and maybe you should probably be in jail.
Yeah, what actually happens though?
Pry the eyes open.
What actually happens though is this guy just doesn't go to therapy, and so now he goes on with like these weird beliefs, and like he gets worse. That's what's gonna happen.
But he doesn't get his
Oh.
refrigerator until he goes to therapy. Just to bring it back to Lowe's.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I love this point that Lactoid's making. Yeah, because that white man will never find a white therapist. It just won't happen, right? Like nowhere in this country, right? Nowhere in the U.S. or Canada can you find a white therapist. We are just full of minority therapists. They're everywhere, right? We're filthy with them. Okay, yeah, sure. I guess that will happen. Like this is why your point. Like you belabor your point. Like it doesn't work that way, right? So we don't have to accommodate racism. It doesn't have to, like, not all things have a mirror opposite that you can cleanly like bounce your point off of. I'm sorry, like that's not the case.
I think it can be. Again, when we're talking about some people living in like small towns, maybe like, yeah, maybe there's a therapist 2 towns away that like is white or whatever. But let's say
We
you're
don't
living.
accommodate
Let's say
race.
you're.
We
Let's say
accommodate people based on race.
I'm
We
not.
don't
I'm not saying. I'm
accommodate
not saying
people-
accommodating people based on the racism. I'm saying like, why are we legally interfering in like somebody wanting to contract with somebody else consensually? Like I want to do business with this like with only the white therapist in this entire fucking town, and like I'm just not allowed to now. I'm not allowed to ask for that
They
person.
can you can hire an individual therapist who's
No. He's part. No, he's part of like a larger therapy clinic or whatever. You're saying I can't request him, even though he's the only therapist I might want to go to.
You gotta roll the dice. I'm
Roll
sorry.
the dice, all right.
It's like that. But they do anyway. But within the accommodations of a medical office, they actually do just allow you to pick the person, right? Like they do that. That's the thing that happens, right? Like I picked my doctor. I didn't know who he was, but like they allowed me to. And it turned. In fact, I didn't know he was white. Actually, I assumed he was because of his last name. I assumed he was of a different race, right? And look at my disappointment when a white man happened to be. I was just like, whatever.
Tragic.
Like, we
Oh
don't
no, I
accommodate
need a different doctor. I need a different doctor
right?
now.
Like.
I did not get
So-
to pick my doctor, but that's just because I've had her since I was like literally 6 years old. So like
Oh, you had no agency.
exactly.
Well,
When I
no,
get new
typically-
insurance and they
technically, you
match me
still
with
did pick your
doctors,
doctor because you've
They show
chosen not to
pictures.
go looking for another doctor. So you
Well,
have
it's-
de facto
not so easy in
chose your
Canada.
doctor.
There might
Well,
be reasons
I-
for that.
Yeah, she's a Star Trek nerd, and I'm a Star Trek nerd, so there's a huge bias there. I have a bias towards Star Trek nerds over Star Wars nerds. That's why I
Right. So
stick
you've
with
de
her.
facto chosen your doctor.
Yeah, I want to be 1 degree separation away from someone who got to take a picture with Captain Kirk for sure. Because then I can go and tell her that like I met Picard, and then we can have a back and forth, and it makes like my pap smear a lot less awkward. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So clear racism from Amanda once again.
Yes.
Because she's not a Cisco fan.
The white woman.
And that's the only.
Not my
the only one
Canadian.
that-
Well,
Not my
I think
Canadian.
what's more important is that she's outed herself as somebody with really bad taste in media.
Oh,
Star Trek, seriously.
yo,
I'll
I
gladly
I'm-
fight you on Star Trek, dude.
I want to appeal to baby boomers, okay? Like I want to have a nice, long, successful career with the people in charge, and that means appealing to baby boomers. If I want to appeal to Gen X, I'll say I like next gen. But if I want to appeal to baby boomers, I'm gonna say original series. There's a game to this, okay? And if I want to appeal to millennials, I'll say that young dude's a super great guy in the Star Trek movie or something. That Chris guy, Chris Pine or whatever. There you go.
This kind of just.
I
it's just handsome.
Batted all my eyes, crossed
It's all
all my
about Deep
T's.
Space Nine.
Voyager, to be honest.
Johnny, you haven't said much. I want to see if you had anything else.
Hello. I am silently freaking out because I just got headphones that are wireless and one of them is completely dead. So I'm just sitting here silently freaking out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to like plug in other stuff, but I am following the conversation, and most of it for me up to this point has just been like drawing lines of where we find something to be racist and where we find something to not be. I personally thought that the Indian example, just for a point, was something wherein you would be requesting language accommodation. Although then you kind of expanded on it and you brought the race element into it. So that tracks, yeah.
And with lactoid, like, maybe Doobie has a different angle on this, but like the intentions matter. I think our friend Aiko said that previously. Like the intentions behind that matter, and it's only intentions that you can determine with anything. Since we can't read people's minds, right? People, like I said with my doctor, I got a chance to pick. I didn't get to see pictures. I did it over the phone, and like let a list of name. They read off a list of names, and I'm like, this guy sounds pretty cool, so sure, why not? But if I had, right, and they presented me a list of names and faces, and I picked because of race, right? Like I just picked a person because of race. How is the other party supposed to know? There's no way they could know, right? And that's fine, right? And in that case, well, we're just providing what our customer asked for. But in the case where they specifically are discriminating, right? Like we don't have to help you do that. Sorry. be a smarter racist. We can't expect that a racist, but like be a smarter racist. Then I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the difference is truly like very fundamental. Like sure, like on a social level, I can somewhat agree with like creating some kind of cultural and social pressure on people to be kinder and to be more tolerant of one another. I think that's all fine and it's all good. But like when we start crossing lines that I think are very difficult for me to cross, right? And one of those lines is, should we really be stepping in and forcing people to work and to do something they don't want to do? Should we be stepping in and using force and fining people for doing work that they, or engaging in some relationship that was entirely consensual? I mean, it's just you have to agree it's authoritarian, right? You can say it's good authoritarianism, but it is authority. Like authoritarian, you are dictating these people's social like attitudes. You're dictating like their preferences. You're dictating what their thoughts. I mean, you're trying to control what they think, like through the force of like the law and the police.
Well, maybe I'll gladly bite the bullet, potentially influence. And so like, yeah, I agree with you, Lacto. There's like probably the fundamental difference where it's like, I will fully concede, and like I know that you're not pro-racism, as in like we both agree in the sense that racism bad, right? Like I know we're on the same page there, but it seems like I don't think you recognize, or like I think the difference is like basically. I don't know if you, let's say, maybe appreciate what Aiko brought up earlier in terms of like the interaction between, society, social norms, and culture, and like the law, where it's like I think there's a dynamic interplay. A lot of people just say philosophy is upstream. Philosophy and culture is like upstream from like the law. But I think there's a dynamic. So the example that I would cite as the dynamic interaction between the law and culture is like same-sex marriage, like. Since same-sex marriage with you guys in the United States, like it has just like slowly creeped up, and I don't think that's a surprise. Where it's like as of the past couple of years, like still the majority of Republicans oppose same-sex marriage, but as you recognize yourself that Republicans like in power, they know that it's pretty much it's a non-winnable situation at this point. Like the public favor is like so swayed that it's politically they cannot address that, even though they would probably want to, right?
Sure, and in the same way, I would not be in favor of using authoritarian measures to try to like culturally shift people into supporting it, right? So, would I personally argue for the legalization of like gay marriage? Yes. Would I like use the police to make sure everybody has to argue in favor of gay marriage? No.
Yeah, sorry. Again,
that's a leap.
It's not a leap.
You're beleaguering your point once again. Look, one, I don't have a problem with the government trying to influence the public for the greater good, right? And I know Doobie doesn't have either. He would use this power of the state specifically for that purpose, right? In much more stricter ways, right? But for me, one, I don't think it's some sort of dig to say that this has like that using the power of the state in a forceful manner has some sort of authoritarian tendencies. I don't know, whatever, right? If the point is to accomplish good. Well, hold on. Well,
no. Finish that sentence. Whoa, keep going. You were almost there.
Lacto, I stopped it.
If the point is to accomplish good, then it's good.
Well, what I say is good. Yeah, and I'll actually bite that. What I say is good. No, yeah, and not what a racist says is good. Like, fair enough. I'll do that. Yeah, fuck that. Like, sure, why not? What was the other point I was gonna make? What was I saying? So, God damn it, I lost it. I was making a really good point. And you would have been sad because I would have destroyed your everything.
Yeah.
If I think about it, I'll let you know. You better hope.
I think it's fair to say that there are a couple of distinctions that we could make here that might make things more clear. I think there's a difference between authority, the use of authority, and authoritarianism. It's that ism at the end, and it's also the tarian part, like at the end, where it's a philosophy that's dedicated on using authority and authority alone, and authority like in the extreme. And authority can exist without being authoritarian. Like you can make a distinction between those two things. But also I wanted to be clear that we're talking about lows here. We're not talking about the racist individual. No one's talking about like forcing her to let Black people into her home. We're just saying that Lowe's has the right and probably the responsibility, in order to protect their employees, to refuse service to this person. So you don't have to let this person into your home, but Lowe's also doesn't have to accommodate your
Well, no, I'm
request.
not saying Lowe's has to, but this is like where we went with Prime. Prime thinks that there should be like a legal, like there should be a penalty for the fact that they did work with this woman, and if they're the only option,
There is one.
yeah, and if there's the only option, if Lowe's is the only option in the town where she's in, then she just doesn't get the service. I mean, that's
Absolutely.
Right.
see,
So and
We
okay,
all
and I
agree with
remember,
that.
that's
I
authoritarian.
remember I remembered my brilliant point. It's
Oh.
that like when you were talking about the government influencing individuals, right? And to like in this case to be anti-racist, or well, not even anti-racist, but to not overtly racist. But like you ignore the fact that racism isn't some sort of natural state of humanity that we got here, at least in this country. I can't speak for others, but specifically on those governmental policies, right? Slavery was a governmental policy. Jim Crow, governmental policy. Redlining, governmental policy. Cutting Black people out of the GI Bill, governmental policy. All of that to create the social environment that we have now. The racial social environment that we have right this second. That was governmental policies. So if that's the case, if it was fine for us to do it then, and you were okay, I know you are, you're okay with allowing for discrimination, right? For that level of discrimination. Well, then if that's the case, well then there's nothing wrong with using government
No.
to solve that as well.
So I have been consistently against like what I would consider to be authoritarian policies. I mean, slavery is, I think, the pinnacle of authoritarianism, right? You have Jim Crow, which is the government telling businesses that they have to racially discriminate. I mean, this is the kind of shit, like when you have the government quite literally like forcing authoritarian racist policies. I've always been against that. But I've never been in favor of dictating the social or cultural attitudes of some individual, or dictating that two people can't like agree to only do business with each other based on some kind of like racist or bigotry or whatever. I am against people being like stopped from doing business with somebody who wants to do business with them because the government steps in for some kind of
what
social
you're
cultural
against
reason, which is
actually
Jim
doing
Crow.
something about it. You're so okay. So then I guess you're saying, oh well,
I've been against
I'm
it the
not
whole
for
time.
I'm not for slavery. I'm not for Jim Crow. I'm not for all those things, right? But I'm against doing anything about it, right? Which in itself
You
is
are
pretty racist.
advocating for like a reverse Jim Crow, like and the reason why Jim Crow was
The
wrong,
reverse Jim Crow.
unironically, right? For Jim Crow, you'd be punished for doing business for the black person. Here, you're advocating for Lowe's being punished for doing business with a racist, right? This is the reverse Jim Crow. I'm saying that on a principled basis, the government should not be dictating consensual relationships between individuals. They were wrong when they did it with Jim Crow, and they're wrong when they're doing
I'm
it now.
saying that no. I'm saying that the government. Okay, so even if that was the case, I'm saying that it is that we have a responsibility in this country that has had no problem with socially engineering racism previously for centuries, right? That no, at this point we don't get to quit when it comes to trying to fix that. Like, oh well, I guess now we stop, right? And now everyone can do anything they want, and if we allow for that, then we actually just continue on that racism. We continue on that harm. That you can just discriminate against people for the principle of free association, right? That ends up being its own discrimination, its own bigotry, because you've already shifted the state of affairs to the point where people are going to want to only associate with people who look like them. So yes, we should have a role in tearing that down. Absolutely.
Yeah, and like this is why I said before, I think this is like a very deep level, like a different way of looking at this, because when I think about even the words you use, like when we were okay with this before, and now we're like, when we're saying we, like who are you referring to? You're not
Not
referring.
all white
You're
people.
not
Oh,
referring.
boy.
No. you're not referring to me, you're not referring to this lady, and you're not referring to Lowe's, right? You are referring to agents.
I'm actually probably referring to that lady. She's probably like
we
alive
don't
during Jim
know.
Crow and
She
being.
may have been she may have
Referring to
been she may have been alive.
America.
She may have been alive, but she had what impact did she have on the governmental policy of Jim Crow? We're talking about
cares?
we're talking about agents. We're talking about individuals. We're talking about people, human beings who were not involved in this process, and you're dictating their rights to engage with one another based on this this idea of we want to socially engineer
Well, in that
other
case, I
people
am
to
talking
support
about
my
government.
position. And
And
I think this is
I
the
am talking about governmental policy, though. But like
no,
that's
I know
my point.
you.
Invest-
I know you are. Like you have the same philosophy of we should be using the government to be dictating the social and political norms of the heyday, which is exactly what the people in Jim Crow thought and what they wanted. They just wanted
Yeah,
they
and
wanted
they
to
were wrong.
enforce they wanted to
And-
enforce racism.
Good.
And for me, I'm not like racism is not the end all be all. For me, it's the reason why it's wrong is because when you dictate that people engage with people that they don't consent with, this is a non-consensual relationship. It's literally slavery, right? And slavery is wrong.
Except that. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I've already made my point. So if anyone wants to do it.
It's going to be reiterating the same things. But yeah, go ahead, Aiko.
Oh, I just wanted to go over this reverse Jim Crow thing because I think the key difference between this policy and the Jim Crow policy is that this is really more race blind, right? Because it's basically saying because if it had been a black person who's refusing a white driver, I think it would have it should go the same way. Like this law basically says that you cannot discriminate unless you have a particular reason for some kind of an exception. You cannot discriminate on the basis of race. So Lowe's wouldn't be able to do this in either direction. Like wouldn't be able to allow this to happen to white drivers as well as to black drivers.
Right, but Jim
so
Crow
it doesn't
didn't allow that
parallel
either.
Jim Crow in that way.
No, but it does, right? Because Jim Crow wouldn't allow either or, right? It didn't allow black people to engage with white people and didn't allow white people to engage with black people. If you were a white guy, I mean, maybe you could argue that
so
it wasn't
you're saying
enforced.
it's reverse in the sense that one was race blind and this is the reverse of that, which is race blind. One was not race blind and this one is.
I'm saying it's reversed in the sense of both. Like one represented a belief that that the races were separate, and it's kind of like there's a cultural standard of racism that we want to enforce, and so this is a policy that we're going to use to enforce it. And we're going to use government policy to interfere with individuals making contracts and agreeing with one another and engaging with each other physically and socially. We're going to interfere with that in the interest of advancing this social and cultural project. The reason why this is the reverse Jim Crow is it's doing the exact same methods, right? It is legally enforcing upon people's individual contracts and individuals' interaction with the express intent of removing racism, right? Because now the cultural paradigm has changed, or racism is evil. And what I'm saying is that it's reverse in that the goal of it. But the methods that both are using are the same, and the methods in of themselves are evil, right? Whenever you force somebody to non-consensually engage with somebody they don't want to, I mean, we would never do this with sex. That would be fucking horrific.
But there is no force here. This is this is saying that we will not give you this service if you're going to insist on this racial discrimination. But no one is saying that she has to accept the service.
No, but Prime is saying that we use the government to go after Lowe's for legal liability, to destroy a large part of their business, whatever the judgment would be, for doing this, right? So now Lowe's is in a position where if Prime's policy was enacted, well, now Lowe's is now barred from engaging with this woman at all, right? Because they couldn't do it without getting sued. In the same way, the restaurant in Jim Crow couldn't have the black person
we
come
bar
in.
people from association, like in terms of the government. We do that already. You can't associate with certain people. If you're a fucking terrorist, you can't associate with like the don't fly. Like the no-fly list, excuse me. The airlines can't associate with a person on the no-fly list. We do these things all the time, and I can come up with other examples as well, which is okay. If you, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, a violent terrorist, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure I would consider this woman to be a violent terrorist.
And some disgusting piece of shit grandma. Yeah, them too. Okay, so
there's a spectrum of harm here, and she's on it.
The old racist immigrant grandma alone. Jeez.
Who will ever speak up for racist white women?
She
No
started
one
it.
ever
I think it's
has.
fair
If
to
she
say
dies,
she
she
started it.
dies.
First they came
I
for
will
the
defend
racists.
her. I will defend her.
Ivy.
And no one said
Of
anything.
course you are. Your bloodline demands it. Okay, let's move on.
And
I'm
then they
just
came for
messing
the
with you, buddy.
misogynists.
I'm just messing with you, friend. All right, so we're done here. We're gonna go on to open welcome panel right after this. We're done with this particular panel, but we're not done with the content overall. We're gonna go to open welcome panel where you at home, right? You can be a part of this. If you if you heard something that you agreed with or disagreed with, right? You should have agreed with me, disagreed with Doobie, right? If that has happened, then I jump on. If you're misguided, then I can also correct you. So please be a part of the open panel that we're going to have in just a bit. If you've been enjoying the content, hit that follow button and make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. It is all the time. Exclamation for social and chat for our social media. Yeah, it is up there. We got Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube. YouTube's where you find the VOD. So like, comment, subscribe there in case you've missed anything. And you can see all of our past stuff. So check it out on YouTube. Also consider supporting the channel. This channel lives and dies with your support, right? So like if we don't have it, then we can't have these great moments, right? Where we can't gather all these fine individuals to have these conversations. So consider a sub to the channel. You go to emotes, you'll get ad-free viewing. And you'll know that this will be around for yet another week. Hooray! So sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, or use your Amazon Prime Gaming here in this community. So yeah, we can do that. All right, thank you. Lactoid. Well, again, I'm gonna outro these people, but remember we still have more content coming afterwards. Hey, Nerdist, thank you for the 600 bits. I know you disagree with me all the time, but you still constantly are being helpful. That's our first gift of the year. That's our first tip of the year. Hooray, Neritas. Thank you, Neritas. We're looking for our first gift sub or sub of the year, right? So that's still open. But yeah, our first donation of the whole year. Thank you, Neritas, for the kindness. Okay. Let's move on to. Oh, maybe it's the second one. Oh, maybe someone else. Oh, fuck. I mean, it might be the second one. Someone else skipped 100 bits previously. I didn't see it. Then I'm sorry, Neritas, you're the second one. But I appreciate the 600 bits. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, it's been a tough one for you, right? Like anytime that you and I are at odds, you're always, at the back foot, always struggling to keep up with me mentally, physically, and spiritually. So I'm happy that you come here nonetheless. The masochistic side showing when you decide to accept my invites. So, friend, no, thank you as always. You're always so kind. And I always love engaging with you. And hopefully we can engage a little bit more afterwards. That'd be a lot of fun. But one or the other, thank you for that. And thank you, Spaniard, for the 5 subs. And Desperado Sensei for a sub. Hey, our first subs. We're at level 2. That helps us get to a level 3 hype train, 4 minutes on the clock. But also thank Lactoid. He didn't give me any money, but he's still cool.
Thank you, Prime. I just wanted to be established for everybody on the panel and also in the audience. I love all peoples. I'm a very tolerant individual. I want a rainbow coalition of people around me at all times. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this panel. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, where we fight communism, and especially we fight slavery. Slavery is wrong. And what is slavery? It is the forced, coerced labor of somebody without their consent. And we should all take a moment and think about what are ways that we can minimize slavery. Thank you.
Is there white in a rainbow, by the way?
Just no, but the rainbow is actually made of white, right? Like
Yeah, white is the
all the
rainbow.
colors.
We're all
You have
white.
to
Yeah.
We're
split
all
white
white
apart
when
in
you
order
get
to
We're all white.
when you dig
Fine.
down to it. We're all
Yeah.
white. I mean, let's.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, thank you, Fran. And seriously, I always appreciate you keep coming back here. Let's go to our other friend who I love so much. Oh my God, she's so amazing. They are so amazing. Johnny Scarlett. Johnny, thanks for coming back. And you were really great tonight. So I appreciate everything.
Thank you. I appreciate you, dude. That lady don't need no TV. Racist grandma I'm gonna say something that I probably shouldn't say on Twitch. So
Do it.
That there we go. Thank you everybody for coming out tonight and supporting Prime. It's been wonderful, and I hope that you all have a great night. If you've never seen me before, my name's Johnny, and I do educational content here on Twitch. Please do go give the channel a follow, give subs to Prime, and give follows to all these lovely people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have 2 minutes on the clock. 15% done. 25% done because Sprouticus. Hey, Sprouticus, thank you. Gifted a sub to Toby. Hey, thank you so much. Now we're at 28%. And the math is 72%. 72% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? Sprouticus is being so kind, so thank you to him. And yeah, help us get to level 3. We need your help. We have 90 seconds on the clock. Subs to channel, get bits, give subs. Usually Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here on the channel. 1 free sub per month. Just a 1 free sub here. That's how we get it done. Thank you, Raven Ghost, for gifting us up as well. We're moving forward. We're at 40%. 60% left. Help us get to a level 3. Help save the hype train. 90 seconds left on the clock. Okay. Corey. Corey is a fine person, and a giving person, I think, as well. Corey, thank you for coming through, buddy. I always appreciate your input.
Yeah, always grateful and appreciated to be invited. And I will agree with Lactoid. Lactoid is tolerant, and he's tolerant because he's Canadian, and Canadians are generally pretty tolerant.
That's true.
But yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here. Doobie, Sprouticus, Amanda, Aiko, Johnny Scarlet, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime. Always look forward to the panels. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter and Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell.
Thank you so much. 30 seconds off the clock. Help us save the hype train. 40%, 60% left. Subs to channel, give subs to get to level 3. Aiko. Thank you. Thank you for the question too. You forwarded that to me, and we had a really good conversation.
This was a fun one. I think there was a lot of disagreement here too, a lot of clash. So that was great. I just wanted to say I'm not exactly sure. A couple of people were talking about how this lady would die without this delivery. I'm still trying to figure out how that works. But I do have one other thing that I want to talk about, but it'll probably have to do after, maybe in the open panel or maybe after this panel, just for a second. But Lactoid talked about these offsets, and we never really got around to talking about that part of it. But I think it's a total, maybe it's irrelevant to this discussion from the first one, but I'd like to talk to him about that a little bit later. My name's Ike Rich. You can find me on Twitter.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Toya and Corey, for the 5 subs each. We didn't make the hype train, but it still counts, so I'll take it. Thank you so much. That's really kind for the both of you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. And again, Corey, thank you for supporting the channel by coming here and being great. So let's go to our friend Amanda, who's also Canadian, right? Like I'm being multicultural, right? 3 Canadians here. So
Get those. You don't discriminate. You don't do that. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's been so nice to be here. It's been so nice to see everybody, new faces, old faces. It's very nice. I appreciate being here. Thank you. If you want to follow me or whatever, you can always find me on Twitter. I'm rambling about something. WRITE Amanda _ Otherwise, I'm just your friendly internet friend. And so if you want to see me back, you know who to bully in the comments. But otherwise, I'm around. I'm here. I'm chill. It's nice to see you guys. And I'm glad so many people agree that Star Trek is a better series. Thank you.
Actually, I don't know how I feel about it. I honestly don't. Nowadays, years ago, I would have argued with you. I love Star Trek, but I would have said Star Wars was better. But
you think Star Wars is getting better over time?
7, 8, and 9 are not that good. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That it's getting worse. So that's why I can't argue with her so much that Star Trek is better or not.
Rogue One is good. Mandalorian is good. Don't get me wrong, but anyways, this is not what the conversation is about. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Rez. Rez, thanks for stopping by. I know these guys are tough to handle. All right.
Yeah, they're long-winded. I want to say today I learned racism bad. If she dies, she dies is a corollary to racism bad. prohibition is based, and that Lactoid thinks I'm a successful person. Twitch.tv/Reservoir for other astute observations.
Awesome. All those things are true. Thank you, Maple Takes, for the raid. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. And we have Sprouticus, or we did have Sprouticus. I don't know if we still have Sprouticus. For Sprouticus, we love Sprouticus. Yeah, like we need to always see more of them. Sprouticus, take it away.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't looking at my camera. I was timing someone out for an hour because they were doing weird shit in chat. Anyways, gotta love chatters. But I loved being here. I loved to have that discussion. I think it was generally a good discussion. Got us actually some progress in the discussion, so that's good. I always love being on Prime's panel, so Prime, feel free to invite me back. But it was a great topic, great discussion. But let's just go over it real quick. Lowe's should no longer serve people that request something like that unless there's extraordinary circumstances such as medical circumstances. And going back to the taxes, don't tax alcohol. It's not going to do shit but make the middle class suffer. All right, now moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our Dark Lord and Savior, always here, and who I sent it to you in the DM, but I'll say it again, JP. I'm really glad that you're my friend. I'm glad that you are always around and always supportive of me on this channel. So shout out to you. Hopefully we get another year. Hopefully we're gonna get in 2024 together again. So thank you, Doobie.
So first and foremost, I think that Star Wars is a much more compelling and immersive universe than Star Trek. I think that from the epic space battles and lightsaber duels to the richly detailed planets and alien cultures, Star Wars universe is a place that's easy to get.
You
easy to
just
get
like
lost
the
in and
glowing
explore.
swords.
In
Come on.
contrast, the world of Star Trek often feels sterile, clinical, has its own unique charm, quote unquote. The focus is more on like science technology that can sometimes feel a bit dry in comparison to the more fantastical elements of Star Wars. Another reason I prefer Star Wars is
Are you reading
the
something?
strong, memorable characters, right? From the heroes like Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia to
You
the
just like
iconic
to go.
villains like Darth Vader
That's what you like
and
to
Emperor
do.
Palpatine. The characters in Star Wars are much more dynamic and well.
This is all
In
extemporaneous.
contrast,
Did you
many
like the
of
animated
characters in Star
series
Trek
too?
can
This is like a
yeah, I
high
did,
school essay, like
tend
for
to feel
sure.
one-dimensional or lacking in depth.
You got it from
And while there
ChatGPT.
are certain,
Did
I
you
did
play-
actually.
Did you play the
Well,
video
there's certainly
game
with some
too?
exceptions.
That
right?
Anakin
The
series?
cast of Star Trek doesn't quite hold a candle to the rich
Oh.
and varied characters
This
of
is
Star
that
Wars.
Do you
AI
have
thing
the
that
book?
does your homework
So
for you.
Do you have the
finally,
book that
I
like you
believe
bring around
that
to
the themes
school?
and messaging of Star Wars are far more
Everyone
universal
makes
and
fun of you
timeless.
for?
The struggles between good and evil, the
Don't worry, I
power
have
of
a
friendship and
toaster.
loyalty, and the importance of standing up for what's right are all themes that resonate with audiences of all
It's
ages.
true.
And I'm
True.
sneezing. However,
Bless you.
yeah, just FYI, right? This is like something that like I'm gonna let you guys in on because I thought it was really funny. So throughout the entire panel, I was like half of it was me reading shit off of ChatGPT. I was just saying, hey, make this argument for me, and then I read off what it said. Right? It's a very good tool. I recommend it. 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Actually, that track, your positions with Lactoid, they are robotic. I will absolutely
There
grant
we
you that.
go. Right? Yeah. Unfeeling, uncaring for the fellow man. No, that makes sense.
Yet correct.
Straight from chatters
that.
makes sense. Straight from chatters makes
Hey, I'm
absolute
gonna
sense.
trust the robot overlords. Okay.
I'll take a victory lap because I call it ChatGPT. And Doobie, right? Like I'm curious about like in the future I can tell the difference as well because you have a very specific voice, Doobie, and when you're off that voice, I know there's something wrong. So I don't think AI can yet replicate your viciousness. So
Unfortunate.
It
One
can learn
day.
from all of Doobie's chats and then recreate them.
Little do we know Doobie's
If
actually
he ever
been an
dies,
AI.
we're gonna
this
have
ex-
to program him into an AI.
Little do we know that Doobie's actually been an AI the entire time.
The entire time.
psychopathic.
Get a good spider on that and just have them crawl for hours.
So
I actually prefer the Warhammer 40k universe of Star Wars,
Oh my
and
god.
Star Trek.
I don't want to hear anything about Warhammer.
we'll
Hear
have
enough
to
about
discuss that
It's
as well.
fucking great.
All right, thank you all so much. You guys were all fantastic. I really enjoyed this conversation, more like better than I thought it would be, honestly. So this was a whole lot of fun. I hope you guys all come here again. We're about to head on to Open Walk On panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. They're spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion with my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Thank you so much. And Lecter, come in. I'm going to yell at you about more stuff. Okay. All right.
Always a
Bye.
pleasure.
Bye.
Amanda,
Bye,
I was
later.
just gonna say, Voyager. I enjoy Voyager the least of all the tracks.
What? Oh,
But I-
go. We have to debate that
but
now.
I like all of them, so it still means I like it. I just
I
don't like
just
it as
like-
much as any of the other tracks.
Star
No,
Wars
it's
is better because
fair.
DS9 is.
I like Captain Janeway. I like that there was like a female captain. Like that was super sick. But
Voyager was the
overall-
most diverse
Janeway's
show.
good. Individual
Yeah.
characters were good. It's just that format, like it was basically still like visually still like watching TNG. Like
Yeah.
by then it was really sort of hackneyed and like there needed to be some innovation and there wasn't any of it.
Yeah.
And then you had episodes that were as bad as Spock's brain, like like when they all turned into lizards and like had sex or whatever. Like it was Janeway,
And Tom Paris, I
And-
think.
Tom
Full on
Paris
losing sex. Goodbye, you guys.
turned into
care,
lizards, and had primordial sex, and then
Yeah.
I don't know, that was Spock's
Hey,
brain level. For sure.
it's absolutely fair. Like childhood me like loves Janeway. I have a little action figure, but adult me got really into the campiness of the original series, and like
Yeah.
that's just where all my giggles go. But TNG, there's some really good edits on YouTube of like TNG episodes that are really, really funny. Like there's one about Data not understanding how art works, and it's just hilarious. But overall, yeah, but I do actually like, I'm super sympathetic to Star Wars. Like personally, I have more stuff in my life that's Star Wars, and I'm not even joking. I have a Stormtrooper toaster downstairs.
Nostalgia is very
Quick-
powerful. So like, yeah, whatever came out when you were a kid, you're gonna love it. Yeah.
Quick
Yeah.
poll. Quick poll on Star Wars. Ewoks. Who
Star
here
Wars is
likes the
better.
Ewoks versus doesn't? So who here likes the Ewoks?
They're cute.
Ewoks are
Yeah.
cringe.
Well, I like them as they're cute, but do I think they're a good thing? Not really.
I think the
Uh,
Ewoks are like clearly just like an example to not example, something made to sell merchandise. That's
Yeah.
all they are.
Exactly.
See, my
Yeah.
strategy.
Same with the
uh,
Troubles.
Yeah.
My thought process is that if you were a kid when you first watched Star Wars, then the Ewoks were like you enjoyed the Ewoks, right? But if you were an adult, then the Ewoks they can like come or go.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the Jar Jar effect. People don't realize that this happened with all of the iterations. Like when Star Wars first came out, people complained about R2D2, like that he was too cutesy. So he was the Jar Jar of his day.
He's my favorite.
But then people grew up and got used to it. Now everyone loves R2, right? It's the same thing with the Ewoks. Jar Jar seems to be someone everyone can agree on, though.
Yeah.
Even
Jar
over
Jar's
time.
just annoying.
I think they were
Jar Jar
clear.
would have been way more cool if he was actually a Sith Lord. Like if that theory were real, that would have been way more cool.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
he
that-
was responsible for the fall of the entire
Republic?
democratic society. Yeah, the republic.
That,
Yeah.
act, that
Well,
actor
yeah.
got death threats, by the way, which I thought was just wholly inappropriate. Like you could think he's
He was,
What?
he was
But
the,
hilarious.
He's the example
the
I
actor
give.
got death threats.
yeah, people.
No,
hate
he
him.
like his career, like he didn't have one basically because of that.
Oh shit.
He's the example I give when I have to explain the Russian concept of the useful idiot, because he's like just the perfect. Yeah,
Yes.
Lacto,
totally.
do you like Star Trek? Because I feel like you'd get along well with the Ferengi,
Nah, the
with the
Ferengi,
laws of
yeah, yeah,
acquisition.
oh yeah.
No, so I
The big
like-
ears, yeah, for sure.
I
They're,
like-
they're not
We have
Jewish.
that
They have
mask.
big ears, not big noses. So.
Well, they kind of do have big noses too.
I
Oh,
like
man.
I like Star Wars.
Damn.
more.
Even the guy who
but-
even the guy who originally played Jar Jar didn't play Jar Jar for Lego Star Wars.
Damn, dude.
That's
They
fun.
switched it all up, but I do want to say it's been lovely chatting with you, but there are people in my house who are sleeping, so I should probably hit
Take
the
care.
hit the set
night.
as well.
Be
But
well.
It's
See you later.
been nice chatting with you guys. I'll talk to you later. Take care.
Au
Hey,
revoir.
Hey,
So-
Lactoid, I wanted to ask you about this offset idea of yours.
When you say offset, what are you referring to?
When you were talking about how, if in the first topic, when
The
we were
balance of
talking
taxes,
about-
I think.
if we're gonna, if you're gonna raise the taxes, it needs to offset some other
Yes.
taxes,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And in my head, like I was cycling through it in a way that would be acceptable to me, and to me, it would be let's offset the income taxes of the lowest
Yeah.
margin people.
Yes.
But it occurred to me that when you do this, like in real politics, like you'll see, for instance, Reagan was all about like cutting taxes, and he talked about cutting taxes for the middle class and all this other stuff. But then when that reaches a certain point, then you start to get arguments like, say, Mitt Romney, who says, "Oh no, we need people at all economic levels to have skin in the game." That was what he said in 2012, and he said the skin in the game means that they have to pay taxes too. So even though like Reagan signed this bill, this earned income tax credit, that meant that people in lower economic settings not only paid zero taxes, but actually in some cases we could have negative taxes. That's bad too. And that we need to, in fact, this was the argument for the flat tax at the time too, although he didn't go quite that far. It seems like anytime you do these sort of offsets, which I think could be virtuous, I agree with you about cutting taxes like at the lower economic levels in order to offset some of these other taxes, especially given that the alcohol tax will probably be regressive in total because it'll take a greater share of a poor person's income than a wealthy person's income. So you should offset it with taxes at the lower economic levels. But it seems to me that there's always resistance to that when you actually try to like literally do it. Like it's something that people say, but then when it comes time to implement it, then you get the skin in the game argument.
Yeah, I don't support it. I think, especially when it comes to income taxes, because I understand the argument to one extent, which is like, when you have somebody who's not paying taxes, of course, they're always going to support like more government programs to themselves because they're not paying for it, right? But when we're talking about like income taxes, we're quite literally talking about like them going to work and them doing the thing which is like not them getting a bunch of government welfare. So, yeah, I mean, to the extent that people would want lower income people to pay more income taxes, I would just oppose that.
Okay.
What I would say is, yeah, so I've thought for a long time, like anybody making, let's say, under 80 or under 70, or, you know, we can find the exact line, but there's going to be some line where you pay no income taxes at all. And then what happens is, like, you know, once, obviously how it currently is basically the tax bracket would begin at that. And so any income that you made over that would be taxed, but any income you made under that would not be taxed.
So here's another example of 2017 tax bill that the only major legislation that Trump was able to sign. That gave two sets of tax cuts, one to the upper income levels and one to the middle class. But the one in the middle class expires in 10 years. And the one that was to the really upper class is infinite, like goes on forever. So that's another example of paying service to like focusing at the lower ends, but not really in the long run wanting to implement that.
Sure. And I think that's a major issue. And I think it's a major issue with the Republican Party. I mean, I wish they were kind of more of the libertarian mindset, but they're not. Obviously, especially recently, they've been kind of shifting more populist. I still think when you look at their overall spending policies, I think overall it tends to be better than the alternative, but it's not good. Like I said, I would like to see very little government spending generally, but I would like to see like poor people be paying almost nothing in taxes, because I never want a poor person to like look at their paycheck and see the money taken out in taxes. And I know people who make the calculation, well, actually, I would make more money not working, right? I would get more benefits not working. And there is, like, I think it's $24,000 in the US, where if you make under $24,000, you're better off not doing any work because of the amount of benefits you get compared to doing any work at all. So that should never be.
I agree with that. Like, that should be restructured so that those incentives never happen, for sure.
Exactly, right.
There's ways to do it.
There is. There should
and
always
one of them
be
is to not
incentive.
have the taxes at those lower levels.
Yes.
Earned income tax credit, you know, I think was one of the best things that happened under the Reagan administration. I'm sure Corey is just sort of chuckling inside because these little things like earned income tax credit or whatever are nothing compared to what Canada does.
Socialist Canada.
Yeah. Yeah. But the earned income tax credit is like within the context of just domestic policy in America, like was one of the best things that happened here
I'm curious.
because it allows people to be rewarded for work. You know.
Yeah, one question I have for both of you actually is one thought I had during the discussion, but we moved on before I could bring it up, was what if we, I'm not sure, this won't fix everything, but would you guys be in favor of a new restriction, which is if you're on food stamps, you can't buy alcohol at all? Like it's just not something like, so basically when you go up to like get your, like the food stamp, there's something like on your ID about it, and when you go up to like buy the alcohol, if you are receiving government benefits, like you just can't buy it.
Oh wait, that's a different than what I thought. Yeah, because I was under the impression you couldn't buy alcohol with food
You
stamps
can't,
now.
you can't, but you can sell the food stamps and then use the money to buy alcohol, which is what can happen sometimes.
Well, this
I
is
guess I'd
also
be
under. Go ahead, Eiko. But I would just say, like, this is also under the assumption that I am okay with how food stamps are like operating now, type of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe, but like, even if like you could stop that or implement something different, I mean, the argument would then be like, well, if the money that they actually have that they're spending on alcohol, they could use that to buy the food that they're spending the food stamps on. So, you know, if somebody genuinely needed a food stamps, they wouldn't be spending any money on alcohol at all, or tobacco, and other kind of like vices, wastes.
my first thought is that implementation would be a nightmare. Because how could you prove what incentive would the private company who wants to sell this stuff anyway, what incentive would they have to go and try to find out if you're on, getting food stamps or whatever?
Same thing for
somebody
under
walks in,
21s.
they've got cash,
I mean, same thing for under 21s, right? Like if you come in, you don't look 21, they got to card you, and if they're under 21, they don't sell to you. Kind of the
so
same process.
you have to have but you have to have a card that says you're not on food stamps?
Or it's like you get. You're right. It'd be difficult, but like they scan your ID, like at the stores now, they'll scan it to make
Right.
sure it's actually 21. And if you scan the ID, it'll come up whether or not like you're eligible to purchase or not eligible to purchase. And if you're on food stamps, you simply like wouldn't be eligible to purchase. If you're on probation, you wouldn't be eligible to purchase. If you're, there could be like a list of reasons why you couldn't get the alcohol that will come up when you scan the ID.
Yeah, it seems to me that first of all, it'd be super easy to get around, but secondly, you'd have to create a whole new database that then gets linked to the card that vendors now have access to. That doesn't sound like a
Data
libertarian-
collection.
Well, no,
It doesn't sound like a libertarian world to
No,
me.
it's run through the DMV, right? So it wouldn't tell you the reason why they're ineligible to buy alcohol. It would just say they can't buy alcohol. So like you would basically scan the ID, and right now how it works is it verifies that you are over 21, and it would just simply verify whether or not you are like allowed to buy.
Just like a
alcohol.
thumbs up or thumbs down.
Thumbs up,
yes,
thumbs
no.
down. That's it. Yeah. And if it's thumbs down,
Yeah,
they can't sell to you.
You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of that social credit system they've got going
Yeah,
on
and China. That's literally what I was going to bring up in terms. That's how like, not that I'm well. That's a separate conversation in terms of.
Definitely a very small chunk of it, but still it reminds me of that.
But I would I think the social credit system. There's a conversation to be had there. I'm not saying the way China does it is the way to go. But I think there's something interesting philosophical there.
Listen, we have the credit scores here, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that's similar to the social credit system in China that goes into that, and those credit scores are stopping people from buying homes and cars and things that they need to live,
Or maybe
they're-
trapping them into poverty type of thing.
Yeah, well, it is
Because they
having
don't pay
that
their
effect.
debts, right? I mean, fuck.
Which there are multiple reasons for that.
Well, hold on. If we got rid of bankruptcy and we brought back debtors' prisons, we would not need FICO scores at that point.
I'm not saying it's a devastating thing the way China's system is. I'm just saying that it's a step on the path towards what China has.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Except
and
it's
there's
not run by the government, right? It's run by corporations, which are kind of a shadow government in this country.
yeah, but there's somewhere in there for me at least in terms of my position on a social somewhere between whatever we have now and China. I think I'm somewhere in there. I'm not completely opposed to it in principle, but lactoid. I think this is going to be a separate conversation sometime, hopefully down the future, because I think there's something to explore in terms of it doesn't seem like you see the link that I was trying to make in terms of your challenges with it seems like you're you're challenged in trying to accomplish a goal, and then like, but if you seem to be okay with like preaching like, well, if your goal is to like not be poor, like, well, you should just be able to do that, and it's not a struggle.
Or at the very least, if you don't do it, ultimately it's your responsibility. So, specifically, especially when it comes to like I guess the food stamp conversation, but really any kind of government benefit, I think I would be in favor of like you can, as a compromise, we have government benefits, but like there's like restrictions basically where like because the argument is always, well, you're going to die if you don't get them. Well, I want to select to make sure that like the only people who are getting them are the people who actually will die if they don't get them. So like you get any kind of government benefit, okay, you can't buy alcohol, you can't buy cigarettes, you can't gamble, right? I mean, these are 3 vices which not only are you spending money on that you otherwise could be spending on important things, but you're also putting yourself in a bad position, and you're like destroying your life, and you're making it more difficult for you to get out of the poverty, to get out of the situation you're in that you're already are in, that is causing you to use the public's money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then just abolish all fucking rich person subsidies, because the fact that wealthy people get any money from the government in this country is fucking disgusting, including the fucking student loan forgiveness bill. It's on pause right now, but I think student loan forgiveness is not a good policy for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I don't care about the pause though, because the forgiveness part is nothing compared to the 5% cap on. He also capped the percent, the money that you have to pay is 5% of discretionary income. So that means after you take out all your expenses, whatever's left over, you take 5% of that, and that's the most you have to pay in a month. Like that's like massive for people. And what it basically means is people can pay off their loans at an amount that's affordable. And to me, that's
never have to pay off their loans because
they can pay it forever. I mean, it'll never, like if they just do minimum payments, maybe they'll never pay it off if it's a large enough sum. But the point is, like, they'll never be like crushed by their monthly payments. And so even if the courts say you can't do any of this forgiveness, that 5% cap really matters more, way more.
Yeah, which it is essentially a way of nullifying the debt, right? Because especially with inflation, if you don't pay that, like if you pay less than 5% of your discretionary income, or if you just don't have any discretionary income, you just decide not to pay.
Yeah, that's right. So for a lot of people, it's zero.
Yeah,
right? Because your discretionary income might be zero.
Yeah, because they spend it on other things, let's say.
If you don't have discretionary income, you can't spend it on other things except for like rent and car payments and stuff like that. Like there's nothing left in your income if that's
sure. But I'm gonna get a fucking Dodge or a fucking Challenger if that's the case. I'm not going to pay off the fucking debt. Are you kidding me? And then 30 years from now, when I actually discretionary income, $1 is worth 20 trillion now. It's payable.
Now it might be that you'll hide some of your income, not report it to the IRS, right? But that's not something.
It's always a problem.
Yeah. But you might like work for cash sometimes, here and there, under the table. But I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is rich people doing that. That's where their big problem is. I think the person who occasionally sells Christmas trees for cash or whatever, that doesn't bother me so much.
My question is like, what socially negative outcome would happen if we said, if you're on any kind of government benefit, you can't buy cigarettes anymore? Let's just say we worked at the pragmatics of the policy where like if you scan it and like it's not perfect, but like it works to a somewhat like large degree.
I'm for it philosophically, like and for the alcohol one that you did.
I don't drink. Like like I'm the least qualified to talk about alcohol. Like from personal, I've never been drunk in my life. Like all the alcohol I consume in my life probably doesn't amount to like half a liter, like maybe at most. But philosophically, like I would never promote alcohol use. There's virtually like no safe level of alcohol consumption. But also at the same time, like what Rez was trying to like allude to on the panel, like that's what I'm trying to like, connect the dots with you of like there's something to there's a place where you can empathize with people who are, let's say, struggling to make ends meet. Like you are at that place, but you just don't know it.
But I hold myself responsible. Like the reason I'm not jacked is because I've made decisions in my life that have led me to not being jacked.
Right, but
true, right?
No, that's where
is it your fault? Is it your fault that I'm not jacked?
if I'm included in society, then I can bear some of that collect like that's where it's like you're not aware of the influence of certain structures
But
like
you're
on
not
you.
saying, but should government punish you for not being jacked? Because you're talking about punishing people for making these other bad choices.
Right. Well,
should
so
the government punish you for not being
Well,
jacked?
so this hold on. Who was that
Go ahead,
question
like-
to? Who was that question to?
To you. Yeah,
Okay.
like
So, well, this is like, and this was where I was going a little bit with Rez, which was, are we referring to taxation as a punishment? And if we are, like, we're going to establish, like, well, we're punishing people for working? And if we're going to go down that road, well, then we have to have some minimal level of punishment in society in order to like pay for the shit we need to pay for. Why not? Let's punish the actual like bad shit, which is like drinking alcohol, eating fast food. Yeah, if you raise taxes on all the food that I'm eating that doesn't lead to me being jacked, and instead, like in a direct offset, you removed all the taxes from all the good food I should be eating, and you removed all the taxes from.
What if we sent you a
working
basket of fruit and vegetables?
We just had a debate at a debate tournament that I went to over meat subsidies. Turns out we subsidize meat in the
Heavily.
United States. And the
Super
argument
cheap.
was that we should eliminate those subsidies and move them to fresh fruits and vegetables. So you make fruit and veg like really cheap in the grocery stores, and you make meat, considerably more expensive. Not even taxing meat, not even doing that, just removing the subsidies in order to bring the prices up so that we make better choices. Because really, like in Europe, for instance, like they eat a lot more fruit and veg and a lot less meat. I mean, they do eat meat, but not like it's not like 80% of the meal or something like what we have here.
100%. And I agree with that. Like we subsidize meat way too much.
Yep.
There's no reason why we should be having any corporate subsidies. I wouldn't move the subsidies. I would just remove them entirely. And then like, again, because the taxes are just, what's the absolute minimum that we need to like, again, pay for the army to fight the Chinese if we need be.
Only the Chinese.
Well, I mean, who else is really going to be a threat? I mean, you could say Russia, but I'm not sure how much of a threat they are at this point.
Well, not even China anymore, really, when you think about, I mean, they will be a threat because they'll be so unstable, but they're heading for a big demographic
we can hope.
collapse.
We can hope, right? But like,
Well, it's not just hope. I mean, that they got killed by that one-child policy. They
did.
hollowed out an entire generation of kids, and of that generation,
gender
kids that
imbalance.
they have. There's
a huge
also a
gender-
gender imbalance, but I'm talking
Huge.
about the reduced because they had
Yeah.
this one. So it went
Yeah,
for every two people.
The
Basically,
pyramid
that,
self reverse.
it was
Yeah.
cut in half, right? So they have half as many people because of the one-child policy, and then on top of that, you got the gender imbalance because people were killing their daughters in order to be able to be allowed to have a son, which is horrific. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how they're going to deal with that, especially given the fact that their economy is already collapsing because of this banking crisis that they're going through, which makes the global banking crisis that we had in 2008 look like nothing. Like this is so much worse. And I just don't know that China's going to come out of that an economic superpower. I think it's going to be America again for another century.
Sure, I hope so. But I guess really just to summarize my position is I want the absolute minimal amount of taxation and the absolute minimal amount of government services provided. And but where we get that money from, I think at that point we can take a look at taking it from places that leads to good social outcomes, because we have to take it anyway. We might as well take it from like alcohol and cigarettes and that stuff as opposed from labor. There's no reason why we should be taxing labor at all.
One day we're going to talk about if we can't trust government and we're going to have to shrink it, like what will be the counterweight to corporate power? That's a question I
market.
always have for libertarians. Yeah. Well, I mean, the market.
McDonald's.
The market is, interestingly enough, capitalism tends to crush competition in the end. Like, ultimately,
Things get consolidated.
capital doesn't want competition. So what makes capitalism good is the competition. But when you get to a certain point, it starts crushing competition. And in the past, at least, the way you solve that problem is with the government coming in with trust busters, breaking everything up, things get small again or whatever, and then you can sort of keep the process going. But without that, if you can't ever do that, then once you start losing those benefits of competition, capitalism then becomes like an overgrown tree.
I don't think it's
starts to.
I don't think it's universal, right? When Standard Oil got broken up by the government, the overall profitability of all the different companies it turned into went up, which is like the owners of all the different companies made more money. It was more profitable to have like 8 different.
But
small
that money
businesses.
was in multiple hands instead of like a smaller set of hands.
So the
Like
companies are
that was the idea.
well, the company was broken up and sold to different people, right? But like having the different companies was more like far more profitable. So the owner Rockefeller, who had ownership stakes obviously in Standard Oil, had like the proportional ownership stakes in all the different companies that Standard Oil broke up into, and that's where he made most of his money. When the government broke up Standard Oil, his net worth skyrocketed because he was making way more money at having there being separate different companies as opposed to one, which I thought was kind of an interesting, because most people just kind of assume like, well, monopoly is more profitable, and there can be issues with monopolies that come up.
Well, no, I'm not saying monopolies are more profitable. I'm saying monopolies like choke the market and they destroy markets. Like that, if you want to save capitalism, like that's why you want to stop monopolies and oligopolies. Because that way you can allow like money to be made by a greater number of those companies. I'm not against corporate profits. Well, I'm against it being like in fewer and fewer hands, and for at least if these companies, now listen, there's some breakups that made no sense to me, like breaking up Ma Bell in the 80s. Like that made no sense because it just created a bunch of monopolies in different regions. Like they didn't have any more competition. They just had monopolies that were over regions instead of over the country. But if you can break things up in order for competition to exist, like for instance, Facebook should not own Instagram, in my opinion. That's not fair. If you could stop that, or forget fairness, fuck fairness, it's not sustainable, because ultimately you need competition in order to drive things. Like that's what makes capitalism work. And to the extent that capitalism kills competition, it starts to eat its own reason to exist.
What if you only tax corporations over a certain asset cap?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I'd have to know more about the details of how it would work or whatever. But yeah, progressive taxation in general is something I like for that reason. Like concentration of wealth to me is like the biggest threat. Look, I'm capitalist. Like I want it to survive, and I don't think it will if concentration of wealth is so great, because money rises up in capitalism. In order for that to be sustainable, there has to be money at the bottom to rise up, right? Otherwise, you start to kill your own customer base. So there has to be some way for that money to trickle back down, right? And natural trickle down doesn't seem to be working. So it has to be done. Generally, it's done through taxation.
It just wasn't free enough of a market.
I just got to say,
Yeah.
Casimir's in my chat, and he is very upset with us about Standard Oil.
I think he's very often upset.
Standard Oil, it was not a monopoly. It was a monopoly breaker, is what he's saying.
Okay.
I don't know. I know for a fact that Standard Oil was more profitable once it was broken up. I guess I've always assumed it was a monopoly. That's what we were always taught. But I guess maybe they weren't. I'm not 100%.
The example I always think of is the Hunt brothers, who cornered the market on silver in the 70s. Government had to come in and break that up, right? I mean, that's a function of government to stop that kind of stuff from happening. But then there are libertarians who argue, hey, you can corner the market on silver, but there are substitutes for silver, and so competition still exists because of that, or whatever.
I mean, we have
that's
monopolies in
another
Canada. Like
Yeah, sure.
We have crown corporations. And like here in Quebec, we have Hydro Quebec, and like they have a monopoly on hydroelectric power. And so far, I haven't lost power on stream yet, but I'm probably gonna eat my words next week.
Right. Again, but there's a substitution argument for that, right? You might have there are people who would say that's not a monopoly because other forms of energy exist that compete with it. So you can always sort of expand out your definition in order to deny
for
the
sure.
existence of monopoly.
Well,
But at some point, it just becomes a semantics game.
Well, what if there's an argument that like that process encourages new ways of doing something? Because, well, if there's a monopoly with something, and like what better motivation to make a different way of doing it than trying to go outside the monopoly, right? Instead of mining silver, let's say like you find a new way to make gold do everything silver does.
Yeah, no. That's that's the argument. That was the argument against breaking up the Hunt brothers. But to me, it's not about whether or not something is technically a monopoly, or whether or not some disruptor might come in, like you're talking about. But to me, it's really just more: are you encouraging competition or are you discouraging it? And I think regulators, there's too much regulatory capture going on right now. There's a lot of corruption in
agree with that.
government.
Yeah.
So you've got what you need is to create a firewall between the industry and the people that are regulating that industry. And then those people need to ask themselves, you know how like the Fed has an overriding sort of command, and it's to protect against inflation. I think regulators of this variety need to be told that their job is to protect competition in the marketplace.
One thing that I've pretty much been able to get I think everybody's on board with it. It's just like Scott was on board with it. The whole panel was when I brought it up was ban Congress from stock trading, which is if you're like if you become a member of Congress, you are no longer.
Although I think Kaio-san was against that, or at least Kaio-san was like okay with wealthy or
maybe but even he was like I guess like he wasn't that against it. He was just concerned about like them being able to make money, which I don't think that's a problem for Congress people, but that's just that's just my.
Well, this is why I am for high salaries for these people are like, oh, reduce the amount of their entire income should be coming from their job. They should have no incentive to be corrupt, and so the more that they make at their job, I think $200,000 or whatever it is for a congressman is fine. And then, but in exchange, they shouldn't have any financial interest outside of that paycheck.
Yeah.
So absolutely, I think banning stock trading. Yeah, absolutely. And if they have a 401k or something like that, just keep it on the general fund or whatever it is at the bottom, the one that everyone else gets to do. And then it stays locked in there until you leave Congress. And also, you shouldn't be allowed to be a lobbyist for like 5 years after leaving Congress.
Or even like, I don't know, because it's as Aiko brought up, there seems to be, a lot of corporate interests represented at the political level. And it seems like there's just like, a shuffling of, actors between, whatever politics and the private CEO. Whereas like, yeah, probably if you're a politician, you should probably never also, I don't know how it would work. Maybe this is a bad idea, but just like, I don't know how you prevent, a politician or the head of a company, like not sort of exchanging in those positions.
Well, I think also campaign finance reform has to be part of that, because a lot of it is, if I help this company out, they'll give me a bunch of dark money, donations. It could be like a $1 million donation through some dark money pack. Like that kind of shit needs to end too. You can't stop them from lobbying because that's First Amendment right. You have the right to petition your government, which means corporations have the right to petition the government. But I don't think petitioning the government needs to mean giving 7-figure donations in exchange for doing them a favor, like that kind of stuff. I don't think that's constitutionally protected right. Of course, that gets argued all the time. Supreme Court felt differently in Citizens United, but I think that we can work to change that.
Yeah, there has to be a way. And I'm going to leave with a final question to Aiko, clarifying your position on Star Trek Voyager. As in, like, you're okay with it, but it's like on your list of like ranking Star Trek shows.
It's
like
at the bottom.
It's at the bottom.
It's at the bottom.
And is it like way at the bottom? Like you can never like watch it again?
No. I watch it. I like it. I enjoy it. I just enjoy it less than every other Trek. And the problem is, if you were to look at it,
that's including like Enterprise and Picard and
yes.
Okay.
I like Enterprise better. I like Picard better. I actually quite like Picard.
I like the second season for sure.
Yeah, I like the first 2 seasons of Discovery. Season 3 was a mixed bag for me. Season 4, I was really just baffled how they made their decisions on that one. But I'm giving it a chance for season 5. But the thing is, it's still like they made a lot of innovations in Discovery that I really liked. I love the nucleons. I liked how they would like do a bunch of stuff that seemed to be out of canon, but then later on you'd understand why it is. Like they would kind of defy your expectations in that way. Voyager absolutely did not defy anyone's expectations. Like the look and feel was absolutely identical
Yeah.
to TNG, which had was more than a decade before. I think DS9 departed from a lot of those tropes, but then Voyager comes right back to it. And don't get me wrong, I like some of the characters. Absolutely, I do like Janeway. I think is a strong character. I'm glad she's coming back for she has her own animated show. There's a rumor
Mhm.
that she'll be getting a show too at some point in live action. And good, that's great because I think she's a good character. And I also loved her in Orange Is the New Black.
Right.
So she can bring a lot of depth to the two roles and stuff. And I like 7 of 9. She came back in Picard. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
But that doesn't. But good, well-rounded characters were in the show, a couple of them, but the episodes were just so hackneyed and like repeats of what you already saw on TNG.
Yeah, for sure.
They would bring back Q, and like it was just
And the Borg.
Yeah, and they always kept going back to that well. And I enjoyed it because it was Trek, but it's just there's really nothing memorable about the show.
Yeah, I fully agree that there's definitely quite a few episodes that miss, but I think on the whole, and especially as you just outlined, like the strength of the characters, I think was really great. And I think Species, whatever.
And don't get me wrong, one of the greatest Star Trek episodes of all time was Tuvix.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, he was flat out murdered. Like that would be an amazing panel to do one day. The ethics of Tuvix, because you can make an argument in both directions on that one. Although I strongly believe that they killed Tuvix and that was wrong. But,
yeah. Go ahead.
That they needed his consent in order to reverse that condition. I thought that was great. It's one of the best ones. I would absolutely show that to my debate class. I probably will, actually.
Yeah. I would love a panel if we can get everyone that comes to a panel to watch that episode. I think that.
Let me just ask one thing, and then I'm going to bounce to the primes. Even wanted to talk to me real quick about something. But right here, it's Casimir wants to know: do you agree that Babylon 5 is superior to both Star Trek and Star Wars?
No, not for me. But I definitely have a lot of nostalgia with Star Trek, childhood baggage, so to speak.
I think it's hard to give an overall yes or no answer to it, but I will say this: Babylon 5 was way more realistic than either Star Trek or Star Wars in terms of what this kind of interaction would be. For one, like Earth was like a nothing power, among all these other races, especially some that were like almost godlike in comparison. And I feel like that's the way it would be, right? Because you'd be talking about humans, barely entering out into the stars for the first time. And, anyone else that's in space would probably have been there for millions of years. The level of advancement, like there would be no comparison. And the fact that Babylon 5 was kind of considered a backwater, even though it was like the greatest space station of Earth, that we had a hand in creating at least. But yeah, I think in that sense, if you're trying to create like a realistic story that's trying to depict what it would actually be like to have these encounters with other races, I think Babylon 5 did that better than Star Trek or Star Wars ever did.
All right. Well, there you go. That's the answer. Pleasure talking to you both.
Likewise.
Quickly bounce over to Prime's little show.
Yeah, I might jump in too in a minute. I'm just going to go get a snack.
And then
Take care, everyone.
Yep,
Be well.
Take care. Be well.
All right. See you later. We still need to do something, Corey, one day.
All right. So we are just going to pop into Primes, and then we're going to see what he wanted to talk about. He said he wanted to ask me a few questions, and then we are going to wrap up. But I wanted to see what he had to say. He said he wanted to jump on me a little bit about the some of the civil rights stuff. So I have never I've never seen or heard of Babylon 5, by the way. So Casimir, I apologize. You may have to educate me on that at some point later. I'll take a look up. I'll take a look at it anyway. But I like the music of Star Trek, by the way, though. Even as an adult. We are waiting for Prime to let us in. Let's see here. Yeah, we should go through the best episode. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing Scott is a big fan of Babylon 5. Is it like space drama shit like Star Trek and Star Wars? Or one of the shows that I liked was Firefly. I liked Firefly a lot. But that's, I don't know if that's like how fucking nerdy that is, but that was a show that I like to watch. One of my more respected shows. I know it does have something of a cult following, but gotcha. Okay. One of my favorite shows, it's got nothing to do with space, but my favorite show of all time was The Wire. It's so fucking good. I know it's like a meme that everyone like, oh, what do you mean it's good? But I think it's really fucking good. I don't know if we're gonna get in here, guys. It seems like maybe Prime has a good thing going.
The person where they can just sign a paper and the government will do it for them. I think that lowers the bar too much to where there'll be too many people who otherwise wouldn't be able to go through with it. But since the government's doing it for them, they'll sign up for it.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to help people that couldn't go through with it make it happen in all circumstances. I think sometimes, yes, that there are some people who will die who didn't necessarily like need to according to how everyone would think. But again, I feel like it's not necessarily up to us to decide that. And I think the people who couldn't manage to get up the gumption to do it on their own, but would overall benefit from like just not existing in this world anymore. And
Is
not
there
be
really a
suffering.
benefit such as not existing? Is that really a benefit?
I think so, yeah. The lack of suffering is a positive. I have a chronic pain disorder, and I never really realized that the lack of pain was a like recognizable sensation until I got this pain disorder. And then after a pain attack, when you can finally feel it receding, you're like, oh my God. So I do think the lack of something distressing is a huge positive.
Interesting. I want to explore more of this. Before that, though, we have a friend Lactoid who has joined us. Lactoid, thanks for stopping by again. Lactoid, you're a pro suicide, right?
No. I heard you wanted to be wrong again or something, so that's why I'm here.
Oh my goodness.
So I'd love to hear your opinion then.
About suicide?
Yeah, apparently that's what we're talking about.
I would discourage people. I would discourage suicide. I don't know. We can. I don't know how much deeper you want me to go, but like.
Yeah. So the point was like making it legal and having structures around so that people can do so. So it's different from encouraging it, right? Like I don't think anyone here is saying they would encourage it, but rather that if someone wants to, then there should be a process in which they can do so.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely don't want to be encouraging anybody. I just don't want to remove the option from anybody.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, ultimately, I believe in self-sovereignty and the right, again, of your own body, whether your own life, the labor that comes with that. But if you're somebody who maybe we have like some safeguards in place where we make sure that because it's such a drastic decision, that we make sure that you're actually able to consent to this. So first of all, you have to be an adult, I would say, and second of all, you have to be of sound mind. And if you're of sound mind and you're an adult and you just say, you know what, I just want to check out, and everyone's like, no, don't do it. Like, here's why it's stupid. But like, this is just genuinely something that you just don't want to be around anymore. I mean, if whose life is it at that point? Is it mine or is it the government's? If they're telling me I can't do what I want with it. So no, I am in favor of allowing it, especially in cases where you have people legitimately suffering. So people of who are in chronic pain. I think somebody else mentioned that. People who are just can't find any pleasure at all from life, and they've tried everything. I mean, who am I to tell this person that no, you have to stay around and suffer because it makes me like? I guess what's the argument against it?
I mean, but again, I think that this is it's kind of like abortion, I would say. I don't think it's exactly the same, but I think it's kind of like, fine, if you want to do it on your own, then do it. Not that I want you to do it, but if you want to do it on your own, then do it. But to ask the government or to have it funded in a service, I think that's a problem.
I think then you're just relegating it to people. People aren't going to stop, just like with abortion, people aren't going to stop having abortions. People aren't going to stop killing themselves once they reach points where they're just unable to continue with life. So you're just forcing people to do it in super unsafe and dangerous ways. That's going to cause more damage.
Because it's
traumatize their
it's a
families.
thing that you shouldn't be doing, as we don't want to encourage you to do this thing that you shouldn't be doing. But if you want to do it on your own, then do it.
If there's a way to mitigate the harm from that, wouldn't it be better to do that if people are already going to do it?
The ultimate harm is that they're going to be dead once this thing happens, whether it's the government doing it or them doing it. So I think I'd rather have a world where the government is not killing people.
What if you had what if it was like a hospital, like not the government? Let's say it was like a private hospital who has who this person has been a patient for them for a while, and the hospital says, look, we don't want you to do it, but you've expressed to us that you are going to do this. And we've evaluated you. You're of sound mind. There's a process that you can sign up for where it's painless, and we handle the disposal, and your family doesn't have to walk in and have to clean up the mess afterwards. Which I mean, that's likely what's going to happen if we don't have that. So I mean, it's not just death. There's other things that are I don't know if they're worse than death, but there's other things that we want somebody to avoid if they were going to take this action, such as, again, like collateral damage, especially when dealing with firearms, gas, take your pick, right? And also trauma, right? A lot of people, I personally, a close friend of mine, he's older now, but he had a whole career as a train conductor. And a lot of train conductors have PTSD because people will jump on the tracks. And
wow.
And so he has been dealing with that for most train conductors he knows, and he himself have been dealing with that because I mean when this happens to you time and time again, it's incredibly difficult to deal with. That's another collateral damage, right? Where you have somebody who's now having to deal with that just the horrific kind of nature of that, when if they had an alternative, they might not do that. And now we have train conductors who are spared that horrific reality.
I think also
the thing is that when you actually have somebody that commits suicide, like in their home or in a different location, usually that triggers an investigation by the the government, and that also costs a lot of money. If it's done at a medical facility and it's done by trained individuals there, they don't necessarily have to go through the same investigative measures that they would have to take had somebody just done this on their own.
Well, I think that's an expense that I'm willing to have paid for with my tax dollars. If someone goes missing for 5 days and it turns out that after a wellness check on the apartment that they find them in whatever state they happen to have ended themselves in, I think that's acceptable, because I think that's something that should be done. If someone goes missing for 5 days and no one knows where they are, no one can get in contact with them, I think that is something that the police should be doing, actually.
But what about in cases where a child finds their dad with his brains all over the kitchen or something? That I feel like the long-term trauma of that is probably worse than a kid getting to like say a nice pleasant goodbye to their father and see them at like his like the best he can be before he dies. Like one is obviously going to be traumatic. Both are obviously going to be traumatic. One is obviously going to be a lot more traumatic, I
But
feel.
how
That,
many
well, you know,
more
like I
fathers?
said, I think that father is morally deficient and a bad person doing that to
That's a
their
bummer. That
child.
doesn't change the result for the kid though.
Right,
And if we could
and we,
prevent
Yeah,
that
and
from
we can
happening to the
agree.
kid.
We can agree. Like,
Yeah.
so there should be every effort made to discourage this person from doing this, especially if they're a fucking parent. Like, holy shit.
yeah,
But
Yeah.
like,
yeah. We should like discourage that wholeheartedly. We shouldn't,
right, yeah,
you know,
Yeah.
tell them
Absolutely.
that's
I
okay.
totally
That's
agree
not
with
okay.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Every
the
effort should be
simple
made
act
to
of
avoid that as a circumstance.
yeah, but just
Yeah,
the act of having it as a service is going to encourage it. And how many more fathers are going to check out their kid's life and take this, optional process than the ones who would have stayed? Like, what about that hurt? That trauma?
I feel like that's
yeah.
something
That's
that could hopefully be mitigated with like the process that it would take to actually get to the point of getting the government to like agree to let you kill yourself basically. I think that there should be like when you go in for an evaluation or like, hey, I want to do this, and people are like checking to see if you're of sound mind. Also, I have some questions on that part because a lot of the controversy about the most recent decision was allowing people with mental health issues access to this option. And how do you determine like if somebody is of sound mind enough?
that
Like
gets
they could be
dicey.
yeah, it does get dicey. They could be super struggling, but maybe they're struggling specifically because they're not of sound mind enough to control their own. Anyways, that's a whole
I
different
think
thing.
the
Wait,
concern
but
is like the impulsivity of it, right? Most
Yes,
people
I
who
think that's the
attempt,
main thing.
right? Most people who attempt are people going through like a very short term crisis, and
Yeah,
very shortly afterwards they're not going to want to do it anymore. And if they
yeah.
survive the attempt, they very rarely want to do it again.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that already kind of brings up a concern of, there's obviously people who are not of sound mind who are engaging in this. We obviously don't want them to unless like it's something they truly want to do with their own life. But I'm saying like like the other cases, right? The cases where you have somebody who like, I guess for the people who are against it, right? Let's say you have somebody who has no family and they've been like struggling with like chronic pain for the past 10 years that no one's been able to help. And he's just like, you know what, like I'm very rational. Like I've been through like several like psychological examinations. I'm fine. This is my life. I just don't want to be around anymore. Like, would you guys still tell that person no? Like you just don't get it. You have to continue on.
Well, I'd say, like I said, I'd say like, you know, if they were just passive about it and they said, you know what, and instead of taking the care offered by the hospital, they'd rather just go home and just let nature take its course at home. Then I think that would be fine.
Chronic
But
pain doesn't
I
always
don't
mean
think.
that they're going to die, though. Nature won't necessarily take its course. Like I have chronic pain. I'm not dying anytime soon. It's just going to be like this forever.
Yeah, because you don't have a terminal illness or anything.
Yeah, but he brought up an example of somebody with chronic
Yeah, I'm
pain.
not even saying terminal illness. And by the
Yeah.
way,
Okay.
I don't think people with chronic pain like I don't think it's. I mean, I guess this is me making it's more of an advice thing, but like at the same time, even though I'd say don't do it, if some like for me to dictate that they don't get to do it is sort of me
Mhm.
asserting ownership over them.
Wait, but
Yeah.
if that's the case, then why use the chronic pain examples? Why not just use the father of three who just doesn't have any chronic pain, doesn't have any medical issues,
Yeah.
but he just wants to, end his life?
So
Like,
I'll accept it in really any circumstance as long as you have an adult who's of sound mind. But
Mhm.
the reason I gave like the most hardcore example to you is I'm just like I'm interested to see how far you go. Like to the example that I gave, would you go? Would you say that person has to continue on, or would you say that person has the right to leave?
So that person should continue on.
yeah, I agree.
Like okay.
I think that they should, when they go in for like the consultation or whatever, I think that they should be, the people there should, a huge facet of that experience should be offering like social support and like resources that are available that could potentially alleviate some of the problems that these people are having, whether it's like addiction resources or like funding, like social safety net programs and things like that. I feel like all the avenues should be like kind of tried. But yeah, if all those have already been exhausted, then I feel like then just prolonging someone's misery is the height of selfishness.
I mean, I know y'all talked about like the train conductors. Do you think like the same thing would happen if you were like the doctor who, well, this year I had to do, 25 assisted suicides. Like I had to actually inject this into someone and they kill, for them to kill themselves. Like I
I
think
think
that's
it would
something we
depend
also have to
because I
deal
know
with.
that like when my grandpa died, his hospice nurses made sure he was like super taken care of at the end, and they were all like very, very. I think if you're in that line of work, I think it would probably take a specific personality type who is happy to help somebody like be as comfortable as possible at the end of their life.
But
I feel like that would be less
hospice is
traumatizing than
different
like ER
because
doctors, you know?
I mean, but hospice, like you said, there's already this understanding that this is the end of this person's life. So you
Mhm.
aren't really doing anything,
Well,
to cut their life short.
it's really similar. I worked as a what is it, a CNA for a year back when I was in high school. And when you have people that are of sound mind that know that they're at the end of their life, they're usually at peace with the idea that this is the end of their life.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, but
there
what
are
I'm saying,
people
the
that are
cases we're talking
that are
about,
in fear, but there are people that are in fear at the end of their life. But there are people that are completely at peace with the idea that they are very close to death. And probably the majority of the people that are going to be asking for this service are going to be completely at peace with their death. Now, when I worked there, I didn't necessarily have a problem with the people that were completely at peace that were dying. The thing that really irked me, because I was in high school at the time, were the people that were dying that were freaking out when they were dying.
Yeah, that would be really rough.
I don't want to say that that was trauma, but that was extremely stressful, and it made it so that I
Mhm.
couldn't continue working the job.
To
No,
address
there's
the,
definitely
I
yeah,
want,
sorry, go ahead.
I want to address the Limes point directly. You would likely need to have somebody who has a very specific personality type to do that job. But right now, I mean, it's not like we don't have people who do that job right now, right? Like there are people whose entire
Mhm.
job is to go in afterwards after a suicide and clean up. And you
Yeah.
have people like train conductors who didn't really sign up to see people being killed. They wanted just to conduct a train, and now they have to see it, right? At the very least, now you have somebody who, I mean, they know what they're signing up for, right? Like it's their job description. You're going to help people in their lives. I mean, I feel like that comes with maybe more mental preparation than like a train conductor or or a cop, because a lot of people don't realize this. A lot of people, suicide by cop is real, right? I mean, if you want to die, you
Mhm.
charge a cop with a knife. You're not trying to kill the cop. You know what the cop's going to do if you're like get within a yard of them with a knife. What they have to do, which is kill you.
They don't have to do that. Just be very clear. They don't have to
yeah,
do
they don't have to kill you.
Yeah, they could suicide by random attacker, I guess.
No. I'm saying oh, you're talking. Oh, you're reversing. I see, Io. I'm saying that the cop can use non-lethal methods to subdue them. That's
Mhm.
definitely an option. We just don't do that here in the states.
If they're charging with
But
a
in other
knife,
countries, yeah, actually, exactly that. Charging them with a knife,
Prime,
and they
what would
still
you
take them
suggest to
alive.
just diffuse a situation of a suicidal marauder with a knife charging you full speed? How would you
Tase them.
de-escalate?
Yep.
Tase them.
Tase 'em.
Tase 'em would not work out
And
well for you on average.
if you miss,
No, it's not just it's not that you miss. You can hit and still the taser is not a guarantee. If it's
Taser's not a
if your life
guarantee.
is
It's
in
not
danger,
guaranteed, but it should still be tried.
no,
Yeah.
it's like a very low chance. If somebody wants to commit suicide and you're relying on a taser, you're doing it wrong. What normally happens, what should happen is somebody should be lethal and somebody should be non-lethal. And once the distance is closed, you have to go lethal because you have to stop the threat. Because you'd rather have that person die than any of your enforcement officers dying in that situation.
No, you
If-
no.
I
You,
agree.
actually, you don't have to
let me
do
just
that.
let me just explain to you, maybe just so we're all on the same page of what the issues are with tasers. First of all, if your body mass is large enough and you're on certain drugs, you're going to be potentially less affected, and it's not guaranteed to shut down your muscles. Second of all, both prongs have to hit, and they have to embed in the skin, and they have to be not torn by your movement. And if somebody's charging you, their clothes are hanging in front of them potentially. So anyone with a hoodie, anyone with extra layers of clothes
leather
might not
jacket.
leather jacket might not be penetrated with the prongs. You might hit certain tissue that doesn't convey electricity as well. So there's a lot there that happens, and it takes seconds. If you look at We used to have Live Leak. Now I don't know which side you can watch gore at, but
did they shut down Live Leaks finally? Is that-
yes, but you can still find like gore videos of people getting. You shouldn't, not safe. But of police officers in other countries getting charged by knife wielding assailants and like multiple people dying as a result. For every single video where you find them safely apprehended and somebody pulling a crazy karate move, right? There's also those videos where it doesn't work out well. So you have to look at, statistics and risk. And nobody should risk their life. Now,
no, I reject that. Literally, that's their job. Literally, that's their job, is to risk their life. So no, to put the public's, well, sorry, it should be. In the U.S., who the fuck knows? I'm sure. Our friend Lactwood could tell me, the law says, oh no, I guess protecting their own lives is most important. But at the very least, the job should be that their lives come secondary, right? Like you're protecting the public when you put on the uniform. And if you can't do that, that's not something you're up to. That's okay. Don't be a police officer.
I think though that it goes beyond. So, to some extent, I can agree that like you just sign up to be a cop. I don't think that being signing up to be a cop necessarily means that like. If a man, like let's say a man with a full leather jacket is charging you with a sword, that like you can't take steps to prevent him from killing you. And I also am concerned of, well, this is a man with a sword charging me. If he kills me and we're in public, then he could kill like 3 other people around me. And so by killing him, I am sort of protecting the public. I am doing my duty by ending the threat, right?
I guess my only issue. Well, I'll say this, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say, Pep. And we have a whole bunch of other people who jumped in, so I'm curious what their thoughts were as well. But it's that like in the U.S., it seems like our only option is murder, right? Like the first option you went to, oh, of course we're gonna have to kill him. Of course we have to shoot him. Like there are other options here, right? And so yeah, a taser might not be great for every situation, but there are other, like these officers are supposed to be trained to be able to handle these things, right? If they're not being trained, well, then we should train them to actually be able to handle something like this. It should be the case that like the preservation of life is their foremost thought. Now, that's not always possible, and I don't want to like have officers arrested just because they happen to pull and use their guns, right? There are certainly circumstances where that is the case, but in the U.S., it's bang, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot. In other countries, they actually do try this, and the only time in the U.S. that we seem to figure out those options is if the assailant's white. Anyway, Pep.
I was about to echo the same thing, basically, that it seems like a lot of people use the fact that it doesn't work every time as an excuse to not make it a priority to try it at all, and I don't think that that's the best way that should be.
They're trying it as much as they can. And again, you should
from
look.
what I've seen, I feel like.
Well, here I'll give you this. Here's what when you look at the video. Here's what the only thing that makes me suspicious is when if it's a lone police officer and they have been called into a scene where somebody's potentially wielding a knife. When they themselves close the distance and like pull out the gun. To me, that's the part where it sort of gets suspicious, where their training should be telling them to keep a distance, and then to escalate towards bringing like a negotiator, waiting for backup. So when they don't do that, that you can say that's an issue of training. But if there were 2 people and if they had non-lethal, but the non-lethal, it's very often you see the end of like multiple attempts in a video. And also in the United States specifically, we have body cameras now, so we get a lot more video material. We tend to think that it happens a lot more, whereas in most other countries, there's no body cam video whatsoever. Like, I don't know, can you locate like an easy body cam video of France or the UK of somebody dealing with a knife wielding assailant? Well, you probably can't because they don't have that as a law. So you get like the CCTV occasionally captures the event, but we have like 300 million people. We're 4-5 times bigger than the UK or any other European country. So we get a lot more of those videos of cops actually killing people. But we don't get a lot of them. Like if you look at police activity, right? It's full of police shot knife wielding victim videos, and they pull all of them from the United States. But would we have them like maybe once a day for the entire country? And if you think about the rate of other violent crimes that occur, like other events, it's actually less than I said, but it's very rare. It's like just think of the number of people and that everything is being recorded.
If you want to,
So
say something.
if we're talking about
Sorry, go ahead.
if we're talking about like incidents with knives and whatnot, where the police are called in Japan, like people bringing knives into different locations is actually a really common occurrence. It happens more often than you think. It's not like net zero, but usually when something like this happens, they usually, like when the police are notified, like 8 people show up at once to the location, and they literally have a tactic in which they surround people, and one person is basically communicating with the person, and when the person with the knife is not looking, another person comes up behind them and then like gets them into position in which they can't utilize the knife. And then 7 other officers like jump on top of them. This is a tactic that they constantly use like all the time in Japan for almost every knife incident that's captured on like camera.
For like a
This is
suicide
good in
by-
Japan, where you have like a tiny country with short distances. It's perfectly valid. In New York City, this could work, like what you say. Like in New York City, if you have enough police officers, maybe to get 8 people to show up on a crime. But if
Wait,
you're in
have
some
you
rural
seen
place
how many cops show up for like a traffic ticket or like
Yeah.
a person
It
disorderly,
depends where
and
you're
then
at.
there's 15 cops? Like,
Depends where
we
you're at.
have enough
Depends where you're
cops.
at.
Depends where you're at.
No.
Driving while black requires at least 6 cruisers.
No,
So
there's like some rural areas where
Nonsense.
like, there's like 2 officers like for the next 4 miles, right? You get out of Montana, you're not gonna have 8 officers. And by the way, the
and
people who
both of them are at that traffic stop.
well, the people who are going to be committing suicide by cop, I mean, they're going to find like one isolated officer and charge him, because what they're trying to do is get the cop to shoot them. Like that's what their intention is.
Well,
Do you mind rolling back? Sorry, Prem. Can I ask a question about the prior topic?
Sure. And I do want to make you can ask that question. I want to make space for the debate board. I see that you're there, so I want to make sure you can say stuff as well. Go ahead.
The suicide, the government suicide programs and like institutions. One risk you should just think about and evaluate is this idea that right now, if anyone, well, you shouldn't do it as everybody said, but if somebody wants to suicide, they sort of can figure out how to do it. It's not too difficult in a country with relatively easy access to, firearms, weapons of all kinds, chemicals of all kinds to do what you need to do. The problem is that now you have an official program, and if the government wants to eliminate political competition, then having a political prisoner request to commit suicide, or having somebody suicided and then the right doctor produces the right document to say, oh, there's nothing going on here, nothing to worry about. That should be a concern. Like I'm not comfortable with any federal agency having the right to kill. That's why I'm against even
Neither am
regular
I. That's why
regular death penalty
I
as
was in
well.
the beginning. I was bringing up death panels because there were lots of concerns about Canada, about the government just saying, "Oh, you need help? Well, we don't want to give it to you. How about you kill yourself?" And I think that's abhorrent. And I think that should
that's not a
never
thing.
happen. And did you read my sources?
That's not a thing.
Did you read my sources where it was a thing? That's the question.
Okay, let me take a look at this. It's not a thing.
So you didn't read my sources?
I'll look at it.
Listen,
No, I'll look at it.
Casimir,
I'll look at it.
you could get around this though, Casimir, by just saying like, well, there's very strict rules in place that you have to show like a history of like of wanting to do this, and like maybe even like there's a requirement where the request has to be publicly available, like in terms of like there's a video. I don't know. You figure out some fucking way. Or maybe this: we don't allow it for anybody like who's arrested or anybody in jail. Like they don't get to do it. Only people who are free.
Yeah, we all of this has like potential workarounds. I'm saying that if this was like when there's a company that sells like devices that people can buy to commit suicide, like stuff like that. you can't really make that illegal, I think, because it's, they can advertise it as whatever that is, and that's like a separate issue. But if let's say a police officer comes to the location, gets called in to a person in that device, they should investigate it as like a potential crime. They should rule out a murder. They should just, like, the laws shouldn't be different than they are now, because once you introduce this idea of like anything Lactoid mentioned, anything you want to produce, the government can figure out how to produce it. And right now we have a fairly decent government, like, with all the criticisms that there are of them, right? But around the world, we see governments that are easily sliding towards quite not decent towards their political opponents, and this happens very rapidly. So we want to have every layer of protection possible, and just not have that as an option at all. Like, have it